Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S. and happy Wednesday. Yes, let me make sure that my music is off. And so, happy Wednesday, guys. And yes, we are here to discuss some very important topics to me, at least. And we're going to start with a variety of things that I want to discuss, but we're going to be talking about like the productive value of delineation. So what's next? And so this video is obviously for Black Americans. And so we're going to talk about the delineation movement itself. We're going to discuss appendages of what the delineation movement was supposed to be for, and even some, I would say, divergence from just even the terms that we use, and that can be something that you guys decide. But I just know how I'm moving, and I'll give my reasons for that. But we want to talk about the productive value of delineation movement in the context of strategy and the appendages of strategy in terms of like what are the operating activities that Black Americans want to work on. What are the things that they want to work on? So that's something that I'm also thinking about. So it's just some mind mapping. This video in particular is going to be some mind mapping. Let me make sure that my sound is on because we are going to go deep today. you know um so yes, we're going to do a little bit of mind mapping, and also we're going to be doing a three-tier approach to reparations in lieu of this conversation as to why reparations is apparently in the political sphere dead on arrival. If there's Black American candidates who run on that, they're being told by the establishment that their campaign is immediately dead. It's dead on arrival, that no politician or no establishment or no lobbyist or no PAC can take that serious. And so we want to discuss like how do you circumnavigate that, because I saw a couple of rooms discussing it. I didn't listen in the rooms. I just saw that the title of the room was, well, why is reparations not a mainstream topic, or why isn't it not something that can be taken serious on the main floor? How come Black American politicians are afraid to run on that? And so how do you navigate that? It's free game. You can decide to use it or not. It's just my opinion. Is my perspective on like how do you have a three-tiered approach to getting something done on all levels that's triangulated to where the probability of failure becomes lessened, and on some levels there's some win, and then and it's three-tiered because then there's people for whatever faction that they're in that can decide to tackle a particular uh, faction of that strategy based on what they're comfortable with and based on their expertise. So I want to talk about the productive value of the delineation movement. Okay. And so we just discussed like the Janet Jackson situation, and whether or not what she did was an alley hoop for Black Americans in terms of speaking out against, not against rather, but speaking on ethnicity and even her opinion on what would be considered Black and whatnot, based on the information that she has and what she felt about the Kamala Harris situation. And so that sparked I would say not a resurgence, but a fuel for a lot of Black Americans that were in the delineation movement. And so when we talk about like delineation, that obviously we know that means on some level it does refer to depictions, portrayals, illustrations, and delineation also can also mean sketching or etching out, drawing. So it definitely has a meaning in that frame, but also we also know to demarcate, but not necessarily separate. Delineation doesn't quite mean that. It has more of a bearings in meaning depiction or portrayal, representation. That's literally what delineation means when you look it up. And so when we talk about like delineation, I have to say the first time I heard the term was by Lilia Cotton. I want to say um, uh, years ago, about 4 years ago. Lydia Cotton was saying delineation. I do know that there were other Black Americans that were using that term. They weren't using the term delineation movement, though. I put that in a book. I also the term delineation movement came from me writing as a sociologist on me seeing these different factions or this collation around ethnicity, the questionings, the growing pains around what should we call ourselves. And obviously there was that whole rift, that whole fight. Obviously we're past that stage. Maybe some of us are not. But from me as a sociologist, I was like, okay, this is a whole movement, you know. And so I did write that in the book a couple of years ago and put it out there, as well as I wrote about it in some papers too that was published. Obviously, you know, they have some timestamps of what I'm talking about in terms of the term delineation and then like this the delineation movement. I remember specifically putting that in the book. But yeah, there was a person named Lydia Cotton that was talking about delineation. I know um in terms of like the delineate now hashtag that was also started by another person years ago. And then obviously the questions of flat blackness that was started by another faction of Blaque American Society. I want to say like in 2018, 2017, maybe, as far as the flat blackness, pushing back against flat blackness. And so we do know that on some level, delineation means accurate representation and portrayal of an ethnicity as relates to Black Americans. And then there's obviously the definition of what a Black American is and whatnot. So we do know that. That's nothing that we have to argue about. But when we talk about the delineation movement, what's next? You know, and like in terms of like who gets their hands on things and takes a momentum and runs with it. And are they leading us off the rail, or are they leading us to an appendages of operating activities for our community that is going to result into a viable power structure, you know? So that's my thing. Now, yes, we are going to actually cover what those appendages of operating activities look like. Again, um, I'm doing some high level craftsmanship in everything that I'm presenting, the way I'm going to be talking. Even this flyer, believe it or not, even this thing that you see on your screen, where it says delineation movement, what's next? Reparation strategy, it's here. So you see, obviously, we have Zero Neil Hurston, Rainbringer. We see the snake, that is a representation of the divine feminine. That is a representation of wisdom, Rainbringer. So we have Zero Neil Hurston. Now, this book details all of her stories and her life story, things she did not want to share about her life as well. And then we also see Malcolm X speaks. And so we're going to be like really not so much channeling these people, but we're talking about being able to see the information that they would have for us as far as their resonance that they left. And so that's the spirit that's behind this. Rain Bringer, Zero Neil Hurston. In this beautiful snake. I know people don't like snakes, but snakes just mean it's a symbol of the divine feminine, um, and the law of rhythm. For those who may not know, and then we obviously know, everybody knows about Malcolm X speaks, his voice, his resonance, his heka. Okay, so we're still working through the heka, and so when you see this delineation movement, what's next? Reparation strategy. That's in quotation marks. We'll get into that. A three-tiered approach. Appendages of operating activities for Blaque America, Blaque American Craftsmanship, Resurgence, hashtag authenticate media. Because the thing is, you know, there's a lot of stagnation, and but I'm seeing a lot of stagnation. I can only speak on what I see. I'm not saying that's good or bad, right or wrong. It's just it's slow. It's slow for me, you know, for the way I like to move. And so I'm gonna push some energy, but it's got to be molded in an authentic manner. And when I say push energy, I'm gonna push energy for Black Americans in a certain direction. And if I see that energy get squandered, or uh, what I feel could be even COINTELPRO approaching that space, then it just goes to shit again. Because you know, it's no shocker or secret, you know, that I was in the reparation space and have been pushing a lot for one thing, thinking it was one thing, and then finding out that there was other agendas and other ulterior motives and other stakeholders and other just a whole bunch of whole other bullshit, you know. And so for me, it's like, okay, whoa. But that had nothing to do with the collective of Black Americans. And so my decision to call out certain things or to not be even around certain spaces, places, people, that have nothing to do with the collective of Black Americans and what I would like to see for authenticate Black Americans. And by that, we're talking everyday Black Americans, common Black Americans who are free, who do not have an agenda, who do not have to steer uh, the agenda of another system or establishment. These are people. When I say authenticate media, we do not have an agenda of that we have to adhere to. We don't have orders that we have to follow. We're not operating on out of COINTELPRO or nothing. It's a very raw, authentic energy that we're operating out of. And so that's why you see the authenticate media, and that's why you won't see me use certain terms as much as I used to. But yeah, when we talk about delineation movement, what is the productive value if there's no strategy for power? Like, what is the point in delineating if there's no strategy for building up a power base? Not merely siphoning people into their establishment or to their system to be controlled opposition or whatever, a part of this pro-Black industrial complex that's actually stagnating the light of Black Americans, the freedom, the expansiveness of their souls, the expression of their beauty, the expression of their power is not being realized because of there's gatekeepers and it's multi-level. And so when we talk about like delineation movement, what I realized is that you had this raw, powerful energy from just real everyday Black Americans, and they were being siphoning, including myself at this time, siphoning into a gatekeeper's portal that actually is a part of the system, is a part of the matrix, so to speak, the illusion. And they would essentially would have became controlled opposition. Like, had I went that direction, I would have you're going to get bought and paid off, and you're going to be controlled opposition, or you're going to have to take an oath and follow orders, and they will tell you what to do. They will direct the movement, controlled opposition. And so I saw that, and I didn't want to be a part of that, and that stifles my soul and creativity. And so I didn't see any productive value in that, but I also don't see any real freedom in that, and I don't see any real power in that. And so, I took the hits for calling a lot of that out, and I'm okay with that because I know time tells all. You have to wait for time. Nobody gets away with anything, and nothing that's done in the dark is going to be hidden forever. And so obviously the imaginations of what I can see and what I saw is still a little too early for like what other people see, or maybe other people do see it, but they don't talk about it, or they don't want to acknowledge it or whatever. But for me, when we talk about delineation movement, we were talking about collation of, an ethnicity, but also collation of many other things, of the appendages of the operating activities that delineation falls under. Obviously, that's culture. Obviously, that's group economics. Obviously, that's political strategy. Obviously, that's building of community itself, intentional communities. Obviously, that's strategies around even how we get reparations. So you have to do that from the mental space first, for one. And we all know that. But then when we talk about like the delineation movement, that was supposed to be the operating activities that came from a raw space that the authenticate Black Americans were to take on upon based on their expertise and based on their passions. And so say if there is a group of Black Americans that know about, group economics, they have that on board, they want to start a trust, they want to get land, and maybe start something. And I'm not saying all 50 million of us had to do these things. We're talking about just groups of people who are serious and who care about it, then they jump on it. Okay, so that's one thing. And then that's when we talk about appendages of operating activities, that's what I was thinking of. Like, obviously you have your cultural apparatus, that's your education, the way you're educating, the curriculum around your education for Black Americans. What type of schools can we come up with? or books, new repositories of knowledge is not merely regurgitating other people's history and other people's books, but the production of knowledge ourselves for Black Americans. That's why I was talking about the enterprise architecture and the Black alchemy reservoir. It was to produce the knowledge for ourselves coming from the bowels of our ancestors that will get us to the next level. Obviously, all of my stuff has been shadow banned, all of my stuff has been blacklisted by these pro-black industrial complex gatekeepers who I know work for that system, but I've taken an oath to keep that system and to keep Black Americans buried through chicanery, COINTELPRO chicanery, all types of things. And so information that I know was given by my ancestors to help this community, I know is being actively sabotaged because you have a behemoth of a system of white supremacy. But obviously, there's levels to when we. It's not even a white supremacist system because yes, white supremacy exists, but it's a caste system that is based on race, right? But then you have a deeper system, so that's based on a secret society, and at certain levels race doesn't matter, and so they'll bring in Black people to be pretty much the overseers to make sure that they'll pretty much sell you out. And so that's what we're dealing with. Well, this is what I see. I know that other people can see it and they quiet about it and they think whatever moves they got to make or whatever, whatever. um but it's quite obvious that there's a behemoth of layers. So then you talk about like the Black Boule, but then that's nothing because you can see the Black Boule coming. You could see like a Larry Elder or a Jesse Lee Peterson. That's not a threat. They're not a threat to any sort of Black American empowerment, any Black American progress, any community building, any Black education. A Larry Elder or someone that that you feel that you don't even necessarily take serious, who y'all quote unquote say is a coon or whatever. Y'all say these things about these people. They're not even threats, and so it's like there's this obsession with the directing all of that attention on, okay, so this is the Boulets, this is they doing this. Okay, we already been know they've been doing that. They got they click, they got how they roll, they look out for each other, and that's what it is. Okay, but you know that and you see them and you don't expect anything from them. So you already know how to strategize around that, or we should. If we haven't, then that's something also that can be done very easily because that you see them, you know how they work. They've been in operating. You can study their body of work at least for the last 100 years, and you can But what's not, what you don't see as what I see as a clear threat, an imminent threat, and it will come to pass, is the people that can act like they pro-Black, the people that will talk the same talk as you, get you emotionally invested in certain things, harvest your energy, direct it and distract your energy, neutralize your energy from any real empowerment by being able to talk the way you talk, walk the way you walk, say the things that you like. Meanwhile, the actions, and when you study them just empirically, nothing is adding up. Nothing has been really built that is for the benefit of the community, maybe the benefit of that particular individuals, but nothing for the actual benefit of our community. The things you'll catch them in lies. You'll catch them. I'm catching people like in like literally just in a span of 2 weeks, like at least 20 lies that can be empirically proven. People who are saying that they are pro-Black and for the Black American community and all this stuff. And it's like, wow, I literally caught this person in like 20 lies. Like that's like a level of like high level COINTELPRO that is being unnoticed, high level military style psychological operations being done on this community through various techniques and modalities. I personally see that as extremely dangerous. And I've already said what I had to say on it. And so if the community doesn't care, that's on them. That's them that suffers, not me. And certainly not the person that's doing it. They work for the machine, and that's who they work for. So if the people that follow that is at this point stupid enough to do that, then that's on them. Like it doesn't hurt me in any grand sense of the way. It does hurt the people that stay in it though. It would have hurt me if I stayed in it or if I would have turned a blind eye to it. So it only hurts if you turn a blind eye to it. If you're serious though, like if you're serious about certain things that you want to do as a Black American for your community or for yourself, that has to do with your own independence, even if you're not even caring about the community, even if it's just like you as a Black American, you want to be independent away from this system and say you want to go off grid or say you want to buy land. I'm telling you that even if it's just for yourself, that there are certain like milestones. It's not even milestones, but like landmines that are set up with certain people, whether that be they send them on you, whether that be they start watching you, whether that be a secret society start watching you. These are the things that'll start happening. And so I absolutely saw that in the black the black community in terms of the reparation space and even these quote unquote delineation movement. And so it made it very difficult for me as far as the way that my mind works to continue doing that work, knowing what I know and knowing what was being done, what people tried to do to me, the backstabbing, the deception, trying to take me out, lying on me, trying to set me up, doing COINTELPRO shit on me, literally trying to blood sacrifice me, occult rituals, all types of stuff, getting my family involved. All like it just to me like that's too much. Okay, I don't take that lightly. I don't. To me, I don't think it's forgivable. And so spiritually and mentally, I know how to deal with things like that. Okay. And so you see the ramifications since 2022 and the splinters, the breaks up, the fighting, whatever it has to do, whatever chaos magic has to be done to break certain things up, to expose certain things, it will be done. And so I had to do that on a mental plane because I don't have the backing of a secret society. I don't have the backing of the establishment. I don't have the backing of a satanic system that can just pump money in or pump me in the algorithm, or they have the backing where they can blacklist or shadow ban and stuff. And so I have to do things differently than that. But yes, um my my hesitation to even be associated or even around anybody that's even in that space or even around certain people that I know rock with certain people is because it is that work is the work that we are trying to do in terms of the mind, body, and soul elevation of Black Americans, the resurgence of melanated systems, melanated cosmic power. I can't fuck with the bullshit that I'm seeing. I just can't. And then they get mad at me, and then they feel like, okay, we got to get this person out because they waking things up too much, or they stepping on too many toes because we supposed to be doing this. We supposed to be bringing bartering souls of Black Americans into whether that be the establishment, the white supremacist structure, whether that be having you take the oath to the Baphomet so that you can be a part of their system and be controlled. Okay. And that's what they were looking. That's pretty much what that space was a proxy for. If you guys haven't fucking noticed, if you guys are that uh, ignorant, and forgive my frustration. It's not towards anyone personally. It's just that when you see certain things and then you be too early on shit, and then like especially if you're spiritual, that shit sucks because then it's like you can see stuff and then everybody either playing dumb or just really don't know, you know. But yes, the delineation movement that I see that we were trying to do needs to have strategy around it for power, or else what is the productive value in saying that you're delineated? This is not for just something to go mainstream. This is not for it's something for you to take over the mainstream. It's something for you to take over the system. And so that strategy has to be done. I'm not going to be using the term delineation movement anymore. Because again, I do know that the people using it have completely taken it off the fucking rails. They've taken it, and again, I'm not coming at. If you feel like that's you, then we could, whatever, we talk about it. I'm an open book. I'm anybody can call me out on anything I say, and I will give my explanation. We can talk it out. But there are certain people in that space of the delineation movement that I personally feel have taken something that was raw and authentic and pure and drove it off of the fucking deep end on some COINTELPRO type shit. That's what I think. I can prove that. I caught that person in 20 lies just in a span of 2 weeks. Maybe maybe 3 weeks. But yes, I caught them just literally lying on to Black Americans, like catching them in lies. That's something that could be simple, and then catching them. I would say in a span of 3 years, caught them in multiple lies. Because the thing is, when somebody is so good in terms of maintaining plausible deniability, and they have the backing of a system that they can work very clandestine, that's kind of you kind of that time lag can be really slow, but then you have to just look at If you accuse someone of say, okay, I think this person is an agent, or I think this person is COINTELPRO, I think this person works for the CIA, whatever you say, and you don't really have any tangible proof, you have to build up a case. Like you have to like and look, if I'm seeing over 4 years and I can count and I'm just documenting all the incidences of you catching you lying to Black Americans, that's suspicious. And so yes, I do have a folder on this person because again, I already said Black Americans need to have in the Queen Mothership. What does it says? Black Americans have their own intelligence agency. I already put that in the book. And so if I suspect that someone is is uh, is doing some weird shit, yeah, you should open a file on them and you should keep track of when they lie, when they contradict shit, because it's a difference between somebody that just don't know. Okay, maybe you just don't know, and so you may have misinformation, right? You could forgive somebody that have misinformation, but when I see someone just lying over very simple, stupid stuff, lying and then moving clandestine, sneaky ways, stealing people shit, stealing stuff, that to me is like that is so obvious that this person is operating for some they working for them folks. Like it's so obvious. And so like I'm like, if I was to release that, then it's like, okay, well, you just was watching you focus too much on that person. But thing is that person came for me. And so they I'm not about to be no crash dummy for no motherfuckers. And so when I see, okay, I know for a fact that this person spiritually came for me, and because they have plausible deniability, they can get away with it. When I know I can catch them doing some sherm shit. I know I can catch them. That's my approach. Like I know that if time goes past, they're going to catch themselves up. I know that I can build a case around them, showing them lying. That is not released yet to the public because it's not really important. And when the time is right, it is very important. But when the time is right, it'll be released. Right now, it's not released. But when the time is right, you'll see. Like, okay, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because y'all niggas made y'all bed, and so it is what it is. I know psychically that when you steer something off of the rails, or if there's a constant, it's just a terrible energy to even be attached to. Attached to this sneak because I understand you have to move clandestine in a system or whatever, but no, like you on some old other shit. And so I don't even like even to think of the stuff with grassroots and that's why I say authenticate media, authenticate Black Americans. I don't say grassroots Black Americans because I know that is bureaucratic chicanery terms that they fed from the top down, pretty much think tank terms. And so I don't want to use anything that has to do with like this think tank type shit, this this operative type shit. That that's the way y'all want to move. I know that is a train that's going to crash and burn. I know that is a train that is going off of the rails. That I can see spiritually. I know it because our ancestors are not in it, and that there's an anger. It's actually angry spirits on it because they pissed off certain energies. And so I can't rock with if that's the direction it's going. I can't because I already know that there's a lot of intranquil energy in it. But yes, what was called the delineation movement, I think needs to be called resurgence movement. Resurgence, renaissance, whatever, resurgence, revitalization, revival, restoration, resurgence, whatever. I will go with the word resurgence because it sounds a little more gender neutral in terms of something that men and women can understand versus we use something like revival. It kind of has like a more religious, I don't know, revival, just the first thing you think of is a religious revival or a tent revival or something. But I think resurgence movement is more uh the what we're looking for in terms of Black American craftsmanship. When we say Black Americans and fair Black American representation, accurate portrayals of Black American in their politics, in their culture, in their sports, in their access, in their equity. When we talk about those things, that is a resurgence because we weren't always in this position. And when we know what we know about melanin, And when we know what we know about our connection to the cosmos, our connection to Creator God, our connection to planet Earth, our connection to nature, our connection to the stars, our connection even to our higher selves, the levels of even our souls, that's a resurgence. Like we need a resurgence of power, of our power, a resurgence of Blaque American craftsmanship. That means you're taking control over the programming of this matrix interdimensionally. So that requires that you mentally have it together high on a frequency high enough where you can go higher than the people that currently operate this system. Or you create your own matrices, vortex space, and go to a parallel universe. I'm not trying to get all difficult into all that. We're not ready for all of that. We just not. So we're still in this system, and there are people that are playing the game in this system, and there's people that still want to play the game. And there's Black people that still want to play the game because they don't want to do the work to actually get ahead of the system or to even control it. And so it's like, okay, yeah, we talk about like, oh, the bond, the 400 years is up in 2019. You know, the revelation of the tribe of Judah in 2022. The announcement that we were crashing this system in August 2023, which I sent emails and told people, you know, I'm just a lady at the well, that what was going to be taking place all throughout 2024. And so now this is where we're at. And so obviously there's a concerted effort to bury anything that I say and do, but also to get my own community to turn, you know, against me, whatever it is. But they want this, the system wants to actively just steal my shit though. It's like, okay, how do we, and I could feel the standoff. I could feel the standoff because it's like, if they, obviously they've tried to kill me multiple times, all types of things, different COINTELPRO type shit, whatever, you have it. And so, you know, I'm still here. I'm still fighting. I'm not complaining. I'm not acting like I didn't even put myself in certain positions. I'm not acting like I'm a victim. No, because I said certain things, whether it was the smart thing to do or say, whether it was a smart thing to do, that's up to question. I said what I said and I meant it because it's gridlock either way. Whether I'm here or not, it happens. It gets worse if I go. And so here, if I'm here, there's still a controlled demolition. There's still a controlled demolition of this system in a way where it can transition a little more, I would say a little more palatable, but also a little more smoothly into where we're going as a planet. Now, if I go, then that just accelerates it and it makes it, I would say, it makes it rough because now we're talking about detonating fusion power and causing a ricochet that's not even worth. It's not even worth it to kill me or to, and they realized that, and so that's why they wanted to go with the crazy thing and the occult with the MK. You know, that was their thing, was like, we got to do the other way, which is the Black Ops no touch no touch psychological warfare program that they got for those that they cannot kill. This is the part of COINTELPRO when they can't just get at you because it's like these are occultists. This is the world of the occult. This is what it is. They can't get at you that way. They got to go through different methods. And if that methods doesn't work, then they'll go through severe financial blacklisting, severe shadow banning, whatever it is to get you to shut up or whatever, or to get you to take the oath or whatever. And my thing is, I would say after 2019, it would have been stupid for anyone to make a deal. I mean, talking about like a soul selling deal or to take an oath to the Baphomet. In 2019, when 2020 hit, I knew, boom, there it go. That when we talk about, like, obviously they had these pandemics or whatever, but I knew then, I'm like, nah, it's a wrap. This system is free falling. I felt it free falling. I felt them trying to hold it back up and fight whatever they got to do, to whatever magic they got to do, whatever they got to sacrifice to try to get the energy to keep their system going, and they just don't have it. And so I know that. I knew that, and I can sense that. I can still sense that. The thing is, the average Black American cannot, because they still are in lieu with the trinkets. They think that all that glitter is gold, and we're trying to show them that's, we're seeing the price of what all this is about. You're seeing what this is all really about, even with this shakeup in Hollywood, in the music industry right now in Hollywood. We've been trying to wake that up. Like, this is what we've been trying to get the average person to see. And so, I saw that it would be futile to just go into their system. Around 2022, I kind of knew it was free falling, but I still, I was thinking, okay, what is this? What is all this here? I'm still trying to understand things. But I would say in 2023, it became very apparent what we were dealing with. And so, people may make the decision, may feel some type of way about me from not walking blindly into their system or just following the orders or taking the oath or whatever. But it is what it is. And it does have some convergence with the reparation space, because that was pretty much what it was a proxy for. Um, and it was a honeypot. It was the reparation, many elements of the reparation space turned into a honeypot for to see who would actually go and take the deal, sell out, whatever, become a controlled opposition, or who would actually stand on a square, and then you just go after those people, or you delegitimize those people, or you find a way to blacklist to stifle their voice. So that's what happened. It's like, okay, they wouldn't take they see what this is all about, or they bucking up too much against it. And to be honest, it was supposed to go a lot more smooth on their end as far as what they were crafting out. But the thing is, they came around authenticate Black Americans that were able to research and study everything that they were doing, and just be like, I don't agree with that, or I don't like that, or that doesn't make any sense, or this is illogical. And so we weren't supposed to be smart enough to see all that. We were supposed to be some dumb niggas that was just supposed to follow along, swallow, go along to get along, swallow and follow. And once they realized, like, no, these motherfuckers, we really were serious about, like, if I'm okay, when we talk about Judah, when we talk about, like, we going to over, like, this is our turn and your time is up, and there must be a treaty that's handed over, and there must be a bloodline that comes into power. For me, that's the type of time I was on. I can't speak for the rest of the Black Americans. I don't know where, I know the rest of them are probably out to lunch. They can't tell what time it is. But for me, it's like, no, I'm not walking into a system that I know is free falling and making any deal, or any, yet they don't have anything to offer me. They don't, we say, oh, they offer you a deal you can't refuse. You can't refuse. They don't have that to offer me. Not me. Maybe the rest of you niggas, they don't have that to offer me. What can they actually give me? Like, seriously. And so I saw that. And that whole thing was set up to get, it was pretty much, it was a honeypot. They was soul hunting, and they was doing some COINTELPRO shit to get those who wouldn't fold out of the paint. That's what a lot of that reparation space turned into. And I'm not saying that it's all still about that. I'm not saying everybody is about that. I'm just saying that there are some key players, though, that I know, it is at least 5, that, yeah, they on some other shit, and they are not who you think they are. It's not important to discuss them, to say names or any of that nature. But I'm saying I don't feel comfortable using the term delineation when I know that anytime something raw from the grassroots, or what we say is authenticate, pops up, they send they masons, or they controlled opposition, they industrial complex, to come and fuck with the energy, to fuck with us. And so they took the delineation movement and just ran it straight off the rails. Now it's nothing but fighting it with some Africans and tethers, tether this, tether that, Africans this, FBA this, tether that, tether this. It's no productive value in it. There's no strategy in it. Where are the appendages of our operating activities for Black Americans? And see, this is why they don't like me, because they know I can see through the bullshit that they doing. They are completely sold outs. They have completely led this community absolutely nowhere. Nowhere. But they want to steal my shit and then say that they have not ever heard of me, but I caught them stealing my shit. They like, the whole plan was, bury this bitch, let's kill this bitch, and let's take this stuff as for more repository of what we want to use for our little controlled opposition, little gatekeeping shit that we do, and we only gonna move these niggas just an inch, but we really ain't gonna move them nowhere. That's how these people think, and they get paid to do it that way. They get paid. This is a money machine for them. So they don't care about none of this shit about no real empowerment, no actual freedom, no real organizing, because then what do they have? What do they get? If their whole thing is, anytime there's some fuckery, just say white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. If that's the whole engine, and that's the whole emotional conduit to which the brainwashing starts of Black Americans, then what makes you think, that they're going to actually support or even get with anything that's truly going to enlighten our people, even if it's just more so of the delegation aspect, and somebody else takes it and run with it, that that has, I would say, that has more of even a masculine energy, because the work that I'm doing is more mental space. It is coming more from the airplane. When we say airplane, we're literally talking about the mental plane, the spiritual plane. And so obviously there are people that work more on the physical plane. I don't do more, most of my work is not done on the physical plane. Most of my work is done on the mental and spiritual plane. I can prove that just if you look at my probability distribution videos of my tarot videos for the last 6 months. I've been crafting stuff out under the guise of a tarot video. If you haven't noticed, that's just my heccup of me saying, but obviously it's quantum teleportation and all these things that I have to do. And so, yes, any female, most females, their mind and the way, the ideas that they produce, and the creativity that's within them comes from an intuitive plane. It comes from the spiritual plane. And it is up to the divine masculine, or for males in general, or even females that have more masculine energy, to carry all those things out, tweak them, add to it in an agile manner, see what agility needs to be adjusted, what programs need to be adjusted, what ideas need to be adjusted, what's working, what's not working, and fix it in real time as you're moving. That's why I like agile systems. That's a whole method of getting work done. And so I put that also in the enterprise architecture for Blaque Americans. Again, somebody was supposed to run with this stuff. Not no COINTELPRO motherfuckers though. No, I'm not letting that happen. And so the delineation movement, it needs to be called the Resurgence Movement, because not only are we reasserting identity, we're reasserting actual governance, community, culture, our group economics, our strategies. When we think about politics, you got politics in a sense of where you got it as a governance, which transcends the matrix, and then you got politics in the fucking matrix, where it's just a horse and pony show, and pretty much it's an illusion, and it's a secret society that's running it. They select whoever their bloodline, and then they some oligarchy, monarchy, in bed with some powerful corporations, and they decide how we gonna run the motherfucking country. That is their definition of their politics. Now, when I'm talking about politics, I am talking about governance of civilizations. That has nothing to do with this matrix. That's why I'm not against politics. That's why I don't. But the thing is, like, that's like even when I talk about military science, y'all think I'm talking about like shit it's all this matrix 3D shit. That's not what I'm talking about. Like, this stuff transcends the identities, the labels, the countries, the planet itself. Anything that I'm talking about, it transcends planet Earth. It transcends definitely the corporation of America, because I'm talking from a higher plane of governance that's in tune with the laws of the universe, that's in tune with ancestral memory, that's in tune, but also forward anticipation of our innovation and our creativity, forward anticipation of growth and evolution of mind, body, and spirit. So when I'm talking about politics, I am talking about full-blown governance and an entire system. That's what I would, when I say, okay, well, Black Americans going to get into politics, we like, okay, well, how do you shake up shit, And so from interdimensionally to where we get in ourselves in these positions, and I have to go through their red tape. Oh, we gotta say it this way, or else we won't get elected. If we talk about reparations, we're not gonna get elected. Oh, they scaring us. They won't fund us if we say reparations. Okay, then let's motherfucker strategize on some different shit. Then ain't nobody up for that. And see, that's why I can't. It's like, what are we really doing here? They gotta move the way they gotta move. I gotta move the way I gotta move, because I know how to at least get up to a certain dimension where I can be like, oh, let's program this part of the matrix this way. Let's program this vector space differently. Let's at least put it in there. It'll get done. And I have purposely have not been doing that for Black Americans for the last couple of months, because I am still crafting out and still studying what the hell is going on in terms of this behemoth, there's a layer. How do I say this? There's a layer of, again, this gatekeeping black shit that has nothing to do with Boule. Because again, this system it's so fragile that it has to have melanin power to protect it. That's why, like, when they were saying that the American Indians was talking crazy, because they were saying that it's the Black Europeans is secretly in control. When they were saying Steve Coakley was trying to wake all this shit up about how this stuff really works. And what he meant was that, like, and we know this, like, there are black people that are gatekeeping this system. But my thing is, for me spiritually, I know that the Boule is not my problem. They're not really my threat to the Black Americans getting to where I need to get to, as well as even community building. They're not the ones that spiritually that I see that is in the way. There is literally a behemoth of controlled opposition that's pro-black. Like this, it's like a fake conscious community. It's like something where they have taken an oath to this system to keep it in play. And it's like a honeypot. It's a honey trap, because anybody that stand out, that start talking like, say, like a Fred Hampton or a Malcolm X or a Zero No Hurston, that group, that controlled opposition group of people who come off as pro-black, they have to immediately attack that person and get them out the paint or bring them into the fold. And so I haven't been putting a lot of craftsmanship out interdimensionally for Black Americans at this time, and I will start again. It has to be the right energy, the right momentum, and everything. But now we got to just actually be more in the form of a destroyer before I can be a creator in that sense, because there is certain things that just have to be destroyed. And I actually told you guys before it happened of what would be going down. Regardless of how shadow banned I am, or whoever you heard it, or who said it first, I know for a fact that I said first that we would be tearing down that music industry, that we would be, I have the emails to prove it, as well as I said it publicly on my YouTube channel, that the music industry would fall, that the shipping strikes would happen. That was a year ago, about the strikes with the shipping stuff. I already said that a year ago that it was going to happen. It's not this is the way the system wants it to be, because they don't want people to be prepared. People could have prepared for that. Some shit I already had said. I already said what was going to happen with the exposure in the music industry a year ago. People could have prepared for that. Literally, so it is what it is. But when it comes to what I'm thinking of and what needs to be done, that got to be torn down. And I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what nobody say, because I know spiritually that is the appendage that is blocking real fucking progress. Real motherfuckers that's like, okay, they got real frameworks, real ideas, real blueprints, things that can be actualized, good fucking, good intentions, good energy. Anybody that fits that narrative at this current time, you're going to become on the radar of Mason pro-black controlled opposition, who will report you, and they will set up traps to get you to walk in, whether it be a honeypot. They, for one, try to bring you into their little thing, see if you're going to take the oath, and if you're not, they will set up a honeypot to either kill you or have you discredited on some other ways, whether or just say you're crazy or something, and start calling them out. And so I am setting up traps for them now. Like it's like I have to go scorch earth on a motherfucker that will go scorch earth on me. I have to go scorch earth on a system that will go scorch earth on me, a system that I know has tried to kill me, a system I know has tried to blacklist me, financially terrorize me, turn my family and friends against me, label me crazy. I have to bust back then. I have to fight back. What do y'all expect somebody to do? They're not the victims. You can't try to manipulate me into saying, oh, you the bad guy because you want revenge, or you want, I've been going through this shit for 10 fucking years. What the fuck do y'all expect? What the fuck? And especially after I sent warnings. Sent warning in 2022. Sent warning in 2023. And so now here it is. Publicly. People still came for me. People still, we talking about people. We talking about organizations, secret societies, the government, COINTELPRO. Motherfuckers still came for me. And so obviously, at some point, so you have to fight. What the fuck do you think somebody is going to do? And I'm talking about spiritually. I'm not planning nothing or plotting nothing or anything, but I'm talking about if somebody is coming for me, and all I know is I want to help people, and my only concern is enlightenment for myself. And if I can help other people along the way, that's what I would do. Spreading love, spreading peace. I want to see heaven on earth, but I have to change myself in order to see my loci of optics change, which I understand that. I totally understand that. And so it's like, okay, now it's on like Donkey Kong, because now I know how to subjectively program my own state of consciousness, which is why I created the Nocte philosophy. Again, way too early for my time, and I understand that. I know I'm sticking out like a fucking beacon, and it's like the nail that sticks up should be hammered down, and that means shadow ban. So I get that, and again, I'm not saying I'm no victim. I know I set off alarms. I know I talk my shit. I done piss people off, powerful people off, whatever. They come at me, whatever. I've been under spiritual attack like a motherfucker. I'm telling you, I eat it. I attack that, whatever we got to do. And I also don't think like, like, oh, I'm on in a war where I got to fight, or like, I raise my vibration a certain level and handle it accordingly. But I also do know that, yeah, that, you could feel when motherfuckers is getting at you spiritually. And then you have to be, there's a fine line between paranoia and like, if somebody's really fucking with you. Right. And so, you have to keep your bearings and whatnot. But yeah, but I feel like the delineation movement should be called Resurgence Movement, because we're talking about, again, the appendages of operating activities for Black Americans that transcend this system. I don't care about nothing about this establishment. I don't care nothing about the protocols or the way they say we got to do something. Oh, we can't use black to do this. Oh, we can't use race. We can't get this. They can't do nothing. They say we don't get nothing done in politics. Okay, so your politics is fucked up. So let's do my politics then. Your politics strategy, your system of politics, which is based on blackmail, which is why you see the shit. That's why you see these indictments. That's why you see motherfuckers getting and you guys only focused on Eric Adams. It was a bunch of judges and a bunch of mayors and a bunch of politicians that resigned. I just focus. He's just the most famous one because he's New York City. New York City is like the Vatican. Like that's like, like come on, it's NYC. So you're gonna know about that, but y'all don't know about these other all these mayors, all these other motherfuckers that's under power too. They come under fire for doing bribery and stuff. So your politics is based on bribery. Your politics is based on blackmail. Your politics is based on fucking and sucking. Like so we done with that method. Then your systems is free falling. Your system's got to free fall in order for a new system to take place where people who want to do real governance of people, like real governance, like that's what politics is. Governance of civilizations, governance of empire. America is an empire. And so your politics has to be in line with that. That's why we believe in radical ethics. Radical ethics, our ethos, our credos, our logos. What is our logic behind politics? What is our ethics behind politics? When I say politics, I'm not talking about American politics. I'm talking about governance politics, not the order politics. Like, we believe in systems that are efficient, systems that are fair, systems that are balanced, systems where, motherfuckers that want to step up to the plate and govern motherfuckers through their ideas and plans and proposals and shit that they got. They get to get through the door and they get to, okay, let's see what you're talking about. Okay, whether that be at the local level, state level, federal level. That's what my definition of this is what I thought when I said I wanted to run for city council. When I'm running for president, I said that's where my mind is at. I ain't thinking about becoming, taking no oath, sucking and fucking nobody. None of that. I got ideas. Y'all know I do this, and my ideas get implemented. I put something out there, speak my heck up right on this damn YouTube airwave, knowing that the satellite's gonna pick it up no matter who only 2 people, 3 people watching, whatever. And I already know that all 6,000 satellites can pick up whatever I'm saying. And then obviously the motherfuckers that they got me on their little watch list, somebody gonna get it to whoever need to get to, and it's gonna get fucking implemented. And so, that's my definition of politics. That's the Black American definition of politics. Good governance, fair governance. That's why we said when this system need to be turned over to the rightful bloodline, it's not because we trying to get revenge or lock people out or enact what we think need to, what people have done to us, we gonna do back to other people. That's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking of like, your systems are fucked up because you stole this information, you stole this knowledge, you had your time, you guys played like little kids, you fucked up a lot of shit, you didn't know what you were doing, your systems are jacked up. And so, okay, get handed over to the people that are the heirs that you tried to kill off, and let them run this shit and get this shit together, and then they'll turn it back over to I don't want to get too deep, I'm gonna get too deep, but we'll give it over to the humans. I just say that. But yeah, right now, like no, like politics is about good governance, and we don't have that. We don't see that. We see bullshit. Look what's going on in FEMA with the situation with the Hurricane Helene. They're only talking about giving them people $750 because they spent all of the money for illegal migrants. They said they spent. There's no more money left, guys. Americans. We gave it all the way to overseas illegal immigrants in other countries and whatnot. So we don't have nothing left for you guys. Sorry, guys. So they had to have the Good Samaritan organization come out. Random citizens had to come out and with their organizations and actually help American people. The Good Samaritan organization was doing a lot of work last week and this week over there. You know, like literally just there. You know, Trump had to do a whole fucking GoFundMe, raise millions for the American people to give back to give to the victims of Hurricane Helene. Helene. He also they also had to set up. There are satellite systems for satellite phones and satellite communications to get back on the internet and to communicate with one another. Private citizens did that. Private citizens, like your systems are free falling. You can, if y'all can't see that, I don't know what else to tell y'all. And we trying to have this controlled demolition to where it's comfortable for everybody, so we don't just jerk all the American people. We know everybody's is not there yet. We know that level of awareness, and we like, okay, so we'll slowly do this shit. Imagine if I go, this shit does free fall, like boom, like like whoa. But you know, it's like we're trying to get it like beep, 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 beep. But you know, we also it has to be an awakening, and we have to have the people with the actual prana be in on the side of righteousness, on the right side of history, in order to get this shit to work for us in our favor. Because we talking about primordial energies, primordial spirits, and ancestral spirits. That's like, you know, if you fucking with Black Americans, you know, let's get it. Let what y'all want, we'll do it. But when they see motherfuckers trying to sell us out, when they see Black Americans wanting to go into their system to take it for $1, to take $1 to sell their own people out, to take $1 for money, or want to take an oath to say satanic system that's falling, free falling. So it's like, okay, you don't even have the discernment and awareness to see that your system is falling. What the fuck are y'all doing? Okay, so okay, destroy your time. We got to show you better than we can tell you. We got to shake some shit up a little bit before we can get to where we got to get. And it happens. It gets ugly before it gets better. It's nothing new. It ain't nothing new. And so, you know, that's where we're at. Let me make sure. Did my order come? Okay, guys. I got to get my groceries. So we're going to take just a small little break. Small little break. Because we got to this is something that's very important to me. So help me God. And I also calm down. So we're gonna take just a little intermission break. Remember, I do gotta go get my groceries, so I'm not I didn't leave yet. I'm just taking a break. Okay, just one more minute. I'm just putting this last of the groceries up. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know why I be trying to schedule it to where it doesn't. My grocery don't come and I don't be getting like no lot of groceries, but like I be trying to get it to where it don't interfere with the recording of my video, but it did. Maybe I should have just waited. But anyways, when we talk about like my definition of politics, that's what we're talking about. The level of governance of that is based on fine ethos, credos, and logos of running an empire. And you do that with individuals who obviously will run as a republic, in the republic or whatever, um, and through their merits and their ideas and the things that their proposals that through fair voting or fair mechanisms, they get those positions. Even if you did want to still run it based on bloodline, they still lock out even those in the part of the bloodline. They will. I mean, look at what RFK went through with the Democratic Party. They will lock you out still, even if you're a bloodliner, like a royal American blood family. That's a part of the whole system. They will still lock certain people out if you won't play their game. And so that is what I'm pushing up against. I know that most people are afraid to push up against that, but I mean, the systems are free falling anyways. So I can see that. And so when we talk about the appendages of operating activities for the Blaque Americans, the Resurgence movement, it deals with component of intentional community building, cultural collation. That's where your delineation falls under. So delineation will fall under the cultural apparatus building of the resurgence movement. Because when we talk about resurgence, we're talking about dominance, leadership. It's not enough just to delineate. Delineate from what and then what? What is the productive value? You have no strategy for power. And so then obviously you have our group economics. We have talking about an enterprise architecture here. We have our political space, and then obviously the political appendage again is not based off of the current establishment. The political appendage is based on what is good governance and how do we do this interdimensionally until we see that we can penetrate on a physical realm. Again, that has to be done as a team. You don't need all 50 million Black Americans, but you need some powerful ass Black Americans that's not bought and paid for. That's pretty much all you need. You need at least a good 5 to 10 of y'all motherfuckers. I mean, I'm pushing shit just alone as a priest, as a high priestess, as a primordial. I'm pushing shit just single handedly, just pushing stuff like week after week. Just and you could see that the timelines speak for themselves. Like my Twitter timeline shows of when I say there was going to be whistleblowers. We got 4 whistleblowers in the span of 10 days. I said on September 17th, we need more whistleblowers. I will make this happen. We need more whistleblowers. And we got, and I was saying in a variety. For one, we wanted them in intelligence. We wanted them in government to come forward, and we want more. And so in 10 days, 4 whistleblowers from one from an intelligence agency, one from Secret Service, one from FEMA, and then the other one from the DOJ. And so we talk about major whistleblowing, like oh shit, like stuff that went viral just in those 10 days. So I'm pushing shit just single handedly. When I've said we need this for the housing, I mean, look at that tarot video with housing. That's not a coincidence. No one has that many coincidences. I'm just not, just the crazy lady. But like that's uncanny amount of coincidences. That's uncanny. We're talking about 6 months on a weekly basis. Like this is gonna happen. That's gonna happen. This needs to happen. That's unnatural. Like that's there's something deeper going on. It's not that it's unnatural, it's actually supernatural, but there's something deeper going on here. So that's what I've been trying to tell Black Americans, that we have to do this interdimensionally, as a small group, as a new order. They don't want to buy it because they are part of the Mason order or whatever. They still own that. And I'm telling you that our ancestors don't really want anything to do with that anymore, because the knowledge was stolen. Though the knowledge was originally melanated, it was stolen, and that's not the way we want to move. Our ancestors just don't want that, and they're not going to budge on it. They don't care whatever. If anybody that's a part of that, that's working for that, whatever you're trying to push on that level in 2024 and beyond, maybe in the past, but now that they kind of they don't want anything to do with that. That's them. I can only answer to what they want. They can only work through their epigenetics through me. They can only work. Our ancestors work through us. We are our ancestors. Your cell memory consciousness, through the way you walk, the way you move. Sometimes some of you are more, especially if you're a female, them spirits can go, some of your ancestral spirits that are real high power, and hopefully you're working with righteous ancestors and not intranquil ones, they will come over and work through you at will. When they want you to do something, when they need you to say something, when they need you to write something. Them books that I write, the way that I talk, the way that my ancestors, righteous ass ancestors, and some of them are not even all necessarily blood related. Some just decided to take me on because they want to fuck with me. Some of it just like, oh, we like that girl. Like your Malcolm X's and your Zora Neale Hurston's. Like we like what the fuck she talking about. This is what we was talking about. We ain't talking. We don't want nothing to do with this this controlled opposition. Pro-Black industrial complex. I'm telling you, the energy is so stagnant. That's why they're trying to hurry up and go to authenticate Black men. They want to go to authenticate Black men and brainwash them and tell them, see, the system's coming after us. Look what they doing to P. Diddy. Look what they doing to this. That motherfucker worked with the white supremacist stuff. Why would he spend 30 years fucking over his community and working with them boys, working with them white boys, and dogging us and dragging us through the mud and all this stuff. Now that his contract is up, now that Lucifer comes to collect, now they want to go to the Black men, the authenticate Black men, and harness their kinetic energy to pretty much wash P. Diddy's karma through righteous Black men. That's literally, this is occult ritual. See, I don't know, if you don't know the occult, then anybody can brainwash you. It's called spiritual money laundering. It happens all the time. They try to do that shit to me. I'm like, hell no. Ain't no spiritual money laundering over here. Spiritual money laundering is money laundering. It's where you clean your karma or your bullshit through someone else's energy and then take it back and sacrifice them. And so that I saw that's what they trying to do with this whole get Black men to stand up, get righteous Black men who had nothing to ever do with their system, never took a deal, never sold out, never fucked over their people, don't fuck over nobody, do the right thing. They need y'all to go and defend P. Diddy, to give P. Diddy kinetic energy credence. That's a swiping of energy. That's a swiping of karma. It's called Masonic credit swiping. Y'all about to get played. And I'm like, y'all can do whatever you want, right? But at least be aware of what's going on. Long as you're aware of it, then you're aware. And you have to be aware that there are Black people that are masters of this craft. They are masters of this stuff. And they are not, beneath no white people or underneath no system or none of that. They programming this matrix just like my motherfucking asses. They just doing it for they death code, the satanic death code system that they took an oath to. And I have to do it for my shit that I want to do, the shit that I want to see, the real revelations, real enlightenment, real empowerment, real peace on earth, real heaven on earth. Through my shit, through what I want to do. I can't go into their shit. And if that disappoints people, or that make people mad, or they feel like, okay, you done fucked up, you pissed people off because you know, then so be it. I can't go into their shit. They know that. They know that. And so when people are trying to push, like, I can't be pushed and bought in that manner. They don't have, the system doesn't have anything to offer me, because I can see that it's an illusion. I already know it's illusion. What can you give that person if they already had developed awareness of consciousness, and they will not let you trample on their free will? That's any human. There's nothing special. That doesn't make me special. I'm just saying, any human that realizes that the system is screwed. Then that's why they don't want anybody to know these things. But yes, Resurgence Movement for the Black American, focusing on our operating activities, our culture. That's your education. That's your delineation. That's your authentic media, your music, your dancing, coming together, preserving culture, and that is where the delineation falls underneath the cultural aspects, underneath the Resurgence Movement. Then you have your group economics. We already know what group economics is. Claude Anderson talked about that. If you don't like Claude Anderson's plan, there's other plans. There's new 2.0, 3.0. We got AI. We got Ethereum. You know, people don't like cryptocurrency, whatever. Build your own ledger technology. Build your own crypto shit. Like, we could do anything. Build our own barter economy using our own advanced apps, our QR codes to fucking pay for shit based off of service points and service points. Or you could either do it through service points or through bartering. Like, I wrote about all this stuff. This stuff is things that we can start small by small. You don't need to be all 40 million of us, 50. It don't even need to be 100 of us. It can literally be, at this point where I'm at with it, like, I'll take 10 good motherfuckers and just let the rest of this shit. Because I already know that with 10 good people that can do something interdimensionally, they can change the whole matrix. They can program it for whatever they want. That's where we at. That's why they don't want you to know the true knowledge of your own mystery sciences that they stole from you. They won't want you to think spiritually at all. They want you to think very physical based, because physical based means you're stuck in the fucking matrix where you're going through their shit. When you think spiritually, you're like, oh, hold up. I understand kinetic energy. I understand the laws of thermodynamics and how to change them. And like, we're going to go high, where the Godhead at. And now we really got to have some power on high to change this bitch. And we're not talking about no going prayer and all this stuff. No, we're talking about actively using kinetic energy, our own, being aware of the electric field, static energy, magnetism, that's electromagnetism, being aware of how that interacts and being able to shift things. You're pretty much coding it. You're coding your computer like a computer programmer. You know, you sit at your computer program and you code it. That's all we got to do as Black Americans. That's from the mental space. Especially with that level of power. You say you got melanin. Melanin ain't gonna save no treacherous sellout bitch. I'm letting y'all know that now. And you ain't gonna sit up there and come. And I know a person spent 30 years working in a white supremacist system to fuck over Black Americans, screw over Black women and Black men. P. Diddy. And then all of a sudden, maybe they get an epiphany, or they realize that all of a sudden they realize racism, and then they want to come to authenticate Black Americans to do some spiritual money laundering, credit swiping, to where they can clean their energy through us, and then we give them kinetic energy to possibly walk whatever they gonna do, but they don't truly give a fuck about us still. So I'm not letting it happen. Y'all can let that happen. I already understand how warlocks work, how wizardry work. Not all of it, but enough to where I can see some bullshit. I know I don't caught people in lies, and I'm seeing motherfuckers lying to Black Americans, all types of shit. Y'all don't do the research. They think you're dumb. I don't think you're dumb. They think you're dumb. They know you ain't gonna look and research nothing. See, now you ain't gonna sit up there and tell a bunch of shit, and then I ain't gonna look it up or something. And that's why they don't like me. And so, mind mapping. Let's talk about mind mapping. Mind mapping. 3-tiered approach to a reparation strategy. I don't even think we should be calling this reparations anymore. Now, if y'all want to sit up there and be hard-headed and stubborn off of principle and not strategy, there's a time to be principled. And there's a time to strategize and go to war. And so we talk about, there was a bunch of Black Americans saying, hey guys, because I guess they had a room with Jamel Hill. Jamel Hill. I want to say she's a sports commentator or something. But they had a room with Jamel Hill, and I didn't stay in the room the whole time. I think I spent like about 5 minutes total in there. Um, but people were questioning her about some things she said about black men and her perspective on reparations, her perspectives on, excuse me, delineation and whatnot. And she was speaking, and so what we do know is that she said something to the effect of, reparations is dead on arrival. If a politician decides to run on that, if they had that a part of their campaign, then they're not going to get funded. It's not going to be taken serious. And so after that took place, after that conversation with Jamel Hill took place, the Black Americans started asking, like, well, why, like, what would we do about this? Like, well, how do you get around this? Like, if it's dead on arrival, like, what about our Black American politicians who we know will give us tangibles, who we know will ride out for us? Like, how do we prevent them into not going and how do we prevent them into going into the system and no longer doing things for the community that they belong to, or speaking up for the community that they care about? Like, how can we prevent that? And they got that's on purpose. They have that set up on purpose, where as soon as a candidate talk about reparations, up, you're done. Oh, we can't take you serious. Oh, we gonna put you as a protest candidate, or even if they let you in the establishment, yeah, you could run or whatever, but they never gonna get you the funding. Certain corporations are not gonna fuck with you, whatever, or back you, whatever. Um, so all that needs to change. And all that needs to change. And yes, this could be publicly. I would prefer to have done this privately, but again, I can only talk with authenticate media, authenticate Black Americans. I can only hope that the kinetic energy of my Hecka is out there enough through these satellites, no matter how much my shit is shadow banned, that somebody would hear it and start to move with what I'm going to say in this video. So I'm okay with it being public. Obviously, if we had a think tank, or if we had something that was more private, then we could do that. And obviously, that's something we could discuss privately on a more high level, and that would be ideal. But at this time, I'm not discussing nothing with no think tanks that I know is Masonic, or that I know is working for this fucking government to keep our people enslaved. I'm not doing it. I'm not impressed by that. I think it's abhorrent to even call my energy to even do something like that. And so we discuss it on public, because we ain't really got shit to hide. I ain't saying nothing illegal. It's just high level strategy. If you don't get add to it, or take certain parts of it and leave other parts out, or add something that or enhance it. Enhance it. Shit. But yes, when we talk about the mind mapping that we need to do around the reparation strategy, I said we have a 3-tiered approach that deals with it legally, legislatively, and at the executive level. And a 3-tiered, we would ideally, the 3-tiered approach will occur simultaneously, which means that it's occurring at the same time. And this 3-tiered approach, which is legal, legislative, judicial, and executive, I have to say, um, as far as the people that work on that, ideally they would all be in some sort of conglomerate together, or understanding or order together. They don't have to work on each, they don't have to work on each branch together. They can be a faction that just decides to deal with it legally, a faction of it decides to deal with it legislatively, and a faction of it that works to get it at the executive level. 3-tiered approach, all in conglomerate, all together. So just a triangulation method. Just think of it. Let's look at the triangulation method. Let's actually look at it, and I'll get into what that looks like. We're gonna dive deep into this, and I don't have like any notes in front of me, so I am kind of going. I have notes, but I don't have it like, you know, like a presentation. Maybe I should have did maybe more of a presentation, but let's see. So we're talking about multiple sources. When we talk about triangulation, we're talking about a methodological triangulation, where we're and this one is more so from, this is not really the definition I want to use, but because we're not doing data or research, but we're talking about from a military scientific point of view. We're doing a triangulation method where we are using different points of methods on the same topic, on the same situation. So here where we have different stakeholders, but it's related to the same situation. So we have different stakeholders related to reparations. Okay, we have different stakeholders in the judicial, and the executive, and the legislative, that is related to getting reparations. Now, I think that the term reparations no longer needs to be used. I think it needs to be a new term that is clandestine, that Black Americans disseminate and know what they're talking about, or even those that are in politicians, other politicians may know what we're talking about. For instance, I gave a video. I did a like I'm gonna say it was like maybe 5 hour like strategy on exponential lineage injury. You could say that based on historical disparities. Like instead of like you have to word things a certain way to get shit done. I'm not saying talk over people's heads purposely, but sometimes you do need to. It's not good if you're teaching or anything, but like sometimes if you know that you're dealing with a system that okay, say the system already knows what that there's disparities. They already know that there's a racial wealth gap. They already know that racism exists. They already know that there's a racial stratification caste system. The government knows that. They are well aware of that. They've perfected it. So right here, I was talking about this was 5 months ago. But I talked about I do a lot of shit talking. I don't be meaning no harm. I just be talking my shit. April 14, 2024, I did a video 6 hours long about exponential lineage injury, grassroots media. I would change that to authenticate media. I'm not using that term grassroots anymore. Authenticate media, esoteric wisdom. So yeah, we got a little esoteric and into the occult in this video as well. But we're talking about the exponential lineage injury based on the latent functions of historical disparity. Obviously, latent functions of historical disparity would translate to slavery. But when we're talking about the exponential lineage injury, we're looking at like an EMA, exponential moving average, where the weight of the harm is based on what you can quantify in today's time in terms of getting the empirical quantification of the actual number. That is more beneficial for the executive and legislative aspect of it. Now, we said it's a three-tiered approach. So on one end, and this what let's deal with it as we're moving up. Let's go back a bit. So we have a group of people that think that reparations is a legal matter, right? That would be the group, the faction that will tackle exponential lineage injury based on, they could probably just say slavery, right? Because they have their cases, they have their treaties, they have their genealogy. They know that they were affected by slavery. They got the slave ledgers. They could probably even do it way more in depth if you do it. Those that tackle it from the legal manner, again, you're all working as a conglomerate, but you realize that you have factions. We're talking about high level organizing here. The faction, the legal faction. These, you don't even have to be a lawyer. You can be a well versed in law yourself, but don't let them try to convince you that you have to be a lawyer to do this type of work. You could be an authenticate Black American, all on your own, and y'all work together as a team to push this legally. And that could be going through whatever ways y'all want to do that. I ain't gonna act like I know about no law, nothing like that, because I don't. I mean, I know a little bit of the stuff you research, but as far as like reparations as a legal matter, no, I don't know much about that. So I'm not going to act like I do. But I do think that there are people that do. And I think that they should work as a faction to carve that out, because it does require a lot of concrete evidence to prove who was harmed and what those harm were, and then the quantification of the payment. And that requires genealogy. That requires having your story together. That requires having any treaties that may have been violated. That requires the actual case being structured a certain way. So now those that go with reparations as a legal matter, maybe you do exponential lineage injury based on slavery, the latent functions of slavery, but also slavery itself. Then you can add in Jim Crow and all that stuff, but you have to be able to prove that case for those who, and that would be for those individuals who decide to take that on, as well as maybe anybody else in the collective of Black America who also knows for a fact that they are a descendant of slaves. Now, many of us are of the Black American lineage, right? Like many of it, we know we Black Americans, but not all of us are a descendant of slaves. Not all of us have a lot of proof, a lot of proof. Even if we do, maybe we may have heard of oral history, but maybe we don't have them slave ledgers, or maybe you gotta go to the Church of Mormon or whatever to get all these documentations or whatnot, or even your genealogy may not concretely allude to you being a descendant of slaves. And so when we talk about the legal matter, all that has to be proven. It's a lot of work. I'm not interested in that. Do I believe it's a component that is a legal matter? Sure. Sure, you could charge the United States with genocide and ethnocide, and sure, you could charge them with historical crimes, and the need for restitution based on those on slavery and Jim Crow and all that in a legal sense. Yes, I think that there's a case for that. Of course, it's just that to me that seems like more of a behemoth. But I do think that there needs to be a group of Black Americans that work on that, that are authenticate, that even have some people that maybe you have a one lawyer or two. Maybe there is no lawyer. Maybe y'all a self-taught lawyer, but you have you know someone with expertise in law or attorney or something, or even a professor or something, or someone that has some idea of how that works. I think that again, we're talking about three-tiered approach, different methods for the same situation, working as a conglomerate. Okay, working as one organization, but three different approaches, but you're all on the same team. There's no competition. There's no who gets it done first, because it's tackled on three tiers. So if it gets done on all three tiers, it gets done. And the way I'm talking about it being set up is it's like it don't have to necessarily coincide with one another, because the legal matter of reparations from slavery, that's more historical. That's more something that's concrete. And when we talk about the legislative aspects, disregard all that shit you know about the task forces and about the shit. Again, don't approach me with that nonsense. Like I don't think like nothing to do with this establishment or this system. So if you come to me with that, then it's not going. I don't think like that. Okay, I build systems. I build orders. I don't sit and just follow whatever. Now when we talk about like the legislative aspect, throw away everything that you may have known about how to do this, about some task force strategy and all that shit. But we're talking about the exponential lineage injury. Yeah, you could form a task force around it, but I wouldn't recommend it. But maybe at the local level, whatever, legislative, whatever. Exponential lineage injury, we're talking about the quantifiable aspects of the latent functions of historical disparity. You see the way I just said that? Someone say you're a Black American that's running for as a politician, whatever level you're running at. You need to frame that as that on your website. And then when Black Americans talk to you, you go amongst Black Americans, then you can discuss that, what that means. But you should not be going to run as a politician as just a reparations candidate. I don't think you need to. And I don't think it's selling out if you don't use that. But I do think you should have something on your website. And I do think you should use very clandestine, intelligent language. Um, and people could research that what they think that means for themselves. But when we talk about exponential lineage injury, we're talking about things that you can quantify in 2024. Latent functions of historical disparity means that you suffer from it today: medical apartheid, racial wealth gap, uh, disparities in education, disparities in food deserts, inadequate housing. Those things that you can prove today that we know is a latent function of historical disparities. One of which, or multiples of which, would include redlining, Jim Crow, war on drugs, uh, restriction covenants, black codes, and slavery. Okay. Now you don't even need to put all that on the website. You could just say historical disparities, and we know what the fuck historical disparities is. We know what they are. We did the research is already done. There needs to be no study because the research is already done. And we're talking about like 5,000 pages of research that proves like the numbers already. You have the numbers, but even if we wanted to redo the numbers, maybe you have see at the legislative level, maybe the team that's working on it at the legislative level, maybe you do have an economist that can recrunch those numbers, because they do need to redo those numbers, not backwards from the point of slavery to 2024. You do it from 2020 or whatever the year you're working on is, 2025, 2026, whatever. You do it from today's time and then go backwards. That's how the calculation can be done. That's the only way it makes sense. You have to quantify that. That's why we say treat it like an EMA, an exponential moving average. Treat it like that. Exponential lineage injury, where you're going based off of what you could quantify in today's time. We're talking about if y'all was really serious and really wanted direct payment, cash payment. I mean, you ain't getting no direct cash payment for if you do the calculation backwards. If you started from slavery to 2024, you ain't getting no damn reparations. That's just obvious. There's none of you were slaves. They're gonna tell you none of you were slaves. Or you no, but if you do it backwards, exponential lineage, put the weight on today, because you have the numbers, you can empirically quantify that, and then go backwards. It makes more sense. And and obviously, again, do they give me shake? They know everything I be saying be making sense. Like, I'm telling you, over the years, so many of my ideas have been funneled into think tanks, have been funneled into politics, not even just for Blaque American shit. Like on I already proved that. I already showed the details of that. So it's not like I'm saying what I'm saying don't make sense. They know what I'm saying makes sense. Is just that they don't get. They already sold you out. They don't give a fuck because they already have an agenda. And that's what I'm saying. You have to work with the authenticate Blaque Americans. Authenticate. You have to have a resurgence movement of authenticate energy. Because if you try to go through, it's not, and again, it's not just the y'all talk about the Boulets did this, that ain't they not no threat to nothing that you got to do. They really not. It's the motherfucker that will act like they for you, look like you, talk like you, act like they down for the cause or whatever, and be behind the scenes setting up all types of honey pots, all types of honey traps, all types of COINTELPRO shit, all types of Project Phoenix type shit on your ass. And I know for a fact that's what happened to me in that space. Those are the threats. The people that can, and I'm telling you, they have a whole industrial complex of this pro-black controlled opposition bullshit, and y'all just can't see it. They are there to cause distraction and neutralization and to fuck with you. It's a honeypot, and I got caught up in it, so I know what it looks like. So, you know, it's not like what I'm saying don't make sense. It's just like it makes too much sense, and it's too much of a threat to the system. And so, oh no, we can't do that. Oh no, you gotta go. Oh no, we gotta shut her up. Oh no, we have to deal. We have to find a way to make this person come off crazy. Whatever we got to do, if we can't kill them, because they have already tried and has failed multiple times with the poisoning, all types of shit that I done went through. And yeah, again, everybody got these plausible deniability, but the phone calls that I've had over the last 3 years will prove that there's a lot of credence to what I'm saying. And then the thing is, it's like, how do I get access to the motherfucking phone records? Because I'm like, I know what the fuck I heard. I know if somebody else was sitting like the DOJ was just sitting, or whoever, just somebody just with ethics and honor, because you can't even trust our government, but could just look at it and be like, okay, this person is definitely on to something. They already know, but they just gotta try to cover up for the people that they control. They gotta cover up for their assets because they fucked up. So they have to cover up for their assets. And that is a white establishment, secret society that's covering for these pro-black niggas. I know that for a fact. I know that they hiding behind them. And so, because I can see that, and because the average Black American can't, then I'm the bad guy. And I take that hit because I already know that one day you guys will see exactly it's inevitable. It's inevitable because I know the day and time we in, and I know the frustration of our ancestors, and I know that it's time for whoop ass. I know it's time to release the Kraken on these motherfuckers because they've been stagnating this damn community, purposely getting motherfuckers knocked off. They got Darren Seals knocked off. They got Nipsey Hussle knocked off. They got all them all them activists in Ferguson. 18 of them all knocked off. Real motherfucking authenticate Black Americans knocked off that you'll never even hear of. And that was the plan for my ass. Not gonna get knock this bitch off. The crazy thing not working. Okay, what the fuck we gonna do? And so like the whole thing is okay, massive extreme shadow, but whatever we could do, like just they literally I know I'm telling you, you could feel it. And my thing is, well, they stuff got a free fall too, that we could really get at each other. We could have a standoff. I don't give a fuck. Because I'm not beholden to none of y'all shit. And so if we gotta let shit free fall and destroy whatever's in our way, then that's what the fuck we gotta do. Because we not dealing with no unrighteousness. We don't give a fuck about y'all satanic death cult system. We don't give a fuck about it. And so yes, there's collateral damage. All this stuff I keep hearing these Americans talking about white hats and black hats. It's all a psyop. It's not real. We got galactic motherfuckers here, good and bad, right or wrong, and that's all muddled. Because if somebody got to die for us, if we got to have collateral damage for the greatest utility of what we want as far as our mission, and that's what will happen. Utility, the greatest utility with the least harm. But it doesn't mean that there's not going to be collateral damage. And so I heard Americans talking about like, oh, why is the white hats letting people die? It's nothing but wizards and warlocks and occultists. Masons in different orders, different bloodlines, Dracos and that's running this system. Wake up. White hats and black hats. What are y'all talking about? That was some psyop shit. Yeah, we put that out there. It is what it is. I didn't have control over that. But I'm saying whoever was telling y'all that, yeah, that they have to work a certain way. We have to put things in ways you guys can understand it without freaking people out. My thing is my team, my people, we are much more advanced than that. And we can't dumb things down that much. Like that white hats, black hats, wake up. It's like a spiritual war going on. And so if you come from what y'all call white, what does that even mean? White hat and black hat. Why do y'all want to see things as good and bad? It's so like that don't even make any sense in our realm. We believe in righteousness, but if somebody busts up at us, we will bust your motherfucking head off. We don't give a shit about nothing. Like we don't like. Why do y'all think like there's not going to be collateral damage? Why do y'all think that somebody that can control the weather is not going to control the weather? That side or this side. Why do y'all think like I don't understand? Like it's getting real. Y'all have to wake up and know nobody's coming to save you. You have to save yourself, and that every human has this power. And if y'all were to say, look, we're done with a matrix system. We ain't playing a game no more. I just had these humans tell my son, we all playing a game just one way or the other, just at different levels. What happens if we leave the matrix? Create your own motherfucking matrix. What the hell is what I can't. Create your own shit. Create your own parallel universe. Create your own subjective programming. Stop letting them program you. Create your own vector space of your own matrix. Let's create it. Like you have to do that together and collectively or even individually. I don't understand, like, what means you playing a game? I'm not playing no game. I didn't agree to no game. I don't consent. Why are y'all playing the game? You ain't getting nothing out of it. You got to work 40 hours a week. Your housing is too much. The rent is too much. The food is too high. Nobody is giving us anything for the Republicans or the Democrats. You Americans want to play a game, and you don't even smart enough to ask for the demand of fucking UBI. You want me to be in your matrix? Pay me, motherfucker. Fuck you, pay me. Why aren't y'all even saying that? Like, okay, yeah, this matrix system sucks. I don't have to be here. I don't have to do this. I don't have to follow this. UBI time, motherfuckers. The powers that be, the elites, the Dracos, y'all gonna have to pay me to be in this motherfucking system. Because y'all like to drain energy anyways. Don't y'all like to harvest? So yeah, I'm gonna sit on this motherfucking computer, talk my shit, eat my little takeout, whatever I do, chill, do my little chill, and y'all gonna motherfucking pay me. And that's what y'all gotta say as Americans, whatever you're doing. AI is coming. Y'all already know these things. At least demand the UBI. Like, how you gonna sit in a matrix? You getting fucked over day in, day out. They make you working 40 hours a week. You gotta pay your car note, pay your rent, pay your housing, pay all these bills, pay taxes on every dollar that you earn, pay all these motherfucking taxes, pay for fruits and vegetables, pay for water that's free, pay for fruits and vegetables that's free. Why would you take an oath to that system? Why would you expect me to go into that system or to lend credence to that? You should be just as uncomfortable as me. But no, y'all want to sell me out and throw me to the wolves. And let one person think that y'all think could come and save y'all. And y'all don't want to save yourself. Y'all don't want to do the work as humanity, period. They need you more than you need them. Hopefully y'all wake up one day and realize that, because you damn sure should be saying or whatever we got to do to transition it smoother. These corporations, man, y'all tripping. But let me get back to the second part of the legislative, the second tier of the reparations, which would be legislative. And again, you don't have to use exponential lineage injury. It could be anything. Come up with something different. Redress, historical disparity redress program. There's all types of programs, like you could just name it anything. But you don't have to just say the word reparations for slavery, because none of us were slaves, and then a lot of us don't have that documentation to necessarily prove that at this time. And especially if you're going to sit up there and say, because you're from Africa, y'all can hang that up. That Africa, I mean, I ain't got no beef with Africa at all. I actually wish Africa the best. Pray for Africa. Trying to, if I get done what we got to do with Blaque Americans, yeah, we'll go over there and help y'all out too. But right now, we trying to do this stuff here with this system, the controlled demolition here, get it to where it needs to be for Blaque Americans, where Blaque Americans can have some say, not some say into what's going on in their very fucking lives, So right now, the focus is there. but on the system at large, because I have to work from top down spiritually. I can't work from the low level that we at, and people still hung up in race constructs and all that. I can't, because I know the universe don't work that way. I know God don't care about shit like that humans care about, and so I can't work from that angle. But yes, whatever the politicians, locals, state, whatever they running for Congress, whether they running for city council, Senate, they should be using a term that y'all agree upon that is based on the quantifiable data that you can prove in 2024 or beyond, whatever date y'all want to implement this. Because I already know I'll be too early on shit. But say if it's exponential lineage injury, based on latent functions of historical disparities, boom, that's all you need to put on your website. That, and then historical disparities obviously means you don't need to say what it. You don't have to put this all on yours. You don't have to say Jim Crow, Jim Line, Red Line, da da da. You explain that to Black Americans. Your job is to explain that to Black Americans as a politician. That this is what these things mean. Obviously, make it simple. We just say when you're talking to our people at a church or the schools or whatever you get elected at, you talking to Black Americans, you say this is redress. This is for that leads to tangibles. This is the historical disparity, the latent function. This is how you would say this. If I'm running for city council, right? I got it on my website, but you got to also be well-rounded candidate. You can't just run. You can't be myopic. And y'all see that thing, that map that I showed y'all, where I deal with sustainability, military, education, all American work life, American balance. Like, you got to be able to address all topics. You could ask me on any topic, whether that be, if it was even something on unions. You said, what would you have to say about the unions? You should be able to answer those questions. I mean, if you're senator material or presidential material, you should be able to ask any questions about, what about gun rights? You got to be able to think quick. If you're running for Congress, whatever, and they say, well, what's your take on birth control? What's your take on the gun rights? What's your take on corporations and lobbying? What's your take on? You got to answer them questions quick, fast, in a hurry, on your feet, on the dome. That's what real governance is. Not somebody scripting something, somebody talking through no earpiece and all this shit. No, like, you better be knowing that shit, because you can prepare for it, because you were born for it, because it was really in your blood for governance. It was really in your blood for you to lead it, and you really was passionate about running for Congress, running for Senate, running for city council, running for president. Y'all were really passionate about it, so you already know it. You TTG, you trained to go. You trained to go. And yeah, you obviously study a little bit beforehand before you got an interview with something. You study a little bit of notes, whatever they're going to talk about, obviously. But I'm just saying, like, if somebody hit me with something, what do you think about our sustainability laws? I'm going to be talking about some of the changes I want to see with the EPA. Some of the regulations around certain with our waste management and water, our water supply. We want to we want to remove that fluoride out of the water, the perchlorate out of the water, the bromelain. It's another bromide out of the water. You want to do some maybe a policy around that type of proposal. There's something, just throw something out there. You got to be quick. If somebody asks you about gun rights, you got to our Second Amendment. We're standing with our founding fathers. We believe in our self-defense. We believe that the American people should have arms to defend themselves, because you never know when tyranny or tyrannical things can take place, and the American people have a right to defend themselves, to make sure that they don't have ever risk the chance of tyranny being inflicted on them, and also self-defense in general. When community policing is not involved, or when we can't get a hold of you have to defend yourself. You have to make sure so there is no, and then you have to probably mention something with the NRA rights, and something with the NRA or some shit like that. But any question, you got to be able to go TTG, just off the rip, like it's nothing. And so, say it's Blaque Americans' time. You go to a Blaque American church. You're running for city council. You're running for Congress or something. And remember, we're not talking about American establishment Mason politics. We're talking about NACTI governance politics, real, like, governance, like you govern empire, good governance. Ethos, logos, and credos has ordained you to run for as a politician. This is no more, in my mind. I don't equate a politician with some corrupt asshole that's going. Yes, that's what it is in the system, but in our new world, that's not what a politician is in our new world. A politician ain't no ass kissing, blackmailed, bribery taking motherfucker that's gonna be corrupt and sell you out, not do what they do, be bought off the tent. That's not what a politician is in our new system. A politician is someone that operates off of ethos, logos, and credos, off of for good governance to run this empire under an order, a new order. And so, say it's a Black American, we go into the church, whatever. We gotta talk to them about our policies because we want to win. We want to run. We want to win. And they say, well, what you gonna do for Black Americans? And you pull up that website, even if you got to pull it up on your phone just to check your notes, whatever, or if you got a presentation, maybe, because a lot of these churches, they got, or the schools rather, even if you go to college, HBCU, whatever, they got the projector where you could pull your presentation, your website right up there. Pull the website up right there. Had a projector, or they have most churches have projector systems, and most schools have projector systems. So you could pull up, you have your website pulled up, and it'd be a section that say Blaque American for whoever the politician name is, right? You got all the other policies, you got your about section, you got who you are, and then you got Blaque Americans for blah blah blah. You click on there, and that's the things that you're gonna do for them, and then that's where you show them. You say, see where this says exponential lineage injury for the latent functions of historical disparities. That is our tangibles. That's exactly how you said it. And then you say, this is what I would like to work on. And maybe you explain how that is what that's about based on that level. So maybe you could only do things that deal with zoning, that help with zoning or housing for Black Americans, especially like at the city council. A person at city council is not going to get no damn reparations. Okay. So maybe you take off the piece of the pie, and then you say, yes, and whatever we can do to push for, the legal, we already have the team that's working on the legal aspects of the reparations, right? You already have the exponential lineage injury. You'll say that this is something that I support. I support any organization. And do you say I support any nonprofit organization that will want to work on this, that is genuine, that genuinely wants to work on this? I support authenticate Black Americans that care about this, and any ideas that y'all have that y'all want to, that's in the scope of what I can do. And you say that in the scope of what I can do as the city council, as the senator, as the Congress, as the president, this is what I will work on. We'll work on it together, and we will carve this together. Right now it says exponential lineage injury, which means that the harms that we can quantify, and this is how I explain the harms that we can quantify in today's time that still affect us based on the historical disparities that we have faced, from slavery, from Jim Crow, from redlining, from the war on drugs, from the disparities of medical apartheid, from our food deserts, from the disparities in homeless rates, maternal death for Black women. That's what you say right then and there. And you say it to them. You ain't got to go say it on CNN. You ain't got to say it on Fox. You ain't got to say it on whatever shit, whatever new station come up, whatever interview. You don't have to address it at all. It's just when you go to your people, this is what you say, and you stick to that though. You ain't just giving them hot air. Like you really stick to that. And whatever you say you can do, you do. And whoever you can support that's already staying in a better position to even maybe carry out that work, you make sure that you give them that mic, and you make sure that you support them, and that you get that backing. And I think that's how that needs to be approached for any politician that tries to get into that is asked, okay, well, what you gonna do for Black Americans, or why should we support you? Well, you say, I understand the things that this community needs and is dealing with. I know exactly you just say, I know exactly what we've been going through. My whole life, I've lived it. I've witnessed it as well, but I also is solution oriented, and I want to see whatever I can do is in my power to make sure that, we resolve some of this. Now, if you're at the city level, maybe you can only do a task force, right? Maybe you can only do, maybe you could direct some funds to the legal fund. Maybe you could do direct, maybe start a fund or maybe something, or find a way to see, to get some grant, or maybe some grant funding for the legal, the team that's dealing with it legally, right? If you're a congressman, you could do more. Maybe you can have proposals. If you're obviously the Congress, you could do something more, introduce stuff to the floor and whatnot. That's more for Black Americans. Now let's deal with it for the executive level. Motherfuckers that's gonna run for president. You do it the same way. Exponential lineage, you have it On your website, you have all the things for middle of America, all of America, because you have to word things right. Yes, I am the president for all of America, and we do things for communities that may need that helping hand, that may need that step up, that first step, that step up. We look out for every one of our people in America. That includes Black Americans. It has to. It don't include helping everybody else and then just leaving them behind. It includes helping everyone. That includes the Black Americans. And so that's what you say, if it ever comes up, if you're running at the executive level. But you have to make sure that, again, when the people say, well, I'm a construction union, what you going to do for the construction? Yeah, we got the sovereign wealth fund, and we're going to be making sure that we provide grants for redoing the infrastructure of our bridges. We know that we have gotten a grade D. We want to bring it up at least to a grade B, to grade A minus, grade A. We believe in excellency. So whatever we can do to redo our infrastructure around construction, making sure that construction workers, the construction unions get in their fair shake. We could talk about it. We'll have somebody from my team reach out to you. You got to be able to talk and walk the walk. But there's things that, when we talk about like the infrastructure and construction, just I'm telling you, it could be anything. You got to be able to answer that shit, or else you don't have no business in that field. You're not fit for that level of governance. You're not fit for that level of governance if you can't on a whip. It could be the teachers union asking you some shit, and they all think you could solve their problems, especially at the executive level. If you're the presidential level. We talk about the teachers union. There needs to be incentives. How you gonna look out for teachers? How you gonna look out for those with college students want to ask you a question. Yeah, we're going to work on an income share program for those that may got these student loans or whatever. Income or earn while you learn program, apprenticeship programs. We're going to be changing a lot of these universities into decentralized autonomous organizations, which means you can earn while you learn. And they'll be turning them into apprenticeships where we'll also have a lot of this stuff on ledger technology, where you'll get tokens based on peer-to-peer learning. Teachers will be getting tokens that they'll be earned. There'll be different ways that they'll be in a different way. There'll be a different form of administration where they're still getting paid, but their payment is based on the level of instructional design and curriculum, the actual curriculum building. But in terms of like the DAO itself, the decentralized, we ain't got to go into all of that. But I'm just saying, if you got to meet with some teachers and some unions or whatever, you got to be able to really explain to them some of the things you want to do. We want apprenticeship programs. We want earn while you learn programs. We want to bring back a lot of vocational training, vocational skills, as well as the STEM, because we got to get people with the nanotechnology. We got to get people in the nanotechnology. We got to get people in the STEM. We got to get people into TensorFlow, deep learning. We want to bring back, we got to get motherfuckers knowing that. I mean, you ain't got to say motherfuckers. We got to get people knowing computer engineering, getting them skills ready. So we got to earn while you learn. We want to, it could be that medical, what you going to do for our healthcare plan, market plan. Obviously you could research a little bit more than what I'm doing. I'm just literally going off the dome, but I'm saying, like, you got to really be thinking of this shit, because I'm telling you, it's people that have a birthright to run governance. It's people that's in their blood, and they'll get locked out because they don't want to be no Mason, or they don't want to take no stupid oath, because they don't want to sell out people. They want to do things the right way, and that ain't fucking right. That we got to get locked out. So now, okay, we got it. Everything gets shut down. Fuck it, shut everything down. Then that's where we at with it. We on some destroyer. We on some Shiva type shit, because it ain't fair. It ain't fair that good people suffer. Americans suffer because of ineptitude, nepotism, lies, deception, satanic death cult, and oaths, blood oaths. Like, like blackmail. They want to have something over your head to be able to control you, mind control. Let's talk about that. Mind control is big in politics, and they do that through trauma. And let's go. SRA. We ain't going that deep because we ain't ready for all of that. But those who know, they know. Now, say you at the executive level, you do it that same way. Put it right on your website, Blaque Americans for whatever the name is. They go on there. Now, you want to talk about an executive order, though. See, that's the third. See how we tackled it from three ways. We got the team that's working on it legally, exponential lineage injury based on historical disparity, the legal team that can do that, that got the treaties, the genealogy, that got the claim structured all right, and they ready to do they TTG whatever they're gonna do. Then you got the state, local, and federal politicians that are also going to push whatever line that they can do, whether that be through funds for the legal team, funds for whatever state programs, housing programs, apprenticeship programs for Black Americans. That's where at the legislative level, you want to work on reparation plans or exponential lineage injury plans, rather, that deal with housing of Black Americans, food deserts, medical, education. That's what your job is as the legislative. How do we get Black Americans more housing? You do that, could that quantify that information right now. You can know we got disparity in it. You do that right now. Housing programs for Black Americans, apprenticeship programs for Black Americans, business grants for Black Americans. You put it all on the website, and one of those things you'll be able to do something. Able to do something. That's the second tier. That's the second tier. So you got the program element, you got the legal element of it. Now you got the program element of it for Black Americans. Quantifiable empirical data, all of which is based on quantifiable empirical data and primary sources and documentation. That's very important here, because now can't nobody come to you and say, "Oh, you wasn't a slave," or "My family never owned slaves." You deal with it right there. Now, do you think that they want the average Black American to know what I'm talking about? They are going to bury this. That control pro-Black opposition nigga, they already got their team of Jewish slave masters that he got to answer to. They already got it where they blacklist everything that I'm talking about, so that y'all don't get shit done. That's all this shit is about. And I'm tired of it. I really fucking am. Hey, RJ Old. And so that's what I'm talking about. And so we got the first tier is the legal, authenticate Black Americans that working on that. Second tier is your legislative. That tier is the one that works with the state programs, local programs for Black Americans relating to housing, apprenticeships, earn while you learn, anything you could think of that that you can get for exponential lineage injury, because it's not based on race. It's based exponential lineage injury based on historical disparities that you can empirically prove. Then your third tier is your executive. That's your president, or maybe executive. Somebody that could be an executive team. It may not be the president, but even maybe if they on a team, maybe they on a cabinet, they're part of the cabinet, they got a position somewhere. They may be working with the president somewhere. They also going to have on their website something. They're trying to push for executive orders, right? And another thing, though, at the executive level, because we want to talk about what you can and cannot do. Mind you, got 3 tiers of people already working. You already got the other 2 tiers working on things for Black Americans. But now you got, as an executive level, you, in addition to having an executive order for Black Americans, that could be the hate crime bill. That can also be exponential lineage, something of that nature, maybe something with taxes, right? But also, you want to push, as far as a distraction mechanism, push for a pilot program of UBI, so that way you don't have the American people trying to, you don't have other citizens getting jealous and trying to fuck up what we trying to do, because everybody getting the UBI, the pilot program for UBI, whatever. I think a president, they'll pass that. You do an executive order for that, and then you throw in something on a clandestine level for Black Americans. You ain't got to ever say Black Americans or reparations or none of that. You just use an exponential lineage injury for historical disparities. You say that, then what? Like, it's on their website. You ain't promoting it. You just know that's what you're gonna do. At the executive level, you could do an executive order. Do you know about every executive order that ever got passed? No, you're not supposed to. They work very clandestine. There was 50 bills for LGBT. Did you know about them? No. 50 bills. I want to say like 80 bills for Latinas. Did you know about it? No. Bills for Asians. Did you know about it? No. Executive orders for Asians. Executive orders for Latinas. Executive orders for LGBT. Did you know about it? No. Because you weren't supposed to. Because they not sitting up there trying to make it a horse and pony show, or make it something that to get no clout off of. Our claim is not something to get no clout off of. So if you say it real clandestine, you just do the executive order and keep it moving. Don't nobody got to know. That community know you did it. The Black Americans know you did it. And then you also, again, I would say, whoever, if I think a Black American, I think it would be also very smart for the executive team, whether that be they're trying to penetrate the cabinets of the existing presidents or whoever's running for president, or they're going to run for president themselves, or they are a part of a think tank, a Republican think tank or whatever. I do think that it will be smart, this is just me, for Black Americans to push for a UBI. Again, that's not taken away from your exponential lineage injury, because you still got that on the books. You're still working on that. You got the legislative level still working on it too. Maybe even at the legislative level, maybe at the Congress level, Senate level, they can also push for UBI. But I'm saying we're talking about what the legacy of Black Americans and the Renaissance and the golden age that we are to bring as leaders to this country, as leaders. It's like we really push innovative pilot programs and things that push the envelope. And even though UBI is, we're not the first people to talk about that, right? We all know about universal basic income, but as far as having our people push for that and get that passed on whatever level, our people get a direct cash payment, and it's not taken away from the legal group, the legal faction that's working on our reparations package. The exponential lineage injury. It's not taken away from the legislative faction that's working on the exponential lineage exponential injury. It's not taken away from the executive orders that could be done from a president one day. It's literally something that can be pushed. What I'm thinking of, probably at the executive level, but also the legislative level. And the only reason for that is because, honestly, that's the way we can get direct payment for on to our people quicker. We can get it on any level, however long we want to fight for that, however long we take. I'm in for that. I'm not doing it with no controlled opposition. No, I'm not doing it with nobody I know is an agent or anything. But like, as far as like pushing for that, I'll push for that for life. Whatever, it is what it is. But as far as getting something like, okay, we need like a direct cash motherfucking payment, like 3,000 a month. They talking the calculations that I saw is like 36,000 extra a year in just UBI payments alone. 36,000 extra a year and UBI payments. That's 36,000 cash that you could do whatever you want to do with. And that will help people that really find their passions. We're building a new earth, like people that have been passionate, that wanted to start a business, that maybe wanted to fund their campaign or run for something, that wanted to needed things to help their business or to start up, to do whatever they want to do with that money. Maybe they want to buy a new house. Maybe they want to, like, that's the things that we need to think of. Like, it has to be some newness. It has to be some resurgence. That's why we call it the Resurgence Movement. It has to be some resurgence. And what we're doing, the resurgence, not just of, when we talk about like the Renaissance and the spirit of Black Americans, but like the leadership aspect of it, the melanin, the cosmic elements of governance on this planet. They know about this at the top. They just, they know about the change of the guard, the change of the order, the age of Saturn, the age of Aquarius, Christ consciousness, the age of the divine feminine. It's all floodgating. So you got multiple agendas on this planet. People that want to keep the old system, the death cult system. And it's about satanic death cult system, not death in the sense of rebirth, because death is not a bad thing in our eyes. I don't look at death as bad. But we talking about satanic death cult, where they kill the soul or they kill the awareness. That's death cult, in that satanic death cult. They want to keep that. There's people that want that. They lost, but they want to keep that, because the truth exposes everything. The truth and the light exposes everything. The truth needs no proof, and the truth is everlasting. The truth is all that matters, and that is your weapon for us. For the truth is our weapon. Deception is their weapon. They say all warfare is based on deception. That's what they tell you. All warfare for us is based on truth and exposure. All warfare is based on the light for us. All warfare is based on the truth for us. Righteousness and justice. And all warfare is based on justice and the truth. So if you didn't do injustice, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you did motherfucking injustice, that's the war that we bring into your ass. That's the war. You did injustice, wartime. You telling lies, wartime. It was truth. All warfare for Saturn, for the GIA, for the Nocti order is based on truth and the light and justice. That's what we come to bring. That's what we about. And so, for their system is based on deception, lies, chicanery. Everything is about a sneaky that I can't stand that spirit. I can't even see how people want to keep that system going. It's no way I can go into that system. I can't believe y'all would try to even sell me out to that system. My spirits will war. I can't. It's like, okay, that's not logical. That's not innovative. That's not creative. That's not intelligent. Like that's the first thing my spirit gonna say if I see some of the shit that I be seeing that's going on in this system and what's happening to people, aka the music industry, the entertainment industry, the politics, the system itself, the illusion. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like death. And so, yes, our warfare is based on the truth, justice, and light. If you ain't telling no lies, you ain't got nothing to worry about. If you ain't doing injustice, you ain't got nothing to worry about because we ain't got to have no war. But that's what our warfare, our military sciences, our strategies, our objectives, the way we move, the way we set up our apparatuses and our methodologies and our triangulation strategies of military science is based on that. It's not based on deception. Now, we could set a trap and let your ass walk in it. To expose your ass. Yeah, we do that all the time. We would do, like if we got to set a trap up and let a motherfucker, and we know that we'll know a person. That doesn't mean we won't study someone psychologically, have a psychological profile of what they fears, what they like, what they don't like, what's their ego like, what how you cater to their ego, how can you dismantle them, how can you hurt them? Yeah, we think about shit like that to a motherfucker that we know is coming for us. Of course. Yeah. And yes, there's collateral damage. And yes, we think about the utility for the all with the least harm. That is what our strategies are based on. That is how my mind operates. So I can't tell you, like when I know the Americans are talking about the white hats, the black hats. So what do y'all want this white? So the black hats happen to be bad and the white hats happen to be good. Is that what y'all think? That's what Americans are running around saying. You're out of your other level mind to be reduced to that. Because black cosmic energy, when we talk about black chaos, intelligence, and entropy, and the things that we talk about, the cosmos, melanin, black hats are the good guys. They're really bad motherfuckers. They're really horrific people that are doing horrific things to humanity, and we're trying to check that. And then you got the white hats. What are the white hats? What do you guys have to get out of this color stuff? This color stuff doesn't even matter. We don't think like that. What is that? You're not one way or the other. Just because you're a white hat doesn't mean you're good all the time. You're going to be good. And a black hat is bad all the time. No, you are either for justice and righteousness or you're for lies. And which side do you want? And to be honest, it's not. I know we want to say also galactic. It's Nibiru. It's the primordials. It's all of that. And then sometimes it's just regular ass motherfucking humans. That's priestesses and priests. And that's warlocks and motherfucking wizards and witches. And we the ones they're running this shit interdimensionally. But there's some people that got primordial entities on them. And there are primordials in the flesh. And yeah, there's Dracos. Yeah, that's all true and all that. But y'all trying to make this like something. Yeah, but the thing is, y'all trying to make this like some otherworldly type stuff. And it can be because we are connected to the cosmos and we are connected to God. And so we want these new systems, and we do have to channel, or not even channel, we have to travel interdimensionally within ourselves, literally within our own souls, to get up there to the higher powers that's already within us. We have to activate. Or you can obviously, but then we talk about the universe and we have archetypes and dimensions, but we want to talk to God or whatever, you could bring all that in there. But when we talking about developing our power, and we talking about the way we want to run this system and the way it's been ran, it's always been ran interdimensionally. It's always been ran through Heka and resonance and intergalactic mentalism. Now, I'll have to say, There's an element of huge mind control in your system that is just abhorrent to the rest of the universe. Illegal. The level of mind control they have done to humans is absolutely illegal. And so that has to be undone. That unprogramming has to be done. That's what the Nakti philosophy is about. Undoing the programming. Yes, I'm way too early on that stuff. But yes, the mind control programming we also don't rock with. And that's way too deep right now. We ain't got to get into all of that. But again, we got three levels of where we dealing with this three-tiered approach. Exponential lineage injury, got those the legal faction that's work tackling this from the legal angle. That's probably more focused on the historical precedents and the quantifiable aspects of today as well. Then you got the legal, the legislative. That's for your politicians, Black American politicians that want to push maybe for housing programs for Black Americans, exponential lineage in real time, whether that be the medical apartheid, addressing food deserts. You got that part. And then you got the executive level, which will one day we will want an executive order for exponential lineage injury, maybe a policy proposal maybe for taxes, reduction in taxes for Black Americans, and then also the UBI executive pilot program as well, a directive for the UBI that also includes Black Americans, and that way we get cash in everyone's hands. Those who have been a descendant of slaves get the remedies that they are due through the legal, and then Black Americans who have faced injustice through the latent functions of historical disparities, they get programs for them as well. Housing programs, apprenticeship programs, earn while you learn. So there's a three-tiered approach. You guys can use it or not. Again, if I see some action, this is more so for authenticate Black Americans. If authenticate Black Americans use this, I will push egregores into there interdimensionally to push it high. Just like how I was behind, not just me, but we were behind pushing the reparations to where it got. Like there were certain people's energy is so powerful, it will push it up there. And in 2021, when I started speaking publicly on this stuff, I'm not saying it wasn't pushed by ADOS, and I know other Black Americans and other organizations pushed it. I'm just saying, literally, me as a priestess, I remember in 2020 sitting on that couch with my little Cabernet Sauvignon and Merlot or whatever I had. I think it was Cabernet Sauvignon, and saying, talking to God, I'm gonna push this shit. What we gotta do? How do we get this out there? How do we need task force? What we got? What we gotta do? What we gotta do? What we need? At that time, I didn't know nothing about like the studies and all that stuff and all. And I'm not gonna hold you. I ain't gonna act like I knew the stuff about reparations, all like that. But I just know I was sick and tired. See, I didn't know I was dealing with financial blacklisting as a result of being in part of some COINTELPRO Project Phoenix program that's being done to me. I just knew I was just like, man, I just felt like I was never getting a shake, you know? And so it frustrated me because I'm like, okay, we need some type of remedy. And so I remember talking, I'm like, man, what I want to push this. I want to push this high as I could go. It didn't mean be the face of it. It didn't mean, to me, I just knew I could push this. I could use my energy to push this. And so I did that, but then you push too much, and then motherfuckers want to think you their sacrifice. They wanted to make me a blood sacrifice in that space. We're talking about, like, again, what this stuff was really about, as far as bringing it, having a honeypot and COINTELPRO convergence, and then motherfuckers that's Masons, that's into their little Satanist occult shit that they do. All of that started to converge and bring its ass over into that reparation space. And it got shut down, and God just tore it to smithereens pretty much because of that. Because there were certain people that took it and took advantage and wanted to steal, wanted to destroy, wanted to get paid, wanted to get fame, and wanted to join the satanic death cult Mason system and undermine Black Americans and undermine authenticate Black Americans and steal from Black Americans, actually. Lie to Black Americans, actually. And the ancestors left. And they pulled many Black Americans out of that space. And they said no more egregores. That 500,000 spirits left the reparation space. Not all of it. The ones that's dealing with niggas that we know for a fact got sealed records working with this system. The one that we know for a fact is controlled opposition. No, we not fucking with that. Because they had an opportunity to do right, and they went after a primordial being out of jealousy and out of sellout spirit to get paid to take them out. Paid to set them up, whether that be through a cult ritual, whatever it is. Now y'all got plausible deniability. Y'all can deny it to the debt to the cows come home. I know what the fuck y'all was trying to do to me. I know as a result what happened. 2022, that reparations space ain't never been same. 2022, that shit ain't never been a motherfucking same. Nobody, anybody that was involved in what happened to me, that shit, but they wasn't never the same. They ain't gonna ever admit it. They know. They gotta keep it. It was a secret society that infiltrated the reparations space. I caught it. I saw it. The energy was directed towards getting me out the paint. So I had to fight that. Y'all can deny it. It may not got nothing to do with you. I'm not asking nobody to care about it. I'm not telling this story so anybody could care about it. I know what the fuck happened, and I bust back by myself. I already know y'all was gonna sell me out, and I already know y'all wasn't gonna have my back. So fuck it. Everything gets fucked up now. Hollywood fall, everybody fall because y'all want to lock me out and kill me. Fuck that. Let's release the crack in there. Because yeah, everybody wanted to work with the occult. Y'all used them occult rituals on me, so let's get busy then. Y'all wanted to use occult rituals on me. Y'all wanted to do spell work and shit on me. Y'all had a whole organization. Y'all had a whole government, a whole secret society. Y'all caught my phone talking about bloodline families is in on this shit to take me out. Bloodline families. Y'all caught my phone. NSA got those records. Y'all came to me with this bullshit. What the fuck? I gotta defend myself somehow. I gotta defend myself against treachery, against lies, against people that want to take me the fuck out. And what I'm saying is, I know we can get Black people to work on this matrix interdimensionally. It's not about escaping the matrix, collapsing the matrix, all that. Technically, yes, we can do all that, obviously. But we got to program this bitch. We got to actually program this matrix, dude, like a fucking computer. Your brain is a computer. Your mind works like a computer. The 19th philosophy, I talk about files, RAM, hard drive, and motherboard. Talking about the interdimensional chambers of the mind. Who told you the universe is mental? I broke down all those codes in the 19th philosophy. Now, if y'all don't ask nothing, because I know the Masons are studying my shit so that they can steal and reverse engineer my shit. Instead of asking what it means, instead of asking, y'all just want to hurry up and try to take the sauce of some occult information that your ass it's not for you, it's for humanity. It's for them to reprogram their mind. When they wake up to that, to whoever's interested, whoever gives a fuck enough too. Your RAM is your conscious mind. Your files is your files is your conscious mind. Your RAM is your subconscious, auto-conscious mind. Your hard drive is your emotional body, and your motherboard is at the soul level. Those are the chambers of the mind. But then you exist interdimensionally through your physical, your electromagnetic self, your parasympathetic self. I taught all about these things. Your wisdom self, and your mental self, your transcendent self. And what all those means and corresponds. Matter of fact, let me show you what I'm talking about. So for people that's like, what the hell are you talking about? Again, I'm an author of 20 books. I write a lot of books and shit. A lot of my books is on esoteric sciences, stuff to help people evolve their souls and whatnot. But look at this. Let me remove this comment. Thank you, RJO. But this is freely publicly available. It's freely publicly available. This is not just some sherm, like this is stuff that I crafted out literally in the universe. You could see the levels that's connected to the oversoul of the interdimensions of yourself. Now, we're not there yet. I put this out there for those who are a little more advanced and they study that another time. But I'm not here to bring this to Black Americans because I mean it's for you. It's for Black Americans. But if you don't ask questions or I'm not going to push this. I'm not here to push nothing on nobody, convert nobody. Oh, this is the law. This is the truth. I ain't one of them niggas. I ain't like that. I don't need to program nobody. I'm a female. Females don't get off on mind control or converts, or that's not how we run our governance. We're very receptive. The information is out there. You ask a question, we'll answer it. If you don't ask, you won't get fed. We don't know we don't know. But yes, this is information that's out there, and there are many that are really advanced that are secretly trying to understand what I'm talking about, because I feel like they trying to steal it. Because I remember I had people say, we just want to understand what you're talking about. We don't understand it. Okay, why you ain't asking questions then? Because you a motherfucker that's trying to reverse engineer it, and you're not going to be able to, because it's from God body. That's from the universe. That stuff comes from galactic polar creation, the chaos intelligence realm, which is at over 125 dimensions above planet Earth, in connection with Saturn and GIA, which is their military sciences, which is their stealth moons of Saturn. This is some high level shit. This is not just some. I'm not just some crazy motherfucker. Y'all conjured me up. Y'all, why would y'all expect me to sell out? Why would y'all expect me? Let me just get y'all a little bit into my science, so Black Americans, y'all can at least know a little bit of the level of what y'all dealing with. I'm not even gonna start with me. I'm gonna start with just some codes. Two codes from, and this is not all of my genealogy, but just some codes. One of the surnames of my genealogy, dating back for hundreds of years, is the last name Jordan. Surname Jordan. Surname Bernard, and surname Cartwright. Is this the only way? Right now, I'm not going to break down codes in this. If you either know code, or you either know how to research stuff, or you don't. I'm not going through all of that right now. But the surname Jordan, the parent name Mary, born on 6/12, Ephesians 6/12. Last name literally means those that follow the holy way. This is a variation of Hollywood tree, a magic wand. This is literally one of the surnames in my bloodline. That's what the name means. I'm not giving y'all the direct surname, but the surname of one of my biological parents really means those that follow the holy way. Now, they gave you two. You already have Jordan. It's a family of Jordans from the Jordan River. Jordan, just pay attention. Now you got a parent name that's Mary, and their last name means those that follow the holy way. That's overseeing administration of liturgy, and we know that holy way is this convention, or this I won't say it's not a transliteration, but it's just a anagram for the Hollywood tree. Okay, Mary, obviously named after Mary, the Mary Magdalene, Mary and baby, Madonna and baby. Obviously, the very going through the Isis. The Mary is a play on Isis, the mother Isis, but Mary, right? That's one parent. Another parent name is James. Obviously, you don't want to know what their transfer of consciousness was for the last 15,000 years. That's too deep for us. But we have James, which is a variation of Jacob. If you guys didn't know that, you could look that up and study it yourself. James, Jacob. So now we got Mary, Jacob. Okay, his last names mean those that study the holy way, study God, pretty much study the academic forms of religion, study scripture, study spirituality. That's what his last name means. Both different last names, by the way. These are two different last names, but they seem to have similar meaning. James is a variation of Jacob. I know who my dad was in his past lives. I looked through 1,000 years of my dad's past lives. So I already know what he was for 1,000 years going back, and I'm not going to give everything that he was. I know he walked away from the secret society. He broke his oath. He walked away. So I know where we were supposed to be at, and what we supposed to be, what is what. And I already told y'all about that spiritual binding that happened with those names in that book, the House of Domes, the house, the book of names, which was housed in Westminster Palace. Now, for those that know about my crash out in 2022, what was my address? What was my house address that I gave out? Wake up! Now, grandparents' names is Joseph. Joseph. So we got Joseph, Mary, James, which is variation of Jacob. Bloodline come from Jordan. Binding rituals put all on these names through that Westminster Palace shit that I showed y'all. We already told y'all how they was black, and it's not just me. It's a whole, almost every single last name that a Black American has is in that book that I showed y'all. And the video is titled Aaron Salter's Honor Society. Aaron Salter's, the inventor of the water engine. There's a part of that video where I talk about the house of the book of God, the house of names, and the book of God, and the binding rituals that was done by swiping of identity when the Moors came over here, and how they set up shop and what they had done, and how that book, how they had to collate all those names and put it in a ritual binding spell in the Westminster Palace to pretty much switch the bloodlines, the karma of the bloodlines, where we become the slaves and then the white folks become these people that are, but they switched it, is what we're trying to say, is what I'm trying to say. My whole body of work proves that. And I'm about to show y'all even more. So now we got one family. The name is Joseph. Joseph is the grandfather. Mary is the mother. James, which is a form of Jacob, is the father. One parent is born on 6. We got 6:12. Ephesians 12. Read Ephesians 12. Now we go to me, Jenny, Jane. God has been graceful. That's what my name means. Born January 22nd. We enter the female promiscuous. Now look at this date. Now look at this code. January 22nd is 122. January 22, 122. How many chromosomes is in enters the female promiscuous? 22 chromosomes, and you have one that determines the sex. Now this is what we talk about as above, so below. High level craftsmanship. This is high level Blaque American craftsmanship that my ancestors did. January 22nd, 122. I'm the female promiscuous. 22 chromosomes enter in, and you got one that determines the whole egg. Now anybody that knows, you can look up female promiscuous, zona pellucida, and a polar bodies. That's the human ovum. That's how you entered in the world. It's the same science that when we talk about the 12 disciples, and the same science behind that, the number 12, and then Jesus with the 12, that is the 12 sperm cells on the surface making union possible. Is the same. You have to do it as above, so below. It's the same science. You create life by the numbers. It's called life by the numbers. You do murder by the numbers, death by the numbers. You can do life by the numbers. You can craft out somebody's life as an analogy for another god, another deity. It's been done before since the beginning of time. So, for instance, with Jesus and Joseph and Mary, the story in the Christian Bible, that's an analogy off of a high level Atlantean Freemasonry based on Isis, Horus, and Osiris. But it goes deeper, because when we talk about like the actual above, so below, the actual number, the science behind it, study the way that the 12 sperms allow the 13th to penetrate the ovum. That's where you get the 12 disciples, and then study the 12 vertebrae, not the 12 vertebrae, the 12 disc and the spine and all that shit, and then the dimensions of consciousness that each disciple that Jesus had, they represent a whole state of consciousness. This is high level shit. It's an analogy, but it's it's real shit. Like my whole life is an analogy too. So here I'm born 122, female promiscuous. It takes 22 chromosomes to enter into the female promiscuous, and then that one determines the sex, right? Then then that's when the sperm becomes a spear. So now we got 122, right? Born 1992. My life path is 8. That's the first human zygote. How do I explain this? After you get the 122, right? The 22 chromosomes, and then that one that determines the sex. This is 122. You start to form the first human cell. This is a human zygote. I already taught y'all about zygote churning. Now it becomes 44, 2 sex. Now you start the oneness in the human zygote. You form a central tube. That's the north and the south. The first 4 cells is going to form a tetrahedron, north and south. Then you get to the original 8 cells. That's 8. Life 122, 8 cells. Those 8 original cells never change on any human throughout your whole life. This is a fact. It's the geometries of the first 8 cells. I would teach about this a little bit more. But this is the original 8 cells. It never changes. Every 30 days, right, your body cells change based on what you eat. You get a whole new set of cells, but not those original 8 cells that you started with from that 22 chromosomes and that one chromosome that determines the sex. And that enters the female promiscuous, which then the sperm becomes a spear. Now we talk about the union of male and female proniculi, the divine feminine, divine masculine. After you get your tetrahedron, You get your 8 cells. My life path is 8. So we got 1, 22, life path 8. Saturn, age of Aquarius, divine feminine. But based on, even if you just look at my last name, the Jordans. And then the last name of my father and my mother means literally almost the same thing, even though they're two different last names, but they still relate to Jordans. This is part of my genealogy. And I'm not giving y'all all of the surnames in my genealogy. Then we talk about the Bernards. And they hide certain people's genealogy because they don't want people to really, they don't want Black Americans to go all the way that far back, because you start to go into Europe, obviously. My stuff went back into Europe. And then we started finding some white people on the family trees, and they asked work for NASA. NASA. The white folks, they on my family tree, because Marcus, one of my family members on my mom's side, they started finding, they got a, you know how you got a database where you can find other people easily. I'm like, where's all these white people coming from? But they work for NASA, and they got all that money. Obviously, we ain't got shit because they done took our, they swiped the identity. They swiped the birthrights. That's how they switch people's birthrights on people. So we looking, and we could see, I done Googled them and everything, and I'm looking like, okay, they supposed to be cousins. They like distant cousins and shit. We ain't bothering them or nothing, but we saw it, when they got that database on the ancestry.com. And we said, okay, whatever. They work for NASA. They astronauts and shit. But NASA is a play on the Nazarenes, but also NASA, the NASA, the Nagas, serpentine energies. They really don't have much connection to that as much as Black folk do. Black Americans in particular got hell of a connection to it. That's undeniable if I was to break the science down. But Cindy, you're asking me, y'all conjured me up. I was willed into this bitch. Willed through my ancestors. My like Mary, Joseph, Jacob, James, King James. And the birth dates alone tell you of even my parents and in their generations. 6/12, Ephesians 12, 6/12. And me and my dad is born on the same birthday, just so y'all know. Me and my dad's got the same birthday. 122. 122. Study that female perniculus. How deep this is, as above, so below. This is like Blaque American CraftsmanShip right in front of your ass. Life path 8. 8 cells, 8 original cells. It's the same thing. As far as the missions, as far as what our ancestors put into us. The north and the south, we have to form this tetrahedron. We forming the central tube. Now we already at the original 8 cells. Now we have a circle. See, the Masons, they turned our shit into a square, but we don't want it a square. We want a spiral. And that's why for the Masons probably like, man, y'all conjure me up. What the fuck? We not working in a square. We're working in spiral. We're working in non-formulaic equations. We're not working in arrow points from vector space to vector space, from arrow point to create your dimensions. Nah, we working with dark energy, which they already know about that. It ain't nothing new, but we getting a better understanding of what entropy is and what dark energy is. Melanin, consciousness, resonance, and the divine feminine, dark energy. That's the energy of the primordial mother. Chaos intelligence is the characteristics. That is your resonance, your consciousness, melanin, and dark energy. Gives you this primordial soup, which births the 5 governing laws of the universe, rather. That's where you get your birth to light, electromagnetism. Your light. That's what electromagnetism. Pretty much, if you want to say in simple terms, is photons, but it's electricity in the way that it magnetizes. The way that it attracts or repels based on the electrons. Your molecules that make you up, but it is still based on frequency. That's why resonance becomes before electromagnetism. Now we're getting a little too deep. I mean, it gets so spiritual in a video like this, but it's important that you guys at least understand me. And I don't care what people gonna tell you I'm crazy. People gonna tell you, oh, she came at the pro-black niggas or whatever, so we don't fuck with her. But study my body of work, and it's not me that misses out. It's Black Americans that miss out. Because we gonna expose motherfuckers. Like I'm telling you, like it's up. 2025 is the reckoning. Oh, I already told y'all before the Cat Williams, because y'all love to say Cat Williams told us. I told that shit. I put that video that's on my YouTube channel that told y'all about the shipping strikes that was going to take place. That told you that the CIA was going to come under fire and be exposed. Julian Assange, the officer that just got 30 years in prison for them 500 videos. P Diddy. We already told y'all that the music industry was going to be destroyed. That we were tearing that down. I told you that before that Cat Williams came out. That before that Cat Williams interview came out. It's freely available. It's publicly available. It's called the New Year's Outlook Deep Dive Tarot video. And we said, oh, yep, it's up. And it said the first 5 minutes, it says the year of exposure. It was created in 2023. I emailed a motherfucker in August 2023 that worked with P. Diddy for 25 years and told him that we taking over this motherfucking treaty and we taking over this dimension. It's done. It's a change of guard. And he going around saying, she crazy bitch. See, she disrespected me, but he don't say what he said and what he did because he got plausible deniability because he's a fucking warlock. And he's a powerful wizard, and so he can fuck with you spiritually and mess you all up. And then women are different. We're portals, and so if we open and we see somebody come, we just go out on line and say that shit. Yeah, you gonna sound crazy, but that don't mean it ain't motherfucking true. Because I already showed you how the gateway process is true, and how synthetic telepathy was already developed by the government, and how remote viewing has already been admitted to be true. That is used by intelligence agencies, as well as astral projection. And so y'all fuck with the wrong one. You fuck with the right one and the wrong one. And so we doing everything in non-formulaic. And so the angles and the square shit ain't we ain't really impressed with that. But that's the divine masculine that we have loved, and that has a place in the physical realm. But we are raising a new earth in 5D, 6D, 7D, 10D, whatever D y'all want to get to, whatever dimension as you as a human on your soul awareness you develop. Because right now I'm telling you, you can do whatever level you want if you put in the work. It ain't just got to be 5D for you. Because I'm telling you, collectively, I made an announcement in 2022 that we was putting this bitch on 7D, all of it. I don't know where y'all keep getting this 5D shit from. Because I'm talking in 2022. I have the proof. I said we going on 7D. Niggas that is sellouts, so no, y'all staying on 3D because we ain't playing around with y'all. Y'all selling out. Y'all doing some bullshit. Y'all fuckery. You stay on. You'll siphon off into it. But we putting everybody on 7D. I said that in 2022. The whole system. But that's the base level. But that means, and then 12D, then 20D. But that means any other human, if you just on 5D, that's fine. There ain't no wrong with 5D, right? Nothing wrong at all. Nothing wrong with none of the Ds, none of the 3Ds, nothing wrong with really none of it. Just got to balance more. But humans themselves have to know that they can take it as far as they want to go. However work they want to do, however they want to do it. They have to determine that. They have to know that. Can't nobody just come and say, hey, you want to, that's a decision you got to make. But I'm letting you know, like, you can go whatever level you want. And when it comes to these dimensions, we're not necessarily doing it though. We still are honoring the mathematical equations and some of the things that are objective about like systems itself, construction of building, enterprise architecture, the science behind ley lines, the science behind aligning with these constellations and energy grids within the system. Yes, that's going to continue, but we got new shit to bring in. But it's as simple as that. Y'all literally being inundated with chaos intelligence energy. Y'all literally being inundated with that. But that means that humans wake up. That means that humans get smarter. That means that systems get smarter. That means you're in alignment with the universe because you're at a higher octave. That's all it means. But as far as Blaque Americans, if y'all want me to be all up in that 3D physical shit with y'all, marching on some, y'all know good and hell well my mind don't work. I don't do physical work like that. All women is powerful enough to do it on a mental plane. Women are powerful enough to push anything they want interdimensionally. The men are too. The men are too. It's just it's just easier for the women. I'll say that. And that's because the way the laws of electromagnetism is set up. The electrons and photons, the way you have electrons, not protons, the way electrons and protons interact with each other. The AC current and DC current. The divine feminine gives rise to the divine masculine. It's not the other way around. That's what they wanted to reverse engineer on this planet, the fallen angels. That's why the planet is so fucked up, pretty much. They reversed engineered everything, but at the highest levels of the secret society, they already know this truth that I'm saying. They already know I'm not lying. They know for a fact that I'm not lying. And I wish they would even dare even try to say that I'm lying. They know. They got to tell a lie to you, though. They did put it out in front of you, but that way Satanist work is if we put it out in front of you and you didn't pay attention, or you're not smart enough to look for it, or you let yourself get deceived, then that's wrong. Obviously, that's not how you get out of your karma, or that's not a legal loophole in the universe's eyes. But they always use it as a legal loophole. Okay, we told you didn't pay attention. Oh well, we told you that the divine it's everywhere if you pay attention. They know what I'm talking about is true. It's just they hid it from humanity because they have to mind control program you. And so I understand that people feel like I'm a threat. We don't mean no harm to nobody, but shit, if this shit not working for me, then I gotta make this shit at least work for my motherfucking ass and my people. The system don't work for me. It don't do nothing for me. Y'all locked me out. Y'all blacklisted me. Y'all financially blacklisted me even before I started talking about reparations. Even before I got on Clubhouse, because my dad walked away from his satanic oath. My dad walked away from being in a secret society, and he's a military. My dad walked away, and they make you they taking that shit out on the kids. They give you white glove treatment. Or he had to offer me up or something. I don't know what happened, but I know what I saw spiritually. Something wasn't right. I felt it in 2022. Where, you get to walk away, but if you want to live, you got to give your kid up or whatever it is. Whatever they tell these motherfuckers. I don't know. I'm not in that shit. I know I saw what I saw spiritually. I know enough that I know I ain't, and I've done enough recognizance and enough intelligence on my own, because we have our own Blaque American Intelligence Agency now. I don't care what y'all say. I don't care how crazy y'all think I am. You got to think bold in this bitch. How the fuck you going to get something done if y'all don't think for yourself? If you don't think highly of yourself. You don't think highly of yourself enough to run the governance of the system. That's the problem. I'm not the motherfucking problem, because I don't want to be a sellout, or because I don't want to be controlled opposition, because I don't want to have the government tell me what I need to go, what we can't do for Black Americans, what we can't do for myself. Y'all affecting my motherfucking life with this unfairness. Y'all getting me angry because of the unfairness and the injustice. So me as a spiritual being, I know how to deal with that. I don't mean no harm to nobody. I don't care. I'm not no low level motherfucker that's worried about race. White people, y'all sit up there and talk about y'all Christians and stuff, but y'all still worried about race. Y'all still racist. How could you be enlightened? How could you be a part of Christ and y'all still racist? How could you sit up there and get mad because you know somebody wants justice for their justice claim and y'all try to block them out? What kind of shit is y'all on? Y'all sit up there and want Black Americans' vibration to be low, worried about some damn race shit, when race does, we already know it's a social construct. But because y'all want to set up a racial stratification system that's based on a fucking illusion, and y'all want to put that race program into my people's head, and now they head all fucked up. Shit. We all distracted and shit off of some shit that don't matter when we are spirits. Because of y'all. And so everybody got to get it together. I'm not here to, I don't sit up there and judge people because of their race. I don't judge people because of their gender. I don't judge people because of their race or their age. I judge you by your motherfucking actions. White, black, yellow, Latina, whatever. I judge you by your motherfucking actions. And if you've been unfair, and if you've been lying, and if you've been deceiving, then I'll treat you accordingly. And I don't care what race you is. And now, my thing is, character is what matters, and integrity is what matters, and righteousness. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be perfect. But as far as like, this system is too low vibration for me. I can't be sitting there worried about some of this bullshit y'all be thinking about. Yeah, so this juicy entertainment and juicy consumption. Shit, I know what's going on with the P. Diddy case. You know? But yeah, so it is juicy consumption and shit. But like, come on now. Like now I have to bridge the gap interdimensionally. Now I gotta bridge 125D with 3D just because y'all fucked with me. Y'all locked me out. Y'all didn't want me to have nothing. Y'all wanted me dead. Y'all wanted my family dead. Y'all was fucking with my bloodline. Y'all fuck with my community. Y'all didn't want us to have nothing. How fair is that? How is that fair? Somebody is eventually going to fight back, whether they do it in their own way. We don't got no, we ain't got no weapons. We ain't got this. You got a spirit. You got a mind. You got a soul. That means you got Heka. That means you got resonance. That means you could travel interdimensionally. Why in a physical consciousness? Why in a physical body? That means you can go through levels, high shit. I proved on my channel. I proved on my tarot channel, on my tarot videos, how I can say something before it happens. The next week, it all happens in a viral global sense. Either I'm predictive programming that, script writing that, or seeing the future. Whatever it is, I don't even care at this point. I think it's cool, and I'm continue to do it because now I can just see subjectively program this bitch like a computer. And if that's not the truth, how come my Twitter, like y'all shadow ban me because y'all don't want people to know I'm a cold motherfucker? I know I pushed that housing shit all through like that, all in count. I said it. I said this is what need to happen. Next week it happened. And showed the review. It's not like, oh, this is just hearsay. We don't have any proof that you said it. It's recorded. It's documented. Does that mean somebody need to give me anything or do something for me? Or that means, no, it don't mean anything. It just means that I'm proving to you guys that we can do this interdimensionally and that we need some sort of orders that is based on the truth and light and enlightenment. And we need to come together and be thinking, and if one person could do that, imagine if it's 10, 15, 20, 100. Like I'm telling you, I'm not about to walk into their system and be on some backward ass shit. I'm not lying to humanity about some backward ass shit that I know is backwards. I know that information is botched. You can't, I already studied that. I looked at that Baphomet stuff. My ancestor, I told y'all that lady came to me, my sixth great motherfucking grandmother, sixth great grandmother came to me in a dream and was telling me about that Baphomet stuff and said that this was our mistake. We really don't want you dealing with none of this. They about to come to you to take this oath. And this is what that Baphomet means. And yet, I said was an analogy. It's Western Hermeticism that was stolen from an African ancient order, an African secret society. That is a Western Hermeticism that the Moors, that a black man created that Baphomet. And they told me the interdimensional being that created it. Good God, it's too deep. It's too damn deep. We getting too motherfucking deep. Because yes, they say the Baphomet is Western Hermeticism, and it has an analogy of the divine, of as above, so below, but also masculine and feminine integrated into it's a bunch of bullshit. I ain't trying, and I know y'all can get mad at me. I don't give a damn. I already checked and looked it out. I know the two entities that are combined to create it, what is based off of it, who it was stolen from, and that it was a male that created that who went to war with my order. The male with the thing, and they fed that shit to them white people, and them white people ate it up, thinking they had some stuff. And some of it does. I mean, some of the entities that attached to that does it did. You are able to feed that to an extent, but it's not sustainable because they're using blood. They're using blood sacrifice. They're using the way you feed those homunculus deities. They're not primordial deities. So if the primordials come down, what then? What is your system going to be based on? If you take it over to the Baphomet and you got a primordial that come down. Or if Saturn says, what the fuck is this shit? Then what? And the information was stolen and botched by some males, fallen angels that was pissed off at somebody. Sorry. That was pissed off at another order that they got kicked out of. Or not kicked out, but a mutual leaving. A mutual leave. They left. You don't have to believe it. We don't care. Your systems are free falling. Look at your systems. They're free falling. I mean, you got to be perceptive to see it. You say it's the end times, it's the end of the age, whatever, however you want to fucking look at it, man. I'm just telling our people, man, stop thinking that you got to be all up in they shit. Do your own shit. Push your own shit. Also, organize and come together and be on some old other interdimensional shit. Why you want to sit up there and just follow everything they do? Do it everything they way. Focused is obsessed with money, obsessed with shit that don't matter, obsessed with fighting in this low vibrational shit. Them white people, they they not about to drag me down to no pit because of the shit that they started. Y'all created this bullshit system. But you ain't about to affect me with the I'm a limitless, infinite possibilities, infinite interdimensional being. Why would we want to give why would we want to join their stuff? What can they give us? We can rule this world. And that's why they so hard. That's why they hate me so much. That's why they see me as a threat. They sent my own to undermine me. They sent my own to undermine me. That's how you undermine a person. It ain't they already. But if some white folk came around me, I would have already suspected them. I'm not racist against white people. I don't have no issues with white people. White people got an issue with me. I don't have no issues with no human. Why the fuck would I'm not worried about y'all. Y'all got an issue with me. I don't worry about none of y'all. But yeah, they had to come. They have to get you through the people that's close to you. They can't get you through. You'll see them coming. They didn't support even with my own family. They didn't support me at my worst times. They showed me logical consistencies when interacting with me. So it's don't think it's okay to come back. If I know you had a role in what y'all pulled in 2022 and in what y'all try to do again in July of 2023, it's up. I'm not fucking with y'all. I just had to tell a person who I know tried to gaslight me, who I know is jealous hearted, that did not support me. I said, you got to refrain from contacting me. I don't feel comfortable. And my thing is, they got plausible deniability. So yeah, they are part of a secret societies or whatever, or they work with the government to try to fuck me up for payment. Contract for hire is real. It's called a contract for hire, revenge for hire, whatever. And they pay people a part of the Project Phoenix program to set you up, to fuck with you, to gaslight you. They take money. People will sell you out. And so I know that they were in on it because I caught them in too many logical inconsistencies. And so I know that they had something to do with it. So no, I'm not fucking with you. I don't care if you admit it or not, because you can't gaslight me. I'm a military scientist. I'm not trained by the US government though. I'm trained by Saturn. That was before I even came down here. That was before that. That was when you still in the ether. Your epigenetics is powerful. So if you a person that try to fuck with me, y'all I know y'all was in on trying to blood sacrifice me, because I have kinetic energy, and that's not just me. That's anybody that's free. And if you're a source player, you have kinetic energy, and if you too much of a threat, yeah, they set you up. It ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing new. I don't want to hear from nobody that don't try to come in my face. Y'all know what I was talking about. Y'all know the shit I was saying. Y'all all try to make it seem like I just went crazy, and I don't appreciate that shit. But when y'all see that y'all system is free falling, now it's like, oh, y'all gotta pay attention to everything that I'm sitting there, that I'm saying and putting out secretly, and then implementing it at a higher level to keep y'all shit from free falling. You notice I ain't say shit in a while. I haven't put no energy anywhere, and that's been done by design. It's not my job to save nobody. I can't take no ass whooping for nobody. Y'all like me out. Y'all wanted to fuck with me. And so it is what it is. Nobody get away with nothing. And I had black people do that to me and had my own people try to sell me out. Man, that's fucked up. Like I said, there is some claims to my there's some merit to my claims of clairvoyance. I proved that 7 months, 8 months of that on my channel publicly. There is some merit to my claims of clairvoyance. Even my Twitter page was prove that. Y'all could say, oh, y'all try to gaslight if y'all want something that's in black and white, something that's said a week before it happens. You can't gaslight that. There's some merit to me being clairvoyant. I'm not saying I know everything. I don't. So when I say I could see that someone was trying to do some bullshit or someone is full of shit, y'all don't have to believe it, but time tells all. I could just see it before everybody else could see it. I'm not no Hollywood nigga. Okay? So if you cross me or deceive me, just know that we done for life. Especially if you're not going to admit what the fuck you did. Why? How am I going to forgive something and you don't even admit what the fuck you did because you under some stupid ass oath, and you can't admit what you did? Well, we're done for life. We're done for life. I'm not. I don't play that. I don't play that. I know what I saw. Them people would have, if they could have killed me, that would have been dead and gone, and they would have celebrated multiple times already. Multiple times already. So I know that is wickedness because when they had the chance to do right, they still didn't do right. Even when I even when you give them the chance to do right, they not gonna do right by you. That's how you know you're dealing with wickedness. And so again, I know that was deep, but I do think, as far as the word reparations, I think you should just change it to another word. And like I said, put it on the website, make it clandestine, run on American ticket items in a collective sense, and then ticket items that you can get elected by Middle America, but you still have policies for Black Americans on your website. Exponential lineage injury, redress for latent injury, exponential lineage injury based on historical disparities, whatever you want to still use, however you want to use it. But if you use reparations and then you going off of slavery and then Africa, nobody gonna take that shit serious. The ancestors don't even take that shit serious because we talking about high level strategies and they will do this. Y'all see the power that I'm working with today. Let me take it off my screen so I can show y'all again. Y'all see the power I'm working with today. We got Zero Neil Hurston and we got Malcolm X. This is who I'm working with today. And Malcolm X always been watching out for me. I already told y'all that he's one of the entities that came attached to me from the zygote churning ritual that was done in the ethers by Abraxas. Abraxas is who gives you your chimeras. Now we talking about chimeras in the spiritual flesh. I'm not talking about like you got. It's too much of the deep science, but like pretty much. And if you read some of the teachings that was stolen out of the Bible, taken out of the Bible, you'll see that Abraxas was behind the churning of Jesus coming down here the first time. Again, we have to do this through analogy, through other archetypes of the dimensions. That's why the stories are so similar to Cometian science. But they are real people. I'm a real person that's being blacked out, and so now we say wartime. And I'm talking about spiritual war for you. Spiritual. I don't care what happened to me. And I told that nigga, and I got the receipts to prove it. I told that nigga, I said, look, in July 2023, I said, I don't care what happened to me. I don't care if you kill me. I don't care what y'all do. You ain't getting my motherfucking birthright, nigga. I said, I know you sacrifice women a part of your little occult rituals, and I'm tired of your occult rituals. The way he responded, it would have been like, what the fuck is you talking about? Like, the way he responded, you would have looked at it like, okay, it gotta be, that's not a normal way to respond. Like the way he responded was not, it was just so off up to what I was saying. I'm literally coming to you and saying, I'm tired of the occult rituals. I know you sacrifice Black women's and women's to get where you're at. I know you're part of a Masonic system or whatever. Stop, don't try to, I'm literally feeling somebody trying to rip my birthright off of my ass so that they can use my energy. This CIA motherfucker that's acting like he pro-Black. And the way he responded, it wasn't like he denied it. What you talking about, huh? I don't even know you. What you talking about? He didn't deny none of it. It was bitch. It was a laughing emoji, haha, because he thought, and I said, bitch, look like I got the last laugh, nigga. Oh, I don't want you. I don't want you. Bitch, did I say you wanted me? I said stop doing the cult ritual. What the fuck is you talking about? That sound like a Freudian slip. That sound like a projection. Because I ain't never said you wanted me. What the fuck is you talking about? I'm telling you, y'all would just see that message. I'm like, this is I'm like, am I talking to like a 10-year-old or something? Like the real him was like the real psychotic, like that real him was showing that the side that y'all can never see. And I'm looking like that doesn't even make any sense as to what I'm asking you to. I'm telling you that I know that you sitting up there doing occult rituals, and your response is a laughing emoji and bitch. Not what you talking about, huh? Because he knew I knew what the fuck was going on. People in the spiritual, and mind you, I'm not initiated, so I don't know all the things. I don't know, like if I can wake up one day, sometimes I accidentally astral project. I'm not trained in none of this stuff. I have to teach myself or learn from other Black women's, but I don't be knowing what's all of what, and they know I don't know. I have to go to God. I have to pray. I have to ask God. I got to go to the dark energies myself. I got to go to the primordials myself. I go to the Godhead, which is a woman in my eyes. Y'all say God is a father, whatever. God is a woman in my mind. So that's y'all business. God could be whatever you want it to be. But in my mind, I gotta go to my ancestors. I gotta go to get this knowledge and this science, because ain't nobody gonna teach me, because they wanted to keep it from me. So I gotta go to my ancestors. I gotta go to the Black women's that's going to freely give me some game, that I donate a little bit of money that I got. So I don't know all the stuff. But a nigga that's in their 60s, that's initiated in all that shit, and been studying that shit for decades, been in Hollywood for 25 years, they know all this science. And then they get to go and use MK Ultra ritual, which is a part of this science. Obia got this sciences, Ifa got this science, all these sciences is nothing new. It's just reverse engineered. But it was stolen. Using fucking radionics and psychotronics on motherfuckers. Mainly psychotronics. Psychotronics is very powerful if you want to use it to fuck with somebody else. You could use it to enlighten yourself and to undo curses on yourself too with psychotronics. But you can also use it to curse a motherfucker and to steal somebody's birthright off of them. And imagine if somebody knows ceremonial magic and they working with a whole cult and a whole fucking secret society that's backing them, and they all want to come for your ass because you called out they sacred cow, and they all want to fuck with you. They all don't like you. You don't think I don't know I'm under spiritual attack a lot of times? Yeah, I know that they don't like me, and that they could come in. They want to. They constantly be doing death spell ritual, whatever they gonna do. And like I said, if they can take me out and if God let it happen, then you do it. Until then, it's up. And even after that, because now I'm not giving nobody my birthright, and I'm letting nobody write off my energy at all. Nobody. I don't care if you family member, friend, foe, you fuck with me, you gotta motherfucking go. I don't care who it is. I'm not letting nobody write off my energy. I ain't giving nobody my birthright. I ain't giving nobody no free kinetic energy when you don't give nothing to me. It's about reciprocation in this bitch. If you don't fuck with me, then to get the fuck on shit. You like it, cool. You like it, cool. You don't, fast forward, like Kanye West said. I believe in me. Just believe in you. Let me do me. You like it, cool. You don't, fast forward. Like how Kanye West said. That's what the fuck I believe in. I fuck with those that fuck with me. I love those that love me. And that's it. You fuck with me, I fuck with you. But you just entitled because you some jealous motherfucker, or you got paid to try to take me out. No, I can't rock with that. And I ain't ever changing my story, because I know that I caught him in lies. I caught him just in about 10 lies just in 3 weeks alone. I caught him in lies. Y'all don't cut him in lies because y'all don't research nothing. Y'all don't look at nothing. Y'all just want anybody to say anything that's gonna make you feel good, and you just follow it. Because everything is about, I can't do that matrix programming. Because I already know that it's Black people that's very powerful in this system that work with these white Satanists just as well. And they both on the same team. And whoever they got to get out, it's a war. These people don't think like us. Y'all sit up there and be hung up on that race stuff and get brainwashed by that shit. And no motherfuckers at the top, they know how to program you with the race program. That's a matrix program. That's a computer program. The race stuff, the race social construct, get them all worked up, get them riled up, white supremacy. But I know for a fact the people that's telling that to you, they gated communities with white people, work around white people, only hire white people, only living around white people, only only come to you to ask you for some money and get you to buy. You ain't got nothing built out of nothing. I mean, it's like, it's so obvious, and it's like, I'm not the bad guy for noticing that. I'm not the motherfucker. That's they boy. And that's why they protect them. But guess what? We going after all these motherfuckers. We going after all these motherfuckers because they are wicked. That's why we believe in the Resurgence Movement for Black Americans. That's why we believe in authenticate media for Black Americans. That delineation movement, it got torn on, it derailed. Just like this person keeps derailing fucking movements, and then they want us to defend motherfucking Diddy. And I caught that motherfucker lying about the case over 20 times. Why are you lying about the case? Why are you supporting a person rumored to be feds by 3 people that were close to him, that worked with him? Why are you supporting a person that worked with a white supremacist structure to undermine Black Americans and our community for 30 years, made billions and billions with them, and then when shit got awry, when a contract is up or when they turn their ass on you, now you want to, but you fucked over all these Black Americans. You shot them in the face. You fucked over them in contracts. I caught this motherfucking lying at least 20 times about that case. And then you want me to support a person that's rumored to be the feds by 3 people that's close to him that worked with him for 25 years. But you work with him and you got sealed records for the same thing. That's what this is about. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all can't see shit for nothing, man. I'm crazy for noticing this shit, for sounding the alarm. When I know for a fact that this person was in on trying to take me out through contract for hire for a Project Phoenix program. I don't even care. That's the point, is not to like get nobody to stop. Y'all do whatever y'all want to do. It's just that y'all not about to gaslight me about some shit I know. This is what I know. This is what I'm standing on. Everybody do what they got to do. Y'all do you. I don't give a shit. But don't, when the chickens come home to roost, don't come to me. Don't come to anybody that try to tell you either. Because we try to tell y'all stupid motherfuckers. Not y'all that's listening. Not y'all that's listening. We try to tell y'all. And so when shit come to fan, because 2025 is the reckoning. I'm letting you know that now. And we're not playing with nobody. We're not playing for our war is based on, our warfare is based on our truth and our light and justice. And so if you ain't working with that, and Saturn was about to roll down here, already been rolling down, but we sending out more egregores because y'all think we playing. And yeah, we doing controlled demolition, but we gotta do a couple of drive-by. We gotta do a couple of spiritual drive-bys on systems that we know is hurting our people. And so yeah, it's destroyer before we get to creator. Because we gotta destroy the systems that don't serve us. And you can only do that spiritually and through your mind and through changing yourself. And so the more we raise our vibration and the more we do what we work on us, and the more we work on each other, focus on each other and on ourselves and in our agendas and interests and goals, that's how you start to create. You got to subjectively program your matrix. That's how you start to undermine other people's shit. And it's not about undermining any physical person. It's more so of the systems that we know undermine humanity, the systems that we know are unjust. That's what's important. Y'all not about to use my good God-given kinetic primordial energy to defend some damn P. Diddy. When there's ozone, when there's food deserts, when there's Black people that really are struggling, when there's Black women's that are getting its frame tore out their ass at the job, in the medical industry, when there's Black men's that getting the frame torn out their ass on the workplace too. So why would I'm not giving my kinetic energy to that. He worked with them people for 30 years. Y'all thought it was all fun and games. You and these niggas, y'all always wanted fun and games, human trafficking motherfuckers, do whatever y'all could do God knows what in that Luciferian, homunculus, Babylonian, Baphomet satanic system. Y'all was doing whatever y'all wanted to do. Nobody cared about us. Y'all wanted to kill us. Y'all didn't care about who y'all sacrificed, what y'all had to do to get to the top. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. And so now, okay. It's no fun when the rabbit got the motherfucking gun. Because the whole thing has been hijacked. You're in a parallel universe. When you even even when P. Diddy had the chance to do right by Black Americans, he didn't. He fucked over everybody in them contracts, shot motherfucking Tupac, behind the death of Tupac and Biggie, worked with is rumored to be the feds by 3 people. And I do think he's the feds. Look at the host. Y'all ain't gonna tell me that he's not. That's why I'm not supporting him. And then the person that's defending that's him and want us to support him, known him for 25 years, been in Hollywood for 25 years, has sealed records for human trafficking himself. Suspect Steph happens around them every movement they come around. People die every when he come around. But I'm crazy for noticing it. And that's their boy. So yeah, they gotta protect him over they protect me. Because they still got to squeeze whatever he's in a contract. He under oath too. And his shit gonna come out. And so that's why he's trying to convince and brainwash Black Americans into defending some charm shit instead of focusing on themselves, which is community building and their own resurgence movement and their own injuries that they went through. And focusing on getting them spiritually enlightened, getting them to be at a higher vibration than anybody that's running this system. And any deep state, any elites, they got Black Americans vibration can be higher than all of that. But no, they want us to be stuck in some low level matrix defending Sherm as P. Diddy, so that our free, kinetic, godly energy can be swiped with him, and he could wash his karma through us giving him that energy by defending him. I'm not doing it. I know how a cult works. I know how rituals work. I'm not participating in that fucking ritual. That's why he coming every 3 days asking Black Americans to defend P. Diddy. Defend, oh, the white system got it. The white system. Why he work with the white system then? Why he make the deal then? Why he play the game then? He didn't have to play the game that way. Even if they held something over his head, it don't matter. Shit, they can hold anything over anybody's head. My dad walked away. People walk away. You can say no, but no, it was all fun. Nobody would have gave a damn. Y'all went over to the reparations space in 2022. Y'all wanted to soul hunt, to look for Black Americans to kill, for your sacrifice, to move you up to the next level, to get more free energy. They needed tribe of Judah energy. That was the energies that are too powerful for them to handle, though. So everything backfired when they went fucking with those energies, particularly me. I'm not saying PDD had nothing to do with it. I'm saying that he brought one of his people that worked with him and that known with him was all of a sudden wanted to bring their ass closer into that space. They were already in the space, but they had their own little section. I'm talking about the space where I was at, the people that I hung out with, the people that I fuck with. All of a sudden, this motherfucker is all around everybody that I fucking know. And I know that was a honeypot. That was a setup. And that person worked with P. Diddy. And y'all know. And if y'all caught up in that game, that's your motherfucking problem. Y'all ain't about to sacrifice me. I swear to God, I ain't letting that shit happen. And there's a roaring energy against anybody that would do that to me. I swear I will destroy the entire ecosystem of equilibrium in this dimension for anybody that's trying to fuck with me. I don't fuck with nobody. I take it so personal. I take it so personal when somebody come for me for no reason over some shit that they, whatever agendas that they got. That take that so fucking personal. And I get so angry because I'm like, I'm not here to mess with nobody. I don't need nothing from nobody. I ain't here trying to program. I ain't here trying to force nothing on nobody. I ain't here. I just really want my whole thing walking around in the bubble, my whole life walking around in a fucking bubble, hoping one day that I could just help my people. My whole life walking around in a fucking bubble, hoping that I could get into good governance one day and help people. Build things for people, build a school, write some books, just a simple fucking life. And to know that my government and this system just came for me, the Masons, and granted, maybe they backed off, maybe they changed their mind, whatever, but I still got to do my own healing. So and I don't think they ever gonna go away. But I got to do my own healing, but that anger is still there. I ain't gonna hold you. There's a lot of anger. I ain't gonna act like I'm not angry. And I do want justice because I'm talking about being put in like some Project Phoenix, COINTEL shit, MK Ultra type shit program. Motherfuckers know about it. Motherfuckers laughing at you, seeing you fall and down. And people, you pretty much do your own I did my own reconnaissance for 8 months. Got confirmation that everybody knew what I was talking about. The stuff that I saw in the spiritual realm that people lied about and gaslight. I isolated every single last one of those people to get intel out of every single last one of them to confirm other people's stories and had them set traps and had them motherfuckers walk right into it for my own confirmation that I wasn't fucking seeing just random shit in the spiritual realm. I really saw that shit. And so I said, oh, no. Y'all are some other shit. And I know people think that, it's okay to, I can't walk into no system like that. Y'all conjure me up. Why would you think I will work with why would y'all think I can't be around anything that's going to be stagnating? I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a system, it's a government. If it's stagnated and it ain't efficient and it ain't innovative and it ain't creative and it's not intelligent and it's backwards and it's deceptive, I'm not working with it. I don't care who it is. I don't care. Y'all gonna have to then shit evolve. Don't conjure up no Saturn energy, no Christ consciousness, no divine feminine. Why is y'all sitting there playing around with those energies? And then when they come and they ready to roll, and then y'all sit up there scared or don't know what the fuck to do, or buyer's remorse, and then try to. No, it don't work that way. Nah. just because you didn't understand what you were conjuring up. It ain't a bad thing, but we have to go through those growing pains. There has to be understanding. There's too much deceptiveness, and it ain't that. It's not that. To me, you doing something you ain't got no business doing if you got to be that deceptive. We're not talking about keeping a secret because we gotta, we in some reconnaissance mission and we trying to help motherfuckers and they can't know all the details, and we gotta, we trying to do this because we want to help a person. No, y'all doing that for some other reasons. Y'all not doing that to help me. Y'all wasn't doing that to help me. Y'all was doing that to take me the fuck out. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. That's why it's awkward, and that's why, and a lot of the Black people that's in that space, they know what I know what they tried to do, and it's awkward as fuck, and they know it's awkward, and I'm not letting up. I mean, y'all, if you ain't nothing to do with it, you ain't got nothing to motherfucking worry about. If you ain't had nothing to do with it, or even if you try to repent and make it right, or try to, But my thing is that nigga's definition of making it right is not good enough for me. That ain't good enough. All that. I don't like it. I don't like that movement. I don't like the way that move. I don't like that energy. I'm so concerned with burying me, and making sure I don't ever get hurt, or making sure my shit don't get out, or making sure y'all systems is free falling. Y'all systems is free falling. And I'm a builder of systems, and a creator of systems, and a destroyer of systems. So what does it mean for me? And I'm not beholden to none of this shit. I'm not. So it don't make me no never mind. That's the thing. Y'all really built the motherfucking super soldier because y'all locked me out so bad. Y'all would never give me a job. Y'all would never give me, y'all never wanted to help me. No one ever wanted to lift me up, promote my shit. Y'all push somebody. Y'all push somebody to the brink. Like, my raw genius, pure genius cannot be disputed. Y'all push somebody to that level where now it's like a boomerang. It's like taking a slingshot and you pushing someone, and then you actually catapult them once you release it. And whatever they hit, good, better get out the fucking way. Because that's what y'all was so worried on, burying me, fucking with me. And so now, and the breadcrumbs are there. Who's behind a lot of this shit? And they know that the higher ups know that. Who's behind a lot of this stuff? You can't prove it because guess what? Plausible deniability. What can you do? I was just sitting in. What are you guys talking about? I was on my bed, butt naked, sleeping. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Plausible deniability. That's what it means to run a system interdimensionally. That's what the occult is. That's Hecka. Can't prove it. Can't prove that. Just like how that nigga said, I can't prove how y'all was fucking with me and how y'all try to blood sacrifice me and all that witchcraft and all that shit. I can't prove it. I saw it spiritual. I can't prove it though. Well, who's behind all the shit that you going on that's popping off now? Can't prove it. Who's behind it? What can you do? What can you say? What can you do? And there's even more for these treacherous, bitch ass, jealous niggas. It's even more war that I want to bring. Because it's like, I take that so, y'all have no idea how personal I take that shit, man. Especially if you want somebody else to win, and you thinking somebody that you admire them, or you thinking like highly of them, that they righteous and shit, or that everybody righteous, everybody gonna look out for each other. Like, could you imagine just being fucking dumbfounded, like having your bubble burst like that, and that's a motherfucker that just hates your ass and it actually is taking money to kill your ass or to set you up? And then stealing your shit, and then saying they don't know you. And then the whole community know what they did. The whole community knows and nobody cares. So it's not for everybody. That was a part of that. I don't give a damn how small, how large. That's some wicked ass shit to do. That's some wicked shit to do to a prophet. That's some wicked ass shit to do. Like I said, let me get back on my point. We need to get cash in Blaque Americans' hands this instant. And again, we do that through the 3-tier approach. The programs that address exponential lineage injury is for the legislative. You got a faction that's going to deal with the legal matters of reparations, the legal matters, the case, the structure, whatever y'all going to do, the treaties y'all want to work with. That's a whole faction under one conglomerate. You got the legislative aspect that works on governance and programs for Blaque Americans' exponential injury. That deals with housing, programs, apprenticeships, business grants, medical, whatever, even maybe taxes. The executive level, that's take a little more time, but it's expected that they do also an executive order as well as a push for UBI. The legislative branch should be pushing for UBI as well because this we need cash in Blaque Americans' hands. Okay, and so that's what it's about. Now you say, for those that say it's a legal matter, again, I'm not a lawyer. There's other Black Americans that know about this stuff. There should be a team that can get that done. Okay, and not that lady that y'all put out either. That lady, she is part of the system. I'm telling you, like y'all. I know that y'all want to think that y'all gonna be able to get along and get. Y'all not, man. And y'all sitting up there pushing off these loudmouth ass motherfuckers that can't talk. That's sitting up there. That's literally a part of their system. They gonna sell you the fuck out, just so y'all know. But y'all so fucking stupid, y'all can't see it. They gonna sell you the fuck out. It's so obvious. But because they ghetto and loud and whatever, and I'm ghetto and loud too. But not I'm. You know, when it comes to governance, I'm bringing GIA, we bring in Saturn, we bring in Nocti, Queen Mothership shit. Like it's gonna be a whole nother Jenny. It's like I gotta tap into my primordial shit and to run this system. But as far as like me just talking this shit right now, yeah, I'm talking shit. But y'all gotta stop, like y'all gotta stop being anti-intellectual too, man. And it's not because of like me or anything, but I'm saying is like I noticed that y'all are propping up people that I know is doing all this cussing, threatening, saying they're gonna beat people's asses, saying this is a stupid. They were saying this about like these presidents or these corporations, whatever. There's a way to. I mean, that's not governance. That's not how you get. That is not even if you were to do something intermittently. That's not how you do it. Now you hear me screaming, talking. This is a YouTube video. There's no way that you will see me like. And then this is the person that y'all are propping up, and I'm just like, y'all don't get it. And y'all just deserve not to, like, I don't know, man. Like, I'll just be sad sometimes. Like, this cannot be real. But another thing, I think that we should also have a team of I know if people want to do a pack, maybe even a lobbyist. Again, exponential lineage injury, but don't put yourself in a myopic sense. Push for UBI. Get some back in that, but get some power back in you too. Ain't nobody that threatened by. I mean, we moving in a new day. If you can prove, like the thing is, the reason why there's such a change in guard, and you see them just sacrificing all these niggas and killing up all these. You saw all these people that died last year. I mean, I'm sorry, not last year. You saw all these people that died within the last month. All them celebrities that died, like they realize they can't even do nothing with none of these people. It's a completely new system, and they have to rebuild the whole thing out again. They know that, and they useless to the system. They're useless. In a new system, they would literally be useless. All that deceiving and lying and fucking and sucking and sacrificing and satanic shit that y'all was doing and all that, that's useless in the eyes of the universe. That's useless in the new system. It's a useless. You can't do nothing. We can't do nothing with that. Drinking baby's blood. Get the fuck out of here. That's a useless thing to do. Like, so it's like anybody that was that motherfucking corrupt, y'all gotta they just getting rid of everything. I'm telling you, look at all them black people. That look at Hollywood, like Hollywood. Look at that. Y'all should have known that when they had all that when they was fucking up them contracts in the entertainment industry in 2023. I known right there. I told y'all I could see things that are dimensionally. I knew it was because they couldn't get the. Remember they couldn't agree on them contracts. Y'all really just think it's a contract. Contract law is Babylonian Luciferian magic, dude. Y'all cannot be that. And we talking about the entertainment. They went on strike, and they had issues over them contracts, all them actors, because they couldn't. The system can't deliver to them on in exchange for the kinetic energy. They don't. That should have let you know then that oh shit, it's done. Time's up. Like what the hell? Anybody that's going into that in today's age, I would say even after 2019 was a damn fool, but 2024, oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. You better create your own opportunities and working with people that can get you opportunities and each other opportunities rather, and uplift each other in an authentic manner, authenticate media, authenticate Black Americans, authenticate people, authenticate. What does authenticate mean? We already know what authenticate means. Real. Something that's real. Something that's genuine. Something that's certified. Something that's validated. Something that's verified. Something that's substantiated. Authenticate media. Okay. There's certain things that we can benefit from. Again, that's why I like the three-tiered approach: legal, legislative, and executive, all under one conglomerate. Remember, it's a triangulation method that's related related to what? Our redress, related to the situation and the empowerment of Black Americans. A three-tiered approach. In particular, again, we're not using the word reparations, we're using exponential lineage injury, but that's the way you're doing it in a governance sense. And obviously, that's not military science for revolution. That's not the same. That's different. We're talking about just governance. And again, my idea of politics is not this American definition of politics is not based on bribery, blackmail, matrix system, matrix taking an oath, none of that. Politics is governance on your ethos, logos, and credos for true ethical governance of a civilization, an empire, a queendom, a kingdom, whatever. And yes, it is done interdimensionally. And yes, we still use esoteric mystery sciences. It's nothing new. What do you think is running your system now? It's just a botched version of esoteric science that was stolen from another order. That's all it is. That's what's running the system now, but it's free falling because they don't have enough kinetic energy to keep it going. And the signs of the times: new age, new energy, divine feminine is back, primordials are back. It just is what it is. Okay, so I think, like, again, that legislative branch, no, for any Black American that's interested in running on that, I think they should use those terms, and I think they should be fighting and not fighting, but like, getting some form of like apprenticeship programs, earn while you learn, housing programs, those type of things, and then work around at the executive level to the direct cash payment with the executive order or the UBI. But you still got you still got legislative programs, you still got the earn while you earn. We still got a team of Black Americans working on the legal matter, the reparations as a legal matter. But it's structured. It's 3 tiers, a 3-tiered approach. And then that way, there's some Black Americans who can get more. They can get more cash because they are descendant of slaves. And they can get the UBI, and they can take advantage of the housing programs, and they can take advantage of the earn while you learn apprenticeship programs, business grants, whatever it is. And it's structured based on, good governance. But for those that's working at a legal manner, I do think you need to have like some genealogy. You got to have timestamps. You got to have. But I think that the triangulated approach. Again, I already know I'm too ahead of my time. I already know that most of the time this is gonna fall on deaf ears. Excuse me. And then 3 years later, somebody gonna try to act like they came up with this shit, and I'm gonna be right there because I'm not letting y'all steal my shit. I'm not letting y'all write off my energy. I'm not letting y'all. Now y'all could take this. If I see some authenticate Black Americans like take some of these ideas and ran with it, I would say within the next year, I ain't gonna pull up no smoke. I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing. If within, actually not even 1 year, I'm only giving y'all 6 months. Fuck it. We ain't got time to waste. Within 6 months, if I see an authenticate Black American talk about a triangulated approach or talk about a 3-tiered approach or exponential lineage injury, anything of that we talked about in this video, I ain't gonna say shit. I'm gonna be happy. That's what I want. If I choose to give the egregores to that person, I will. Whoever decide, but it got to be authenticate. It got to be authenticate Black American, and I will transfer some egregores over there to work on pushing that shit. I know how to do that while still maintaining my kinetic energy. I know how to do that. I will create an egregore and throw it over there to whoever the person that takes this ball up and run it got a bigger platform than me, but you still got to be authenticate. And then you only got 6 months to do that. Whoever does it, I don't give a fuck who does it, male, female, but you got to be a genuine soul. I don't care who takes it. You just got to be a genuine motherfucking soul. But you only got 6 months. After that, if it's one of them bastard motherfuckers that I know was in on trying to take me out, to try to take anything out of this video, there'll be no egregores. There'll be an IIMS team that see your motherfucking ass in the spiritual realm. There'll be no egregores. I'll send my fucking adjutants. That's how we got to do it. Because I'm not, y'all sitting up there trying to keep the dying ass system going, lying to our people, fucking over our people, locking out good people, trying to kill good people, and then stealing their shit. I ain't letting that happen to me. I ain't letting that happen. So if one of them bitch ass niggas who I know was in on trying to take me out, steal my shit, I'm not playing that. They're getting called out. But if it's an authenticate Black American, and you cannot be associated with them motherfuckers either. and you free and you got you a little team or y'all got your little bus, I don't give a fuck who it is. I will push that up. I'm not here to punish Black Americans and shit. I will push it up spiritually. Because honestly, I don't do a lot of this physical works. I told you I like to do everything on a mental plane and delegate and have people, that are more apt on a physical plane do that shit. A lot of my exhaustion don't come from actual physical labor. I ain't like working like Amazon or something. Ain't nothing wrong with working at Amazon. I'm just saying, like, I'm not like a construction worker or nothing. But I am an intergalactic mentalist. And so my energy is very expansive, very valuable and precious to me, but I also have to spend a lot of time interdimensionally through myself. I'm not channeling no entities, ain't no entities possessing me or nothing like that. But I'm just saying I have to work with archetypes of dimensions and densities. Then decipher that information. I have to do quantum teleportation, get this information from Saturn, get this information from God, package it in where a human can understand it, and try my best. And I'm damn sure I don't even be doing my best at that because the humans be saying they don't even understand me. They be saying, "Oh, it's too difficult for me." They be saying, "Oh, that's too difficult. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's too that you got to make it more difficult. You got to make it more understandable for us." Or they saying, They trying hard, but they don't get it." And so I gotta bring it down even more. Try to bring up more analogies, come up with more analogies so that I could be more better understood. Which I do think most people do understand me, but I don't want nobody to feel like I'm talking over their head because that's not the point of the work that I do. But I also have to work on it. That's just something I got to work on. But they also got to ask questions and put in the work too. You can't just. I'm not here to spoon feed. We way past spoon feeding. We way past spoon feeding. I can't. I'm not spoon feeding no baby ass souls. I'm not really here for baby souls. I'm here. I don't even know what I'm here for. I ain't saying I have one direct mission. We have multiple missions, but I don't think I'm here for no baby ass souls. I don't, cause y'all disrespectful. Y'all gonna end up I'm not a motherfucker that got patience for it. I don't have patience for baby assholes, but I do love baby assholes, and I wish y'all the best. And I think I will hope they had the best time of their life. I don't wish no harm on nobody, but they come to me with the disrespect and all that, and I ain't got time for it. I'll be done slammed. I'll be done said something in my head, and it caused them motherfuckers to no, we good. We just don't need to interact and wish you the best whenever you want to ask me something or not. I'm not for everybody. I'm not for everybody, and that is okay. Again, this triangulated approach is the best. Is for me. Okay. Again, you got 6 months, but if you try to act like you came up with this and you steal my ideas, and you will be called out by name. But again, y'all could take this and not have to, and I won't say nothing. I ain't trying to get no credit or nothing. But I'm saying like a treacherous nigga that I know you was in on, you don't really like me, you're a bitch ass nigga, and you try to steal my shit, you will get called out by name. You can even take the format, I don't even care. But you must do it within 6 months for me to send the egregores to push the energy in it. If not, you don't will. Shit. I can't do everything by myself. I've done more than enough. That's the spiritual offers on the table. After that, it's not even a deal. It's just free game. It's not even a deal. It's just literally just free game. I can't work in a space with dangerous ass people though. I can't work with stealth black ops shit where they work through plausible deniability to set people up in teams and then use the occult to get threats out of the way to undermine them, like how y'all did me. I can't work like that. I can't even be associated with somebody that will even work or think it's okay to justify that because they know what happened to me. So I can't even work with none of that. I can't. That's why I don't speak in those spaces no more because there's no productive value to them. Because I know certain people are a huge danger. Even if I see the people on the stage that rock with them, I just can't sit in the audience. I can't entertain it. Because I understand what that's about. I know what soul hunting look like. Them motherfuckers barter souls. I mean, they occultists. They have your stupid ass thinking that they fighting for reparations or whatever, but it's nothing but a honeypot. And for anyone that's serious or with enough sauce, your ass is the cannon fodder. That space was born through the entertainment industrial complex, viewing reparation space as a bag. That's why there's so many people that's in the entertainment industry in there. They just view the reparation space as a way to get a bag. and they use they systems are set up to contract stuff, contract Luciferian Babylonian magic and corruption and politics. I can't work up under those conditions. I can't work up under the conditions of corruption. The politics should be a space of continuously evolved governance. I want to run for city council. I wanted to, I remember every time I was a little kid, all my Blaque American teachers used to say when I was at school 57, oh, you're going to be the president of the United States. You're going to be the president of the United States. Y'all don't think I know what my program was geared towards? What the fuck? I know what my program, I know the program that they put me in. I was in a foster care system. But why you think I don't have that story that other people have? I don't have this story that other people have as far as the foster care kids. I was never was it sexually trafficked or I'm not trying to put myself on a I'm just saying, like, I already know what my program was for, the programming that I was put in. They used to tell me that Blaque Americans teachers used to tell me all the time. They used to that's why they used to program in my head. And I was a 5-year-old kid, 6-year-old kid, 7-year-old kid, 8-year-old kid. You're going to be the president of the United States. They used to tell me that. So I know what the fuck they was trying to program me for. And I was going straight into politics. My programming was working. But I saw things with the programming that I don't like. I don't like the way the system ran. So when I wanted to run for city council, and I was going to run for city council, but I can't with the way the system is. I'm not signing no contracts. I'm not taking no oath. I'm not doing those things. I don't believe in corruption. I even believe in automating politics, blueprints, good policies to help people in society run. But no, it's all about bribery and going to the Diddy parties. I can't. It's too much of an illusion. But if there's people that want to be in this 3D dimension, they should have good governance. That's my point. You got to program the matrix. Whether you know it's an illusion or not, you're still subjectively creating your parallel universe. You still have to subjectively program your state of awareness. This is the dimension that people like, and they will stay on. That's their people, their way of life. But it doesn't have to be hell on earth when it can be heaven on earth. You don't have to have a system that's based on corruption. You wanted it to be that way. And it's not about, oh, we have to be done with it because we're so evolved. You have to bridge that gap. You still in this motherfucker, you still on earth. If you were so evolved, you wouldn't be on earth. Same with me. I wouldn't even be here. If I was just so over this whole system, my ass would be floated up just like the rainbow Buddhist monks who are able to transfigurate their whole motherfucking body. They get tired of this matrix. Guess what they do? This is a secret society, and you could look this up yourself. These Buddhist monks, when they get tired of being in this fucking dimension, and you could read these stories for yourself. It's called the rainbow. They will transfigurate their whole body, will just disappear. Boom. Not die, not death. All you see is shoes. They had the little Buddhist monk shoes with the little Buddhist orange robe. They sit in a meditation and they said, I'm about to go. The other monks, they know what's going on. They about to do their ritual. It's all secret. The humans been able to do this for a long time. You're not supposed to know about it. You can look this up for yourself. And that motherfucker just disappear. Boom. They come back in the room and ain't nothing but shoes. It's actually, they watch it too, but they never record it. You only got reports of it and stories and histories going hundreds of years back, even recent stories of it. But you're never supposed to record these things because the public's not supposed to see these things. And all you see is shoes and that damn orange robe, and that motherfucker done disappeared. And you see a rainbow around. You see a light. They turn into a light and they get the fuck on out of here. So we ain't doing that. Then we gotta be here. Or else you motherfuckers and there's a tribe that believe in taking themselves out when they get tired too. They a now contact tribe in the Amazonian jungle. To look this shit up yourself. And they are so in tune with the spiritual realm. They don't see quite, they're very earth-based, I have to say. But they do know they practice a extreme form of population control because they live off the earth of nature. They do slash and burn techniques and pretty safe techniques that are safe for the earth. But when they choose who gonna have a birth, who gonna have a baby, and who not too, they plan they got natural birth control, all that stuff. But they say this: when they get tired of Earth dimension, you know what to do, and they don't have no problem with it, and nobody judges it because that's the way the culture is different. See, that's shocking to us because it's like, oh, you check yourself out, that's a bad thing. In certain cultures, it's called Salikana. And Salikana, that's a spiritual practice for some people, but that's in Jainism, but it's not quite the same that the way the Amazonian no contact tribe practices it. Because they know they going, they know they about to, they know they just spirit. They already know they a spirit. They already know that this is a human experience. They already are aware of that. So when they say, oh, and they say their grandma this passed, right? And they say, I miss grandma, and go see grandma then. They go take, they got this little ritual they do. They take themselves out. Literally, they take themselves out. Read between the lines, what I'm saying. And they go and they believe they go see grandma. And they do this all. These are tribes that do this all. They're melanated tribes. They've been doing this. They don't see the way. They don't have all that programming that we. I'm not saying we copy that. I'm not saying we do that. I ain't saying that at all. I'm just saying there's different ways. And so I'm saying, like, you know, we got to still be here on this planet Earth. And I'm not a motherfucker that's not about to be sitting in no motherfucking misery because of no wicked ass satanic ass system. I'm not. I ain't sitting in no 3D motherfucking system because y'all want to be on some low level ass shit. I'm not doing it. So then we now 125D, bring your motherfucking ass down here. 45D, GIA, whatever we got to do. Saturn, bring your ass on down here. Whatever we got to do to shake this shit up. I'm not living on this planet. I like planet Earth. I like planet Earth. I like the trees. I like them birds. I like them bees. Sometimes the big bees with the big booty. The bumblebees with the big booty. I like them too, even though they a little annoying. I like fucking nature. I like the flowers. I like the oceans, waters. But I don't even feel like I can enjoy myself because this stupid ass matrix, this stupid ass system, that's fake. So you gotta go, because planet Earth is real. That's how I see it. That's how black people should have been seeing that shit. You would have been got your ass out of this system. But no, you wanted to work with P. Diddy. Y'all wanted to work with the Baphomet. Y'all wanted to work with their system. Let's be real. Let's wake that shit up. Y'all wanted that shit. Y'all wanted to think that the white man's ice was hider. Y'all wanted to sell each other out. Y'all wanted to hate the black woman. Y'all wanted to fuck over the black child. Hey, DW, love you. Y'all know I'm on one today. Hey, girl. But yeah, y'all wanted to do these things. Y'all wanted to walk right into their system, and that's why we got what we working with today. What we working with? Malcolm X Speaks, Rainbringer, Zora Neale Hurston, Rainbringer. To check them codes. I'm a code motherfucker. Rainbringer. You see that snake? Malcolm X Speaks. We not playing. The Resurgence Movement for Blaque Americans. Resurgence of what? Our leadership, our dominance. I don't even like the word dominance. Let me just hold my pretty horses. Our leadership, our governance, our humanitarian efforts, our humanitarian ways. We got the best ways of doing things if we put our mind to it. But if we go to the Baphomet system, then no, God is not going to honor that. God is not honoring none of this fucking oath shit. Ancestors not either. Even the ones that took the deals. Yeah, I got ancestors that's Masons, and I told you my sixth great grandmother had already admitted that they was doing that satanic ass shit, and she said they're not doing that no more. They don't want me to be into that. I already told y'all. So even the ones that's already been there and done that, they done with it too. White and black. Because it was black ones that told me they was done with it, and it was white ones that told me they was done with it. And the answers, they still taught me all of the knowledge of it though. Because they said you gotta know what you're dealing with. And so we need Atlantean consciousness. We got my original dimension. They trained me. They trained me. 125D, Atlantean consciousness, 45D, Uranus. Those are energies that believe in innovation, balance, high-level societies, the truth over order, expansion of consciousness, enlightenment, and motherfucking revolution. And everybody know that's Uranus. That's the baby planet. Inventions. So I can't get into government knowing that the system feels threatened by anybody. That they are interact with somebody that got that RISS app on their phone, and they instantly go into deceptive mode. And I can feel that. I can feel that. I can see that. I can sense it in their spirit. That they passing the fake ass dossiers about me, all types of shit. They'll spread a lie about you in a heartbeat if you were doing this type of work. They just make up anything, and people will believe it, and they'll get paid to fuck with you. But Black Americans know that that's what happened to me, and they still trying to act like I'm just making that shit up. And they still spreading shit that's false. I got to deal with a lot of jealousy. I was just in that space. Like I said, I was so motherfucking uncomfortable, man. I'm like, man, that's why I sit on my own channel, man, my own frequency, because a channel is a station. That's your frequency. That's like radio. Thoughts is radio signals. So I don't want to be around frequencies that do not like me. I could stay right over here by myself. What, 2, 3, 4, 5 people? I don't care if it's just me. I don't give a damn. I can stay over here and be my pure self. Whoever rocks with me, they rock with me. They gonna find me. That's what I like. And I see that's how they probably laugh into that. I know that y'all live in the matrix. I know that it's illusion. So I know what's going on in 2025. So it's not, that stuff don't impress me anymore. Like it doesn't, that illusion shit don't impress me anymore. Because I already know that y'all reverse engineered everything. So that's not the truth. I already know that y'all blacklist good people. I already know that y'all kill righteous motherfuckers. I already know that y'all satanic death cult jealous motherfuckers that don't got no sauce and that take oaths and steal shit from motherfuckers. I already know that. So what can y'all, what's impressive about your system? What's impressive about it? Nothing. Nothing. Even the aspects of the occult is MK Ultra. Just religion is MK Ultra. All this religious bullshit is MK Ultra. The occult, that botch that shit is MK Ultra. That's why it's all bullshit. And I understood what my sister was saying. That's why I said people got to create their own shit. That's why I create the Nocti philosophy, the Nocti Queen Mothership. I respect order. I respect I.P.Us that were on this planet, whether that be the Commission science. It's not all bullshit, right? Like I'm not, you can't just throw the baby away with the bathwater. That's why, I still read my Bible every day. I know how to decipher shit because I'm the bloodline that created it all. So I already know like what's bullshit, what's not. Okay, I know they took that from that. I already know that the story of Dionysus and Mithra and all. Y'all ain't telling nothing new to me as far as when y'all want to say, oh, the story of Jesus is not real and all. Y'all start bringing up the Commission signs. I already know all that shit. I've been studying this shit for a long time. Got a master's degree in religious studies and an ordained minister. And I've studied it all well. I just created my own shit. That's what the humans supposed to. You're supposed to study the I.P.Us, get the codes, get the messages, and then create your own I.P.U. Even if you did want to buy it the way they taught it to you, you still gotta evolve it as a human, just as your human right to evolve it to your own programming, your own consciousness, what feels comfortable with you, your own system. Every human is supposed to do that. You're not supposed to interfere with other people's systems, though, and the way other people want to do their algorithms and their programming. And that's what that system does to people like me. That's why they have the targeted individual program. That's why they have Project Phoenix, because when humans start to realize that, oh, your mind is a fucking computer, is a transducer, game theory, information theory, let's go. Bam, universe. Now you're connected to the fucking galaxy, and you start programming this matrix like a damn, and they see your algorithm, and they come get you. They just snatch. They come. They activate the damn Agent Smiths on you. That's just common sense. So we got to deal with that. That spell was broken. I'm so glad that spell was broken for me. I pray that spell is broken for every motherfucking human on this planet, man. I pray once we get it, then it's like, damn, we halfway there. Even we get 25% of humans just come on, like break that spell. That's a spell. MK Ultra is nothing but a high level occult spell. That's all it is. Multiple, usually trauma induced mind control for the most part. It's various levels though. Most humans are under subliminal forms. If you went to the K, did you go to K-12? Did you go to K-12? Did you practice any religion growing up? Did you watch news growing up? Okay, so you're under a subtle form of MK Ultra. Okay. Do you come from a Masonic family? Or do you come from a Satanic family? Did you go through SRA abuse? Would you mess with a child? Okay, you probably under a hardcore heavy MK Ultra. Is your family military? Is your family CIA? Is your family also Mason? Did your family sell you to the CIA? Were you awarded the state? Were you in foster care? Okay, so you maybe under even some more severe programs, even probably put in a program. It's levels. It's not all one size fit all. Okay? We are here to govern this planet. We are trained by Saturn. We deal with the mental aspects of intelligence. We deal with the mental aspects of the plane. Not deception. Okay? See, Black Americans don't worry so much about money. Money will come. Your money is your kinetic energy. You are money. Know that. You are the money. You got gifts, right? You got. So then you know how to generate. You know how to barter your gifts. You know how to barter your time, your kinetic energy for what you want, for how you want to get things done in a service point system. That's why I said we come up with our own innovative group economics, all types of shit we can do. But everybody want to block me. Everybody want to mess with me. Not everybody, but it's not, I don't want no imaginary boogeyman. It's no imaginary. But I'm just saying, it was fucking Masons that I'm telling you, it's something like you could feel that shit. I ain't just making that shit up. I already told y'all how they was illegally closing my bank accounts and shit. And then I sent them a nice little folder of a year worth proving that they illegally harassed me. And then I said, I'm going to the motherfucking DOJ. And they hurried up and literally one day later opened up my bank account again and say, apologize. I got the emails. Wow. How can I just make that up? I got phone calls of motherfuckers at me saying, I know you illegally. Like, they wanted to lower my credit score because my credit score was getting mid 700s, the mid 700s. And they literally just illegally put a collection account on my shit to bring my shit, to drop my shit so low into the 600s again. It was illegal. I have the recordings, phone calls, proved it. They took it off in one day. Because I'm not playing. I keep records of everything. So I'm telling you. And I got the phone. I got the phone recordings to prove it. And the lady was like, "Oh my gosh, like, you're right. It's not supposed to be on here." And I'm like, "It's totally illegal." They took it off. I went to I had starting to pay for the service to get like a law firms. You know how you pay the laws to whatever to look that up. And I'm glad I didn't have to pay no money for it because it was so obvious that they did what they did was illegal. Because I thought I would have to pay money to get like a lawyer involved or what. I forgot it was like Lexington Law Firm or some shit like that. So I was like, damn, I ain't got no money. It wasn't no big monies, but I still don't have no money to spend on that. But I didn't even have to pay no money for it because it was just so fucking illegal and so obvious that it was such a cracked up shit that they just. How could you just illegally put something on somebody's collection account? How could you just put something illegal on somebody's credit report, like a illegal collection account? That's what they did, and it got removed, and then my shit went back up. It got removed in like 2 days. Maybe one day they said they were going to fix it. They said, give us some time to fix it. And then I pushed it, sent the emails, got them. I've set traps, let them walk into it. And they moved it. They removed it. And see, I had got TransUnion involved and all that. I'm not playing with these motherfuckers. Y'all ain't going to sit up there and make it seem like I'm just making some shit up when I got a whole motherfucking file document of what you bitch ass niggas did. And it was Blaque Americans doing that shit too. That targeted harassment shit. Not that y'all some man. That's why I'll never ever be on that race program with y'all. That race program, that's gonna fuck y'all up. Y'all gonna time loop right here. That ain't got that racial social construct. Y'all can sit up there and let that COINTELPRO niggas brainwash y'all motherfucking ass, and then you don't evolve and get the fuck on up out of here or whatever y'all want to do. Build, take over they shit, whatever. You ain't taking over no system talking like that. That shit y'all be talking about tethers and tethers this, tethers that, tethers this, tether. Y'all ain't taking over shit with that. Y'all gonna be right there. And that nigga gonna be living in his $2 million house in gated white community. Y'all stupid motherfuckers gonna be sitting there right in the ghetto in the projects or in a low wage job, only making $25-$30 an hour, maybe $40 if you motherfucking lucky, and be sitting up there struggling. And this motherfucker got you on a dummy mission. Talking about tethers and delineation and tethers and Africans and cheetah, like y'all gotta grow up. And that's why I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you, I bring a war to anybody. Any of y'all motherfuckers could call me out. I'm ready. I'm TTG. That's why I don't nobody, because they scared to motherfucking death, because they don't know. They know I know shit, and they know I've run circles around they motherfucking ass. Because y'all know that y'all foul and wrong, and y'all know that y'all fucking over this community, and y'all know that y'all fucking over Blaque Americans. Y'all know y'all are. Y'all know he problematic. They doing mirror casting. Mirror casting is an occult practice. This is what they be doing to other Black Americans, stealing authenticate Black Americans' kinetic energy. Now, he about to mirror cast on one of his good friends. This motherfucker about to go to jail for 3 years. And he had a dream of him doing something. And then just last week, the person says that he wants to be the lawyer. So he don't even realize that this dude is about to be mirror casted. He's siphoning his energy. That's how ridiculous these people is. They hate me because I could see all this shit. Like I could see like this dude just totally mirror cast this person, brought him in, studied him, knowing that probably literally probably behind his motherfucking ass getting going to motherfucking prison on some level. Probably just made a phone call and shamalama ding dong and had his ass make sure he get the 3 years or whatever. And in that time, and now he going around talking about he want to be a lawyer, but that was his friend's dream. Now his friend about to go to jail. This is how these people work. This is mirror casting. That's the occult. And them type of they don't think like us. They ain't no morality, ain't no integrity. They don't think like that. They panicking because they get fucked up deals and they got to get out of their deals. So they worried about saving so they gamble with their kinetic energy. That's a high level king of games, but they brought that shit on such a low level. They started taking it was a game of the kings of Solomon and pharaohs and all that. It was something that they used to do. That's how you take over other people's civilizations, and they tried. It was a game for the nobility. It was a game for the royal bloodlines to barter that with the Goetia, with the Kabbalah, and with it. It was not for the average human supposed to get involved in that. It damn sure wasn't supposed to be for no fame and fortune, and it damn sure wasn't supposed to be for no damn fucking Hollywood, or politics. It was not supposed to be used for that. Or you go fucking suck until you get a deal in a contract. No. Mm-mm. You bastardize somebody's science. You're not the creators of it. My bloodline is. So I know how the system's supposed to be working. And so they brought that hood shit. They brought that shit all the way to like regular ass people without like that's crazy. That's crazy. That was a game for the kings to play, the nobility to play, the priestesses to play, royal priestesses, high priestesses, and it's dangerous. And some people, and even at that level, it's not even wise to play that. That was King Solomon's game. They liked that. King David couldn't handle that shit. It was a lot. Anybody that's a descendant of a Chaldean Magi or a priest of Melchizedek, you know that that science is in your epigenetics naturally. That game is in your blood naturally. And sometimes you find it abhorrent and you walk away. You don't, or you want to expose it, just like Jesus, and then see what happened to him. That's how it is. There was a priest of Melchizedek. There's a descendants of Chaldean Magi's. That's ancient science. Those are ancient brotherhoods. Yes, they have ties to Masons, but they are not Masons. Not the same thing. Some are descendants of both though, like me. And so, yes, it gets deep. They done threw him under the bus. He about to go to jail, and he about the other person. He about to go become a lawyer, and that was his dream. That's mirror casting. That's mirror casting. That's what happens when you can't stand on your own. People will set you up, line you up, get you fuck out the paint, and then carry on with the fuck your dreams was, and to try to make themselves look bigger. That's his dream, to be a lawyer. That was his dream. He can still do it while he in there. You better go to school and look at them programs. Like I told him, y'all wanted to get me out so bad and hate me so bad. Look, it is what it is. Then talking about you trying to pivot and put young people on. But that shit, the stuff that people, even the people that's coming out, like that audience is tired. We walking in circles. We walking in fucking circles. Tired of having to donate. Tired. We not getting organized. And then the people that's getting like they don't know shit. It's like we feel this scrambling to keep up with the Joneses or to keep up with Generation Z or the millennials. And so you try to make it seem like you putting other people on, but them people that you put they don't have no sauce. They just because they don't have no new information. And if just because you commented on a racist story doesn't mean that you are a strategist for Black Americans, or that means that you're new or that you're innovative or helping Black Americans. Just because you can rile up emotional diatribes about fucking white supremacy and the stuff that happens in the fucking news. That's not gonna help no Black Americans. That's to deflect from that you actually feel threatened by anything, by anybody that can strategize, that anybody that could theorize and that have skills. And you get told who can get in and who can't get out. So that's not revolutionary. So my thing is, yeah, everybody is not going to take. Like I remember one time Vito Collins was saying, not everybody is meant to take things, all the way to the other side. Maybe they just want to take the ball, to, halfway or whatever. That's fine. But why are you acting like, not him, but like, why do people act like they are that type of person that will take the ball to that others? Like they route about that life. Why are they acting like they are revolutionary? Why are you acting like one? Just say that what you do and stay in your lane. That's the problem that I have. I don't think that y'all see, but that's the issue. You're talking about some, oh, I never said I was a revolution. I never said, why you never said it, but bitch, why are you in somebody's lane and why are you trying to act like you about that life when you know that you're not going to lead our people to anywhere but to a fucking circle, jerking. That you, why are you trying to act like you that nigga then? That's the part that I don't like. It's like, yeah, they trying to act like they're community leaders, but it's like, okay, you know you're not going to take the ball all the way. You can only say certain things. You know you under oath. You know whatever deal with shit, whatever bullshit you, and you know you're just an actor. Why the fuck are you trying to act like you a motherfucking Malcolm X? Why the fuck are you trying to act like you a motherfucking Malcolm X? There's a real Malcolm X resonance that anybody could channel, that anybody could get to talk to. Malcolm X, his spirit is always going to be around, above and transcendent beyond planet Earth. So why are you trying to act like that? Like that's now you offended ancestors because you know you're not gonna go all the way, and that's fine. But stop acting like you is. Stop acting like that. Why are you behind fucking over real revolutionaries? Why is this person every time we had a real motherfucker? This same person is in the mix of what happened with Darren Sills and Nipsey Hussle. Like why the fuck can't y'all see that? Or a motherfucker that's been doing their own little thing. Yeah, if they want to just bring the ball forward a little bit, they don't want to go all the way to the other side, fine. But why are you're not allowed to act like you will go all the way to the other side? And again, I'm not addressing that to the person that said it. I just thought when he said it, because we were all thinking about like why like he was just trying to explain to us like we thought that those were revolutionaries. We thought that these were people that were for us. We thought that these were people, and we got to understand that some people are only there to just bring the ball forward just a little bit. They don't want to go all the way, and that's fine. That is totally fine. My thing is, why are they allowed to act like they are going to bring the ball all the way? Why ain't nobody calling that out? And I warned y'all, like I said, I know if I'm telling y'all, if I can prove 8 months of clairvoyance publicly, whether that be on my tarot videos or on my fucking Twitter timeline itself, and then I can prove that there's a record, at least going back to 2011, of me studying of this whole pro-black shit, this whole conscious shit. And I'm telling y'all that somebody's done changed and somebody is bought and paid for it. They ain't not the same anymore. I'm not the bad guy for doing it. Y'all just want somebody to close their mouth. I'm not, no. And look the other way and just get, as y'all say, just get your money, just get your bag. That's why we tearing y'all whole shit down, because we tired of y'all raggedy ass niggas not looking out for each other, not giving a fuck about each other, always talking about money. Always talking about a bag. Well, now ain't nobody getting no motherfucking bags. Because you gonna have to earn it through your own merits and talents and gifts and kinetic energy. You ain't fucking and sucking for no deal. You ain't blood sacrificing nobody. You're not botching our occult sciences for some fucking fame and fortune. Nah. Everybody getting exposed. You're not sacrificing. You're not taking blackmail by harming little kids. And like I said, when I said secretly obsessed, I didn't mean like he wanted me or was interested in me. I mean in a sense that there's a spiritual bounty on my head for whoever can take me out. There's a revenge for hire contract hit by black ops government shit for a huge reward. That's what I meant. Now, is that the case now? I don't fucking know, but that's what I saw in the spiritual realm a couple of years ago. They would have been able to move up if they got me out the paint spiritually. They barter and gamble through bets and bids. Whoever is successful, they get the reward. That's how that system works. I saw that. I saw him copying my content and working behind the scenes to spread rumors that I'm crazy. Then blacklisted me. Stealing my content, been trying to kill me. Then say you never heard of me. That's wicked. That's some wicked ass shit. And this community know. And why you think I ain't letting shit pop off? Like I'm telling y'all, y'all found the right one to do that, pull that bullshit with too. I really did. And so now I gotta find authenticate Real Black Americans that's not willing to sell their motherfucking soul. I can't even be around a motherfucker that'll turn a blind eye to some shit like that. It's cursed. Y'all using that reparation space for clout chasing and entertain for the entering the fucking entertainment industry. That's some wicked ass niggas. And like I said, the ancestors is on that motherfucking head. Zero no Hurston, whoop these bitch ass niggas. Whoop they ass. Malcolm X, whoop these motherfucking asses. And I want someone to say this because I heard, I was listening to Deion Jenkins' space. He had his space on Twitter. I'm gonna say it was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I ain't got no beef with Deion Jenkins, so I don't think I'm trying to be messy. But they were talking, and Black Knights Heritage was on there too. Negro Knights Heritage was on there, and the Deion Jenkins was specifically stating he was like, we got to look into things very suspicious. As far as like, it's not so much it's like the people that are among us, but also like, we have to look it within on we've been because he was like, we've been checking the outsiders, we've been checking them, but how about we start looking in? And so then the Knights Negro Heritage dude, he hurry up and cuts him off and started deflecting and saying, hey, we got to make sure, we only deal with the outsiders. And I'm like, that's not even good strategy. And that made me very suspicious when you said that, because you're the one that wanted to remove me out of your room and say that I'm not Christ-like. Nigga, check the gematria, motherfucker. I'm not Christ-like. I'm like literally the walking damn near reincarnation, dude. Like, wake up. Wake the fuck up. But yeah, he removes me out the room, disrespects me, Negro Knights Heritage. He did apologize or whatever, because I said, what the fuck is you talking about? I warned you, crying in a video saying that they about to go after yo black ass publicly. And that's how you do me, but that's how these niggas, they want to get put on, so they think they got to throw other people behind the bus, and they get put. I'm telling you, we destroying your whole system. That's how angry y'all got primordial angels. Like, that's how angry y'all done got us. But he in his space talking about, okay, we only, like, he hurried up and cut Deion Jenkins off and say, we got to focus on the outsiders. The outsiders. That's not, you're already suspicious of outsiders. You're already suspicious of a Larry Elder. You're already suspicious of the Boule. You're already suspicious of people that's celebrities or whatever. Why would you focus on that and not suspect that, and not do intel at least on the motherfuckers that's entering the space that's talking like you? Sorry, I got a little cold, so I keep blowing my nose. Why wouldn't you do intel on the motherfuckers that's around you? Why would you look at an outsider? So Deion is right. And that made my soul hurt hearing Knights Heritage just cut him off like that, because it's like, whoa. Like, I don't know what you're thinking, but you are totally about to get your ass tore out the frame if you can't see what's going on. I warned you in May that them people was going to come after you. You were on there on this Twitter space, on your own space, crashing out, blocking people, talking about people are not Christ-like and there's too much satanic and they disrespecting Jesus and all that. What the fuck? You in the occult, my nigga. That's what's all in the reparation space is occultists. Some of them is not even, they Dracos. Yo, you better wake up. Yeah, you under spiritual attack. And I told your ass that in May, and it's publicly available. I said Negro Knights Heritage. I said I was crying in the video because I already knew they was gonna come after you, because I already knew you had a spirit. But you look like you trying to move a certain way, and that shit gonna backfire. And I'm telling you now. So who gets this to you, I hope they get it to you. But that shit gonna backfire the way you're moving. I already know. Already been there, done that. Don't do that. Don't move that way. Move based on what you know is pure, solid truth and strategy, and that's it, and integrity, and you'll be fine. That's all I got for you. But when you sit up there and cut off Deion and say, no, we can only look at the outsiders, we got to look at the outsiders, and I hope that room is recorded too. I'm looking like, the fuck you already know about? Why you already know about a Jesse Lee Peterson? You already know about a Larry Elder. You need to be looking at the motherfuckers. You need to be doing intel. I caught the people that's in pro Black reparation space in lies. 10 of them within a span of 3 weeks. 10 to 20 lies, lying to Black Americans. Not lying because you need to strategize, like literally deceiving Black Americans. This is the type of intel I'm on. I told you to start your own I said we got our own Black American intelligence agency. And I can pretty much, I don't give a shit how y'all say, oh, you just crazy. None of y'all motherfuckers want it with me. And I'm not arrogant. And I'm not invincible. I'm not invincible. But I'm sick of the wickedness and the corruption. You want a chopping block for that COINTELPRO shit. And that response tell me that you will walk right into that trap. You will walk right into that trap. When I tipped the girl off, and it looked like she took heed. Now I could have been a hater and just let her walk violently into a booby trap, and I ain't do that shit because I'm not no fucking hater. I saw what they was about. Like they about to get her like they got me. Let me hurry up and try to at least tip her so she move a little bit more. Just like I did you in May. But I tipped you off in May, Negro Nice Heritage, and you disrespected me in August and removed me out your room and said, "Oh, you're not Christ-like. You don't know me. You don't know my body of work. My body of work is probably the most Christ-like on this planet. Just read the body of work. Read the labor. Yes, I am financially blacklisted. Yes, the government tried to come after me. Yes, they sent COINTELPRO niggas after me. COINTELPRO niggas that work in Hollywood that's defend P. Diddy that you support. And you that are setting a trap for you, motherfucker. And you talking about that you hurried up and deflected because you don't want nobody looking over at that space. You don't want people looking at the conscious community. The conscious community is corrupt as can be. And they have totally sold out. They've taken us oath to this system. They are oath takers. And I could have been a hater. I could have just and I already know your comeuppance for disrespecting a primordial is not on is not you. So you gotta if you did not listen because you thinking that everybody want to cast me out, it's like, okay, yeah, we got her. You don't know what can happen 5, 12, 10 years from now. You have to be very careful how you treat people on your way up, on your way down, however it is. And so I know you're going to walk into a trap. I literally know you're going to walk into a trap. And they're already surrounded you. And I tipped you off in May. You didn't listen. Oh, well. The other girl, I tipped her off. She listened. Well, you're not a girl. You're a boy. A man, rather. But I tipped the other woman up. She listened. I don't see her getting caught up in all that. She saw it for what it was, too. Now, you got to be spiritual. Now, you talking about you Christian. And you can't see the times and days we in? So D.I. Jenkins is totally right on that. Now, I don't agree how he ran his presidential campaign. Is he hard-headed? Now, I would have helped his motherfucking ass. And I do believe that we should be supporting any black man's, black women's that is for the agenda for Black Americans. So that's why I ain't never shit on D.I. Jenkins like that and try to, attack him or delegitimize him or try to, say, oh, you're never going to win or it's a waste of time. I will never talk like that against people because it's about the principle. I'm always going to do things on principle, whether I agree with you or not, even if I like the person. If somebody going to do something on principle and integrity, and they said they're going to do something for reparations or whatever they're going to do for Black Americans, I don't care if they establish, if they not establishment, or because they don't got no back end, or because they don't got no money, and you don't want to sit up there and turn your back on them. Okay, now we about to build a parallel universe, and your ass is about to up about to be down, and down about to be right. The last should be first, and the first should be last. Now we not playing with y'all motherfuckers because y'all failed the test. You niggas failed the test, pretty much. Had to do it. Because how do I grow my soul if I couldn't see that absolute deception and betrayal? How would I have known that? I lived in a fucking bubble, man. And like I said, they use the occult on your ass if they can't kill you. If your bloodline is too powerful, they will use black ops shit on you. They will have to worry. They'll do things to worry your soul because they don't want to make martyrs. I just find so many people to be cowardly and caught up in things in the material world versus the soul. And so they got to be another motherfucker for 400. It ain't gonna be no 400 years for me and my people. For those that's rocking with integrity, because we about to veer off into our alternative. We about to pair off into a parallel infrastructure, into a parallel ideal universe. We don't think we playing with y'all. An ideal parallel universe. Fuck it. Y'all gonna be you 3D niggas is gonna be there for another 400 years just for selling out y'all righteous niggas, just for selling me out, selling all your righteous niggas out. Y'all gotta stay there for another 400 years at the 3D. But the niggas that's about integrity and righteousness, we actually don't. Whoever you are on this motherfucking planet, we going into an ideal parallel universe. And if you want to work it, say you just want to be around your ethnicity, that's fine. You in an ideal parallel universe. So if we just want to have Black American community, intentional community, that's fine too. And there's going to be other races, ethnicities in the parallel ideal parallel universe too, because of their residence and a silence of consciousness. But you still could be a part of your own culture and your own community. You're just in an ideal parallel universe. So things look the same. It's just topsy-turvy shit going on. Nah. Y'all not moving the way that y'all gonna be moving. It's unproductive. It's not sophisticated. It's not innovative. It is not strategic. And y'all not, but no, we ain't doing that. And that nigga wanted to make it right. He could have been made it right. He could have made it right. But arrogance and ego and narcissism will be his downfall. And playing around and disrespecting the divine feminine and disrespecting first. I don't care what you saw me say publicly or do publicly. It paled in comparison to what the fuck was done spiritually and what was done, even the responses first. The disrespect was dialed out first. So if you hear me calling someone a bitch or an asshole, they called me a bitch first. That's the thing y'all don't realize. He get to come to y'all and say, "Oh, she called me a bitch." He called it first, and I ain't that type of bitch that's about to sit up there and let no low level ass Baphomet oath taking nigga, whether you walked away or not, Hollywood actor nigga, weird motherfucker with a sealed record for human trafficking and pimping. I'm not ever letting a bitch nigga like that disrespect me ever. Ever. I'm about righteousness. I don't care what somebody's background is, but if you sit up there and I know you got unrighteousness in your soul, no, no. I'm not doing I'm not using that term grassroots because that's just chicanery. It's like that weirdo try to steal the term grassroots media, act like he came with it when I said it in that recorded space. I did the research on it and I don't care, so I won't be using it anymore. I'm using authenticate media. All these terms that y'all see is stuff with ethnocide and ethnogenesis. All that shit came from Clubhouse. We were in a think tank talking about this shit. I was in a space with Dr. Goddess in 2021, and she used to argue with me. We used to argue with each other, and I charged her with ethnocide. In 2021, we talking about ethnocide. It's nothing new. Even certain titles of spaces was used based on certain shit that I said on Clubhouse. And this nigga was feeding that information to other people while burying me. I took notice of what was all happening. I'm like, these fucking Masons is like studying the shit out of me, and it's like whatever I'm doing, they taking and stealing shit and giving it to other people who gonna take their oath because they don't got no sauce. And I studied this shit like a military general. I said, hold up, I need to go back to the board and like this is some wickedness. No one gets away with anything. I'm not being no sacrifice for nobody. I'm not sacrificing my identity, my consciousness, my soul. Nothing for no bitch ass niggas, no jealous, treacherous, deceptive ass niggas. Never do it. Never will I do it. I will tear this shit down to shreds before I let that happen. Never. I will go to war against anybody, any institution, any system that will do that to me. Because I don't deserve that. I'm just a nigga that just want to love at the end of the day. And you could say, oh, I'm not letting nobody disarm me too. That's another thing y'all niggas want to do is disarm motherfuckers and try to say, well, you got to forgive. Oh, we didn't know any better. Oh, you got to forgive. Oh, Jesus said forgive. Oh, turn the other cheek. You're not disarming. We believe in justice. So you're not disarming me in the spiritual realm and try to manipulate me with saying I need to forgive. Yeah, I can forgive if you admit what the fuck you did. You're not forgiving. Ain't no sorry coming. So it's you getting beat the fuck up spiritually. He knows he's not the chosen one. He sold his soul. He owned by them fucking Jews. He owned by them people. And his job is to lock out and set up and report on any black person that threatens their system. He is a Mason. And it is what it is. And not all of them are wicked, and not all of them even know what the fuck is going on. But those at the top that been in that Hollywood game that are Draco and that been in that system for decades and actually reincarnated into that system after knowing that they would have to do another deal a lifetime in this system. This is how advanced these people are. These are advanced people. These are not people. You don't know what these people, you think they just a baby ass soul like you. These not no baby ass souls. He technically is, but like this motherfucker already have reincarnated a couple of times on this planet. And people get owned by them people, man. Y'all set up there. I don't know why would y'all even play that game like that as Blaque Americans. Why would y'all even playing that game like that? Why would you even participate in that? And so, yeah, our ancestors are working on a way to do. Whoever is a threat to this community, they taking them out. I'm just letting y'all know. Whoever is a threat to our progress and whoever's a threat to our progress and to enacting our inheritance and birthright, whoever it may be, black, white, male, female, it's the reckoning is for 2025. We triangulate it in ways. We find a way to take your motherfucking ass out. Even gotta go over your head to do it. Because that's some wicked ass shit, man, to do to people. Working with a government to take somebody else out. Why would the community purposely follow that? Why would you purposely get involved with that? What is like? When I saw this in real time, and like that, like I said, the boule is no longer your biggest threat. They not my motherfucking biggest threat. Because I already know how they roll. They got their order. They stick with they stick with. They don't fuck with us. Whatever. They already told us they don't fuck with us. Some of them they do like us, but they don't. They already said they got they class. They practice classism. They stick with their own. They look out for their own, and that's it. And they whatever they a part of their system. That's we already know that. But it's the people under your motherfucking nose that get to watch you. They get to be around you and see how you think and or try to act like they are reparationist or sit in a on a Discord or a clubhouse room or a Twitter space room or a Zoom meeting, whatever the fuck it is, and talk about black shit. We was in spaces where it was just 14 of man. I used to be on Clubhouse, man. I remember we used to like it needs to be you could tell the difference. Like it was I remember it's just like a raw, pure energy. It used to be Coach and Amaru on there. Me, Coach Amaru, and I'll say like a couple of people that left the space. They're not even around anymore. But I remember like we would just be discussing reparations for hours on end from a very genuine space. There was no government operatives in these rooms, or no entertainers, nobody in the entertainment industry in these rooms. And we would be sitting there, man, talking about how we could set up our own or we could create our own cryptocurrency, how we could put our social capital. This is how advanced. I will never forget. I was like, "Hey guys," because I was actually crying because I just know that our struggle. And I remember I said, "Hey guys, when we get our money, we can we could put our own social capital on ledger technology in terms of our intellectual properties, like our intellectual, like how we songwrite, how we invent, like we can start to create our own system where we could start to keep a indisputable record, like start putting like have our intellectual property somehow backed by ledger technology." And I remember they was asking me to explain more. We was getting all excited. It was black people saying like, "Oh yeah, I got some inventions that I came up with." Like it was some black Americans like, "Yeah, I got some inventions. I got some ideas that money would help me get." And I remember we was just really sitting there like reminiscing, like, "Oh yeah." And I was like, "Remember, guys, when we get our money," and we was just talking like this how serious we was about this reparation shit. I was dead ass fucking serious. I was so motherfucking serious. I was crying. I was like, when we finally get our justice, like we could really, like we could build, like that's the type of shit that my mind was thinking of. Like we can actually build a whole ledger technology system where we put our intellectual, and that is naive thinking. Yes, we could actually really do that. But as far as me, like that naivete that I had, like just it was just such a pure space. Like we really need to do this. And I remember like there were certain people that I could feel their spirits that I could tell they was so fucking dead ass serious and genuine too. Maybe a little awkward because we a little eccentric. Black Americans are eccentric, and it's a good thing. We listen to Coach talk about his shit. It's very eccentric about the family, and I remember really liking that shit. I was like, you know what? I like that eccentricness about him. I mean, it's different. I'm like, shit, whatever. But we used to be able to express ourselves, and like I just remember that switch. I'm telling you, once 2022 came, something switched. I'm telling you, they brought that entertainment shit. Like they started wanting to get Hollywood. Once they started bringing in like that Hollywood shit, that's when, or that task force shit. I don't know if it when the task force started. I don't know when that shit just switched. I know for a fact August 2022, our answer what they was trying to do to me, and that little they started that nigga from the entertainment industry started coming around, that's when I know for a fact it was up in the spiritual realm. But something switched, because I remember when we would be really genuine, only be like 4 or 5, 6 people in them rooms on Clubhouse, and we would spend hours in there talking about history, what black, going through books, reading stuff that Blaque Americans said, thinking of things. Sometimes talking about the genealogy. If we were in the American Indian room, you about to get some genealogy. You ain't about to talk about nothing else but some motherfucking treaties and genealogy. And that shit had been going on Clubhouse since 2020. Is nothing new. Talking about the treaties and stuff. If you going around them, you about to just do genealogy and talk about some damn treaties. And I was cool with that too, because I wanted to learn. I was like, I'm totally down to learn new things. But I just felt the hatred, just like I don't know, some level, when I guess some certain people came around, and I guess they realized this was like the Illuminati that was coming around to recruit. I guess people started going in a competition mode or something, because maybe they felt like, oh, this is the opportunity to move up. And I got caught up in that somehow, and I didn't know what it was about. And I didn't want to join anyways. I didn't see anything appealing about it. I said anything after 2019 is not worth it. They don't have nothing to give you. Any deals after 2019 is just not worth it. Why you think all them people motherfucking resigned in 2024 after Diddy got arrested? Ain't no more deals, man. You gotta wake the fuck up. And you just in 2023, you just saw how they had them fighting them strikes with the motherfucking contracts in Hollywood. Ain't no deals in that shit. The system, I'm telling you, they shit is free falling, and they don't want you to know. And so they went to all them untalented motherfuckers in the hood and gave them deals at the last minute, because they know they was ignorant about the occult and don't study shit, don't know nothing. And the little botched teachers they gave them ain't nothing but MK Ultra bullshit from the Fallen Watchers that they don't lie to you about. And so they went and got the last of the last, whatever they was gonna get to sell their soul. They really can't do too much of that soul hunting shit that they do. Something happened. And like I want to make it very clear, just because somebody works in intelligence or works in the government, I'm not inherently demonizing that. There's a difference. I told the FBI to their face, you can get your shit together and do your job for the American people and save this fucking country and fight for your rights and fight for your country. Fight for these citizens. I told the CIA to come out with whistleblowers, start taking and exposing the corruption. Or are you going to be exactly what JFK said? What JFK told y'all. I will splinter you into 1,000 pieces. So there are intelligence officers that tried to wake shit up, and they got killed. Many of them. And there's many intelligence officers that try to expose trafficking, that try to expose the corruption, that try to expose the illegal surveillance. You got Eric Snowden, who tried to wake shit up. He tried to warn the American people. Y'all too lazy. You didn't listen. Tut Gunderson, the chief of the FBI, tried to wake a bunch of shit up for the American people that would let you know exactly everything that I'm saying is true, as far as Project Phoenix and COINTELPRO and the illegal no-touch psychological torture program that they put citizens on that watch list. I was one of them people that got put on that list, and they fuck with you. And Ted Gunderson was the chief of the FBI that admitted that, did an affidavit, and they killed his ass. So there are people, but at this time, the threat of being killed is lessened. And so we told the intelligence, we told it, we come forward and fight and say what the fuck is up. Say what's on your mind and do what's right, though. Expose the corruption, expose these things. We told them. So it's not about like, okay, just because somebody worked for intelligence or the government, oh, we just immediately just say they're a demon or they're against us. It's not even about that. My thing is, it's a difference between intelligence analysis and then a low-level motherfucker that got blackmail over their head, excuse me, or something that they use over their head, and they pay a person to go and fuck with another person to set them up. That I don't respect. Or they monitor movements and purposely go around and sabotage raw, authenticate movements because for the government, because they take a payment to do that, and they do that for their own, against their own people. That I don't respect that. I just don't respect that. But it's just because somebody, is in government or something, it's not like, oh, I'm just going to immediately look at you sideways or whatever, or look at you. I have to move a certain way though, because I know that they most likely are under oath, or most likely a Mason or something, or they may be at odds with my agenda, so I'm aware of that. But I'm not saying that, oh, I gotta go after them or something like that. Nah. or even think about them. I'm telling you, y'all motherfuckers came for me. I ain't come for them. So y'all can't even try to put that on my plate. Y'all can't even try to, and y'all want me to just shut up. Oh, it's done. You don't worry about it no more. Yeah, that maybe one day. I still got a motherfucking heal though. That shit is traumatizing as fuck, and I'm not healed from it. And so I admit that I gotta heal. I admit that. I admit that I gotta heal, work on my anger, let it go, build from it, not be so don't be uh bitter. Don't get. I'm very angry about that. I'm angry about that whole situation. Just so y'all know. And like I said, it's going to be a lot of changes around here, around on all levels of government, on all levels of systems, of all levels of orders, wherever you're at. And I already told y'all, Lucifer had told y'all that in 2022, and I already publicly told y'all that he told me personally that he was giving over that treaty back to the bloodline, and that the whole we switching up the whole thing. I already had told y'all that. No, I was the crazy motherfucker. Y'all trying to cover up y'all shit. Don't nobody care that y'all know that. Even Christians in the Bible already know that this world was given over to the Prince of Air and all this shit. Like, no, like it was a potentiator simulation that our ancestors. We don't want to go there. It's a potentiator simulation for your duality. That can be a school or it can be PlayNet. But you ain't supposed to be down here worried about some motherfucking money. That I do know. You ain't supposed to be worried about money on planet Earth. You're not supposed to be worried about uh, where your water gonna be and fruits and veggies. It's expensive, inflation. That's a crazy ass system. That's a backwards satanic ass system, and you ain't gonna tell me to go along with it. You ain't gonna tell me that that's normal. So if you want me in this motherfucking matrix, and I was born into a Masonic satanic bloodline or whatever for generations, oh motherfucker, you're gonna pay that UBI. Yo, somebody gonna pay UBI around this bitch. I don't understand. I don't understand how you Americans, y'all get played. Y'all get played out of y'all ass, man. White and black. Y'all get played out of y'all ass so bad, man. Ain't no way in the world I'll stay and not demand something. I'm like, man, please. And if we get it or not, it's gonna be a motherfucking standoff. But y'all some crazy motherfuckers and not at least demand a UBI. Like at the least. But y'all want to sit up there and act like y'all working. Act like it's normal to work 40 hours a week and have a 30-year mortgage and pay taxes on all your dollars that you earn and pay 700 for your car note and pay a bunch of car insurance and pay all these bills and pay for all these student loans and all. Y'all really think that that's normal? But y'all want to come at me and kill me and say I'm not Christ-like? Black men said this about me. I mean, this is crazy. I know who I am because I know the gematria and I know my body of work and I know the government know and I know the highest levels of this system know, and they do anything to shut me up, and you know what? There has been a deal that's been made to let me rock, to just let me, because that had already been agreed upon before. That already set that in place. Now I think the recognizance mission of the GIA, I think they have put me as a motherfucking honeypot to see who was around selling their souls and see who was around doing this bullshit. I didn't know about it. They had to handle that. But I'm just saying, like, I'm thinking, like, did they? And I don't, I'm like, it's like, I'm mad. Like, I remember one of my family members said it was a lot of people in on trying to sacrifice me. Y'all was all in on that. It was a lot. She said that on the phone. Y'all try to cover up I had the recordings and stuff. Y'all try to cover up stuff and act dumb and play dumb and stuff. Y'all said that. Y'all, it was a bunch of us in on that. So y'all know what y'all was trying to do. Y'all walk that shit. For all I know, y'all could have walked into a trap. How do I know? Like shit, I could have been a motherfucking honeypot to see who's the motherfucker that's gonna fail the test. Who's the motherfucker that's gonna sell their soul at the last minute? Who gonna sell somebody out at the last minute? Who willing to make a deal at the last minute? Y'all don't know. But like I said, that agency is about to retire that nigga because he is no longer effective in his job. His audience is bucking back at the shit he's saying and at the way that he moving. They getting mad at all this defense of P Diddy. They wondering why you want to defend somebody so bad. Wondering why you want to argue with Africans instead of organizing us. Wondering why you starting beef with people with movements. Wondering why people you associate with end up dead within a week or two, 1 to 2 weeks a period. Darren Seals and Nipsey, wondering why you want to defend a motherfucker. I caught you lying at least 20 times about the case within the last 3 weeks, wondering why you want to defend somebody who was rumored to be the federal government by 3 people close to him that is behind the killing of Tupac and you were in Hollywood for 25 years, but you got a silk record for human trafficking too. Is it because what you about to do about to come out, so you want to hurry up and brainwash Black Americans into looking the other way? Wondering why, as a trained occultist, are you using the dark arts on Black American women? Why are you using the dark arts on Black American women? And if you look at the messages, I said stop doing occult rituals on me. That was before he came out that he was in the occult. That was before that he even admitted it. And so people see it for what it is. And so I'm letting any scholar, activist, whoever, you stay far away from me if that's how you gonna move with that. I ain't with it. I ain't giving no egregores. I ain't pushing no energy, no kinetic energy. That's why it's not that I'm done with Black Americans or anything like that. It's that I'm very cautious, and I'm not just having my shit just spread it all over the place. I can't have my energy open like that. So the agencies realize they wasted their money with some of these, but a lot of you niggas, especially you pro-Black, the niggas that's in that took that deal against our people like that at the last minute. Yeah, they realize buyer's remorse. Y'all ain't effective because damn, them authenticate Black Americans really see y'all. Like the authenticate Black Americans really is thinking. It's like they really are thinking. They really are, awakening, and that transcends obviously race, because you gotta have a bunch of humans waking up. My thing is, we need all humans, all these whatever you put, some of them in NPCs, right? They wake up, and demand, like, wait a minute, y'all want me in your motherfucking matrix? Y'all want to harvest my energy? Bitch, where's my UBI? Bitch, okay, why I gotta pay taxes? Okay, bitch, why you gotta pay for water? Why you gotta put a fluoride in my motherfucking water? I can't wait till all you humans walk up to. I can't wait till y'all all start. Like, and they be showing in them movies, and everybody just wake up and they looking at each other like, where am I? Where? How did we get here? I can't wait till that shit happen to y'all. I can't wait. And then y'all better go up to that. Y'all better march. Y'all want to talk about marching on something? Y'all better march on something. Where's our UBI? Why we gotta pay taxes? Where's our housing? Why does our food cost so much? I can't wait. I want to see thousands of thousands, just like how they show with Martin Luther King. Remember they showed Martin Luther King with that speech, and it had 100,000 peoples up there. Y'all need to be. Let me go right here. Martin Luther King, a speech. The speech with all them people that they had sitting up there. I can't wait till you NPCs wake up. This right here. Because I'm telling you, Black Americans is going to usher in this golden age, but they got to get their mind right, and they can't be sellouts. This right here. You see how this right here? This what y'all need to go march right there. Just like how those days were. Why do we gotta pay for this? Why do we gotta pay? Y'all need to go. And I, like I said, I know the powers that be hate me. I know they like, damn, this bitch, But I'm just saying, like, come on, this what it need to be. Where's our reparations? Where's our UBI? Where's our housing voucher? Why we gotta pay taxes? Why? But my thing is, it gotta be like millions and millions of. We need all NPCs to wake up. All NPCs. We need to see changes, man. I know motherfuckers is tired. My soul is tired. I know other people's souls is tired. I was looking at Jocelyn's cabaret, and I'm like, man, them women you could see some of they weary, and they deserve more. You could tell people just ain't get a fair motherfucking shake. I don't know. You see, I was watching the show, and I seen that girl Miss Wet on there. I said, damn, you could just tell they're gonna put that girl through the ringer, and I could see stuff spiritually on people, and it hurts my heart because I'm like, I could see people's natural light in them, and then how other people try to destroy them, And I just was like, damn, they did that to that girl all her life. Miss Wet on there. I said, man, keep your head up. And she kind of is acting out because I could tell she going through a lot in her personal life and a lot of brokenness. So she was acting out on the show or whatever. And I don't agree with how she showed out, because I think like she should have took advantage of that little opportunity that Jocelyn gave her. It's not even a little opportunity, but like, Jocelyn keep bringing you back. You can't dance. You can't sing. You can't dance. You can't, you know what I mean? Let's be real. Like, let's be real. And so she let you be the house mom or whatever, but she got to realize, like she ain't really no house mom because she can't even house her mom herself. But she wanted to give her the opportunity. And so I respect Jocelyn for that. I'm like, I was so happy to see. I'm like, you brought back Miss Wet again for the third time to try to, but she got to parlay. You can't just give somebody the opportunity. They got to parlay that shit. You got to sell. You got to drag that out. The only person that have done real good reality television is what? Candy Burris, Jocelyn Hernandez. She's with Zeus though, but you see how she crashed out on VH1, but she brought it back with Zeus. Jocelyn did good with it. Candy Burris, I think that's about it. Oh no, but some I was just studying because I don't really watch reality TV that much anymore, but I've studied it. Nene Licks did okay until it, she parlayed it all pretty good. Sheree was that's a case study and just fumbling the bag. No judgment there, but she totally just fumbled that opportunity. The hype around She by Sheree. She just couldn't get the shit together. Worried about what other people think. Kenya Moore did pretty good too with Kenya Hair Care. Kenya Moore did pretty good with reality TV, but when you get, they ain't paying you shit anyways. Unless you won, Real Housewives or something. But them, little Zeus, whatever little thing that you gotta have a product ready, drop shipping, store something, whatever you write a little book, something. You know what I mean? I said, man, I never had that opportunity. You wouldn't keep me from talking about Nocti University and the Nocti philosophy and like every episode. You gonna see the books in the motherfucking background of the confessional. You gonna see, that's just an opportunity, and then most people don't get that opportunity to free market. It's free fucking marketing if you know what you're doing. And so Candy Burst was the only one that kind of parlayed that shit so thoroughly, and And so when I saw Jocelyn Hernandez, bring back Miss Wet Wet, I said, okay, that's what you do. That's what's up. That's like when we see Miss Roly Poly keep coming on. I respect Zeus for give people them opportunities. Now, whatever they do with them, that's on them. Now they gotta parlay that shit. It ain't gonna last. That reality TV shit ain't gonna last, and they don't be paying you shit anyways. You can cut up a jig and act the fool all you want it for the little entertainment, build your little following up, and you better be having something to sell they motherfucking ass every week. Better start a YouTube channel up. Better get and I was just thinking, I said, Ms. What you gotta think of something. Bras, go get your ass up on there on what's it, Alibaba or Temu, whatever, and you get you them little bras and you put a little name on it. You get cute little bras with a diamond stud, whatever, drop ship that shit, repackage it, sell it, do all, whatever you gotta motherfucking do to get a little extra coin, because it ain't gonna last. But I could, some of these people, they so broken they can't even see them type of opportunities, and they ain't got nobody that's gonna give them no game or nothing. And so I've been watching it, and I know y'all probably like, you watch Jocelyn's Cabaret, what, the master teacher, don't look at my thing is, I have to descend sometimes from all of that space, from the space where I create. Sometimes, yes, I will look at ratchet shit. I don't give a damn. Ain't nobody gonna guilt trip me on it. I don't stay there. I don't just. But Jocelyn's Cabaret, yeah, I like that show. I like to see the girls dancing. See, I think honestly, for those who watching this season, and y'all probably realize this too. It's been a lot of fighting. And yeah, we round for the fight. And yeah, let's be real. Like we the generation that grew up off of Bad Girls Club and Baddies. Like we don't watch that shit no more. Let's be real. We too old for that shit. But we grew up we know what that shit looked like. We grew up watching Bad Girls Club. So we already desensitized in that sense. But we in our 30s, and so we kind of looking at it like, it's a little bit too much. And then we want to see the dancing. We want to see the choreography. We want to see some of even the challenges. They got 50K on the line. Now I know I kind of segue, but come on. I really wanted to talk about this with somebody. Watching Jocelyn's Cabaret. And they got 50K on the line for whoever's the best dancer or the girl that does the cabaret. And they need to have some challenges. It's 4 seasons and we just now seeing the dance. That's way too late. We got to see what the girls are working with in their dance moves earlier in the season, at least by episode 2. They had done this before, so I guess they thought that the fighting does bring the views. So I guess they figure the fights is what people want to see. That's what gets the views, and maybe it's a younger generation that likes that. But I do think that maybe adding some challenges in there for the 50K around the themes. Like right now, Jocelyn has this little cowboy girl thing. She's doing this cowboy thing with the horseback riding. Cabaret theme of cowboy. A whole cowgirl dance, the hats, the pull-ups, that all the little guns or the little props, whatever, and y'all do the little choreography because that's the theme. That's what she's doing this season. And I think they should have had a whole theme around that choreography rise, and even with some of the challenges with the rodeo. Get the rodeo ropes in a stage and build your choreography around it with the rodeo thing, with her, because she's doing the cowgirl stuff. I think that would have been dope too. I think some fun little competitive challenges with the girls would be nice, but show that dancing and good dancers too. I know y'all home in or whatever. I already know the game. I'm not in the game, but I'm saying I'm the spiritual priestess. I know what the ladies is doing behind the scenes. What's said, what's known, don't need to be said. So that's why some of the girls don't know how to dance. They get on the show. It's much bigger. They make their money. Whatever. Good, bad, right or wrong. I ain't got no judgments of it. I like Jocelyn. I've always thought she was charismatic. I like the show. I think that they need to show that dancing. And I think that she needs to think of more so why she came into it. Like, I know if somebody could send this to her, you wanted to give people opportunities. You wanted to give women opportunities, in particular, women who have been in that game, that lifestyle. You know how hard it is. You've been in there since you was 13. You was a baby and had to learn the ropes and had to knock your head up against the wall and struggle and come up and make something of yourself through your charisma and through your entertainment value, which is good looks and dancing and shaking ass and music and whatnot, with things you like to do, and you follow the beat of your own drum. You crashed out on VH1. It is what it is. Who cares? But now you bounce back on Zeus. And I really like Jocelyn. I really do. And the thing is, I could tell when women, I like when women I know don't get a shake, and when women I know have been cast aside by society as derelicts, and they naturally are talented, or they haven't been given a good shake. And I like to see how powerful certain women's spirits are in terms of their resilience and their strength. And see, I'm tapped in, and I could see some of them spirits that's on her. She got the Parmagera that look out for when she was doing the hoe, and all that they have to look out for. There are goddesses that look out for hoes, literally will protect hoes. Okay. There are goddesses that Santa Morte is. She got some. There's a lot of Santa Morte on her too, but there's a big ass masculine primordial female spirit on Jocelyn that protects her ass, that will fight for her, that protects her. It's a big, that's why sometimes Jocelyn acts so masculine. She come off real masculine. Sometimes people were saying she a man, and we see how she was fighting and beating ass and throwing people across her. We see, I'm telling you, that's a spirit on her. It's still on her, but it's been protecting her since she was 13-year-old baby girl. And she was out there in that world and had, shoes and socks, and she was in Puerto Rico walking with heroin. I'm telling you, heroin needles around her and shit. She confirmed this. I know the spirit behind the thing. I can see spiritually into certain women, and so she has a big primordial ass female god spirit that been watching over her, that will fuck your ass up. And so, people say, well, why you certain people I just be drawn to, and I appreciate her giving women them opportunities. I just hope that the women, they start to think of what's next. There's a girl, Andrea, on there. Andrea, you are not being yourself this season. Natural hair is your look. The natural, that look you had last season, Andrea. Somebody get this to them. I'll probably try to tag it to her or something. But I'm telling you, that was your motherfucking look. That beautiful, you had straightened, natural poofy hair, and sometimes the curly look. But even when you straighten your hair and it gets little, when your hair is straightened, the humidity sometimes make it sweat out. That's your look. I'm telling you, that's your uniqueness. That's your edge. You gotta have an edge in that game. That's your motherfucking edge. That quirkiness, that quietness, and that fucking natural hair, and that minimalist, that smoky eye with the minimalist makeup around the lips. Smoky eye, a little bit of rouge on the cheeks. Very little makeup, and that natural hair, whether you're doing it straightened or curly, maybe a couple of extensions in the back or whatever, but you don't need that. That is your look. You're very skinny. You don't have no booty. Perfect. And then you actually can dance. You actually do pole work. You actually are talented on that pole. That's your fucking edge. Keep that. Like this season, you're being really loud. Guess you should defend yourself. Don't let people test you. But you don't. I could tell last season you were having a lot of jealousy. People were jealous of you. People were hating on you. I was like, man, I'll be your friend and get you together as far as like making you realize, like, don't let people, because you could tell you were unsure about yourself last season. You could tell you're young, you're unsure about yourself. And it's like, no, people like to test people. It's like people be jealous and they can see certain in people. And I had already knew I said, that girl, before I even saw Andrea dance, I said, she's probably one of the best dancers. I could just tell on aura. I'm like, just aura alone. This is probably one of the best dancers there. Even though she the most quirky, she got the je ne sais quoi. You got natural je ne sais quoi. You don't have to act ghetto. You don't have to act like someone you're not. You don't have to wear all this long ass ridiculous weave that you don't even stand out anymore, because this long 26 wig, everybody wears that. Every stripper wears the wigs. Every stripper wears, it's like, no, be unique how you were, like with the hair. Obviously you want a little more glamour look, or maybe a couple of extensions or whatever to make some fullness. But I'm telling you, that natural look is your look. And I'm not talking about the afro look. I'm talking about your natural straightened hair. That's your look. It's beautiful hair. That is your motherfucking look. I'm telling you, you stand out. That little dial, whatever. Just be you, stand out. I understand entertainment factor. You wanna be a little entertaining. Sure. Show. Fight. Act like you. I get it. I remember when Kenya Moore. She is one of the best people that understands television programming. Her and Omarosa. If you ever want to study like reality TV and how a motherfucker can parlay some shit and drag some shit out and start some shit, Kenya Moore and motherfucking Omarosa. Those are the queens. That's another one. I forgot about Omarosa. Those are the queens of dragging some shit out. Maybe Vicky, if we want to talk about some of the white girls. We remember Vicky from Real Housewives. Some of them were good too. But like I'm telling you, it don't last. So if you want to, you want to think of something that you could sell, something real quick, e-commerce, drop shipping that you can customize, but make it a value and make it passionate for you, whatever you want to do. And you also want to be looking into maybe teaching some pole classes. If you that good of a pole dancer, you need to be looking into like how you set up your own little polling studio, whatever. And I'm not saying don't cross toes of Jocelyn or Zeus Network, but make sure that you parlay in that long term and whatnot. But that would be my advice for Jocelyn. I mean, I'm sorry, for Andrea. As far as Jocelyn, I wish you would have brought Miss Natural back. What happened with with Natural? Why you didn't bring her back? I know she's dysfunctional. I know she got a lot of trauma. I'm telling you, I could tell these ladies got a lot of trauma. I got a lot of trauma, so I'm not judging at all. We all got motherfucking shit we got to work through. And that's why I like the idea of giving people like those opportunities and see what they do with them. Now you have to deal with some of their psychotic ways or some of their little ways that they gonna have, and sometimes you got to play past shit. Jocelyn got trauma. You saw everybody Jocelyn be cutting up and acting a jig and shit. But I wonder why Miss Natural didn't come back. Like she could really fucking dance. I wish she would have came back, and maybe even Miss Yummy still for shock, not for shock value, but for entertainment value. But she's also an excellent dancer as well. But I wish them two would have came back, Natural and Yummy. And if the season is still shooting, maybe y'all could bring them back, even midway. See, why not? I mean, but I think something with the rodeo and cowgirl themes, even with the themes, every season maybe should be a bop. And also, again, added some challenges. Y'all know how they do them challenges. They used to do challenges all the time on Flavor and Love. Don't get lazy, Jocelyn. This is your show. This is your baby still. And so you want to make sure your baby gets taken as high as it can. And so if y'all can do some of them nice little cool competition challenges or relating to some, maybe even stripping, dancing, or just challenges of whatever it is. I think that's going to be dope. And it has to be introduced early. And again, people like to see the girls dancing. So we want to see the girls dancing earlier instead of all that damn fighting. Yeah, the fighting is good and all. It's okay. But y'all showing a little too much fighting for Jocelyn's Cabaret. Like, it's a little too much. It's not like baddies. Like, it's a little too much fighting. And maybe that's because I matured. I don't know. Because normally I ain't gonna hold you. I'll be with the shits. I ain't gonna fucking hold you. I'll be with the shits watching that shit. I ain't gonna act like I'm so saint. I'm so evolved past that. Oh, this is such a distraction from nah. Shit, I came in indigo. I came in on TTG. I have to relax my motherfucking mind. I have to relax my motherfucking mind. And I ain't letting nobody make me feel guilty because of it. Y'all see this? I designed that myself. I designed that myself. So yeah, my mind gotta calm down. Yeah, my mind gotta calm down. But let me get back off of Jocelyn. Let me get off of that. But yeah, that's I'm just expressing my shit. I think we pretty much done with what I really wanted to cover and talk about. Um, but yeah, what else did I wanted to cover? Yeah, like I said, we could do things interdimensionally. We don't have to. We have to work on our intergalactic mentalism as Black Americans. We need to be consorting with these planets and these dimensions and these gods and these spiritual ones to get shit done and get information passed on. They do it to their high. This is how they've been running their system. All I'm saying is let's do the same thing. We got oracles, we got symbols. You literally have an empress among you. You don't you know we don't have to move the same way as with them or it with their shit. Okay. Yep. So I think I had covered everything I wanted to say. Yep, we want to free Mumia Jabal, Abu Jabal too. I had some notes. I wanted to make sure I got everything else. I know I'll be on one. I want to make. I think I covered. I think I understand everything I said. Yep, just know that we could do things interdimensionally over all this physical work, especially with your women. Your women are walking portals. Your women are walking dimensions. If you treat them right, they can really open up doors for our own community. You don't have to do a lot of all of that work. Yeah, the men could disseminate it and execute some of the things and ideas that we got to say as women, but we in a whole nother different age part. Everything is going to be through the mental plane. You'll see. And again, I could forgive anybody. I ain't really even mad at motherfuckers like that. And I'm unhealed about it though. I do admit that. I do got to work on my healing and my anger, and even some of my misunderstandings or when people got plausible deniability and they work in a secret society and they surrounded you don't know you don't know people's intentions or what the fuck is the end goal, and so you can only assume that someone that's deceiving you is trying to kill you. That's the only thing I can assume. I don't know what else to think. Because why I don't understand why somebody be working so damn clandestine behind your back or behind or trying to set you up unless you're doing something sinister. I ain't know what else to think. But Black Americans, we can do this. I know I went on that tangent about that Jocelyn's Cabaret. Just ignore that part. I ain't gonna hold you this whole week though. See, here's the thing. I have we call it it's kind of like an agori practice, but it's symbolic. And it's so not recommended that the average human do this, especially not no baby soul, not no religious soul, and damn sure not no baby soul. It's for very advanced people that know that they need a purposeful jock to a purposeful shock to their natural frequency, so they will purposely create a contrast or something that is such an antithesis to what they are, so to catapult them back to a higher frequency. That's called left hand tantra. That's really what the left hand path is about, but it's called Vamachara. That's the path of the divine feminine, where you go through the shadow, through the dark represses of yourself or what you don't want to become. You face your fears, you face your inner demons, but you also face your repressions and your guilt and what are you shamed about, your pleasures too. You face your inner deaths of what you are, good, bad, right, or wrong, and you do that from the space of conscious awareness, all in the goal of catapulting you into where you really want to be. And so there's certain practices that you could do, and one of them is dissension, a purposeful dissension in the five M's, whether that you practicing the symbolic version of Kapala Upanishads or the certain practices of even Tantra itself. And see, that's what they try to set up in Hollywood. That's why they misinterpreted our shit. That's what the drug, sex, and rock and roll stuff is in Hollywood. But they bastard. That's how you could tell like somebody got their hands on some information and just totally botched it. Because they were using the Agori Tantra. It's a part of it's something that even the priests of Melchizedek are aware of. But again, what there's always been warnings of about that's never been for the average human. That's rarely have that's been taught to the average human. I would never ever teach that to any human myself. I would never tell any human to do that. Again, you not a baby soul, not a baby soul. Only someone that knows that they're indigo crystal children, someone that astral projects too much all out into outer space and galaxy, always in a higher dimension than planet Earth, and it gets that and loses reality with planet Earth. Then those practices may be okay. If you already know that you get up there too high and you got to bring your motherfucking ass down, then some of that stuff is okay. The Agori tantric practices, okay, whether that be going to the club, the strip club, whether that be watching some ratchet ass television, smoking a fucking blunt, chilling out, going to the bar. Like that's certain people can handle that, and they know exactly. They have full awareness of what's going on, and they use that energy to catapult themselves back. That is Agori. That's some of the 5 M's that they talk about. That's a part of the Kupala Upanishads. But what is the thing? Do the opposite of what the norm dictates, but with full awareness at all times. That's how you pull yourself back. We always talk about, and everybody knows this. That's in the know, that those practices are the easiest way towards enlightenment, but it is the fastest way towards self-destruction if you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Most people die on that path. Most people get addicted to drugs. What do you think is going on in Hollywood? Most people get addicted to drugs. But honestly, they have the key where if they did it right, if they did not become slaves to their lower selves and to their pleasures and desires, they would be fast tracked into enlightenment the fastest. It would be the Jesus. Because they already are on the left-hand path. The left-hand path is the path of Dharmacharya. It's the path of the divine feminine. It's the path of the woman. It is not Western occultism, though. The left-hand path in Western occultism is the botched version of the stolen knowledge from melanated people shit from the divine feminine. I went through that path on a very systematic way, of a very systematic, orchestrated way that was done through my ancestors and with full awareness of planet Saturn, full awareness of the God that is over my life. So when people thought I was drinking everything, they thought, oh, you're doing all this, you're doing it. See, you see somebody just thinking that they just on a wrong path and not knowing that there's a contrast being created that is the antithesis to what that person's soul mission is. And that shit is going to catapult them into where they got to go. They'll learn, or they'll die. You're either going to get enlightenment or you're going to fucking die. And if you go back and if you have your moments, you'll have your moments, but you'll be so aware that, okay, this is not my frequency. Okay, am I an entity attached itself to me, or what the fuck did I get into? This ain't my frequency, and then you'll get out of it. But you only know that from going through that deep darkness, that deep path. And that's just on a small level, the shit I was doing, like my little drinking and my little. Now I don't drink no more, but I'm just saying when I was on that path, it was very much an orchestrated engine. It was orchestrated in advance to get me to a higher level of enlightenment quicker. Either that or I was gonna die. It was like, bitch, that's that path though. Again, that's a path for very highly advanced priestesses. This stuff is already in your blood, and it's a part of. Very few people get to learn that stuff. It is supposed to be a part of the tantric secret societies of the Shakti school of thought. That is the divine feminine, but that information was stolen and botched, and that's what you see all in Hollywood. And you see how all them people crash out and burn and die or be drugged and overdose, and how fame and because it's a lifestyle, sex, drugs, rock and roll. That's more the literal sense. There's a sex, drugs, rock and roll that is a symbolic version of that. That means it's a symbolic. See, I never engaged in the real thing. It was always a symbolic version, and that's how God had it set up. There's a symbolic version of it, and then there's a real where you actually thrown into it. Like you can be in a symbolic version, which is the 5 M's. You just doing whatever the fuck you want to do, but you're not necessarily into doing orgies or drinking a bunch of wine or doing a bunch of drugs or whatever, doing LSD. You're not necessarily doing all that. You're doing the symbolic versions of those things. And then you have the real thing, which is what you see in Hollywood. And then, and again, it's the fastest way towards enlightenment, but it's also the fastest way towards self-destruction if you're not careful. And they always tell you, Even when Buddhist monk came over here and all them Americans was talking about teach us Tantra, teach us Eastern occultism, teach us Eastern occultism. And all them Buddhist priests were like, y'all not ready for that. You kill yourself. You're not ready for that. Like, stop asking about that. Stop asking about that. Stop. And they tried Chungpa, Naropa University, all that. Chungpa and Osho, they was trying. They kept it. They said, well, we do our version of it. And Chungpa died a fucking alcoholic. And the thing is, you can in their culture, you can conceptually know what enlightenment is or even feel a moment of it and then still decide to do whatever the fuck you want. It's not a big deal for those on the path that's on the path of Armachara. And that's why I would never teach people about it. Because that's not for baby souls. And the way humanity is right now, they can't be exposed to that stuff right now. They can't. It's too much brainwashing, it's too much programming, it's too much fucked up shit. They don't need to be nowhere near that stuff. They need to be on the Veda Vedanta type shit or some asceticism type shit, some balance and wholeness. That they need that type shit. They don't need undoing a programming and shit. That's what they need to be doing, undoing a damn programming. They don't need to be doing nothing about learning no new esoteric sciences of how to transcend their consciousness through no left hand path. They don't need to know that. Not the average human. Not even I'm telling you, that stuff needs to be very revered. Not even revered, but hidden for. And I never thought I would say nothing like that, but I know just from my own path and almost dying several times on that path. That God is the only one that doles that out. And see, even if people want to get you in through like on drugs or whatever, but you'll be shocked what God can bring you through, because that stuff the science was stolen. Is what I'm trying to say, is like the science was stolen. And so the gods that are the creators of that science, they know how to go in and correct that. And that we talking about dimensions and archetypes that are attached to the oversouls of your computer brain, in a sense, stuff that's attached to your ancestral bloodline. They know how to go in and undo MK Ultra. They know how to go in and undo a bunch of motherfucking altars and soul fragmentations and possessions and all. They know how to go in and undo all that shit, because it's their science. They created it, and they know somebody stole it and botched it. Yep. And so, yeah, when I get in my little mood, I get in my little mood, but I always bounce back. Like I said, if you whatever y'all gonna do, y'all better do right in the middle of the forehead, because I ain't ever giving up and I ain't ever stopping. I ain't ever giving up and I ain't ever stopping. I'm gonna be this way until I motherfucking die. So if you don't like it, die first, motherfucker. Yeah. And so yeah, Blaque Americans, we gonna be doing certain things. I'm not working with. I'm just changing my whole stilo. I'm changing my whole stilo. I can't have them government motherfuckers around me. Hell no. Now you could work for you something like that is different. But I'm not talking. You guys know what I'm talking about. I can't be around no motherfuckers that's sitting up there plotting on me and shit and trying to mind control me and all this shit. The fuck is wrong with y'all? The primordial spirit, born on January 22, 1992, Life Path 8. And I just went through the codex of even my whole motherfucking birth date. Just my name alone, let alone the birth dates of my parents and they motherfucking first and last name, and then my grandparents' first and last name, and then the damn surnames going back all generations. 122. That's me. That's the female perniculus, the 22 chromosomes, but the one that determines your sex. That's the female permiculus and the male permiculus coming together. The sperm then becomes a sphere. That's the union of divine masculine, divine feminine. Then you get your human zygote. That's how it's created through Chimera, but it's a little more advanced science because Obraxis is in front of that. Then you will form a central tube, north and south, migration of polar bodies. Then you form your tetrahedron. Then you get your original 8 cells. Now my life path is 8. My life path is 8. My name means God's been graceful. 122. It's right there in front. It's all in front of you. Mary, Joseph, Jacob, as in James, King James. This is literally the names of my fucking family and bloodline. Born on 6/12, Ephesians 6/12. Other one born 1/22, same birthday as me. Bloodline surname Jordan. Jordan, that is, we are like, you are the, we know who the fuck we are. But we don't form into no Masonic key. We don't form into a square. We form into a spiral after the original 8 cells. And so this has all been worked out by my motherfucking ancestors. I know who I am. I know who I am. I know who I'm the reincarnation of. I know exactly who the fuck I am. But I gotta be serious. I can't be around that entertainment shit. I ain't letting nobody blood sacrifice me. That's why we having the Resurgence Movement. The Resurgence Movement that has the appendages of operating activities for Black Americans to work on, which consist of culture activities. That's where delineation actually fits under, by the way. Group economics, 3-tiered strategies for exponential lineage injury, which will be formerly called reparations, and then politics for governance, which is a different type. It's not the politics that you see in the 3D matrix system. It's us. It's our governance, and we do it from the mental space, and we mind map, and we work on this matrix interdimensionally, and we program it for our own, like a damn computer, through our Heka and resonance. Now, we raise our vibration to get there. And we work with our ancestors. Malcolm X speaks, and the Rainbringer, Zora Neale Hurston. Yep. That right there. Let's give it an emoji. Yep. From Malcolm X Speaks and the Rainbringer. Look at them codes. I'm a cold motherfucker. But it's the ancestors that's really the cold motherfucker. I mean, their level of craftsmanship is through this roof. The Blaque American craftsmanship, there's none better. Now, you want to have low self-esteem and think of your ass as a slave, that's on you. I see myself as a royal motherfucker. So I don't care what nobody see. I don't see myself as no damn slave. I know for a fact that the Blaque American craftsmanship is the best on the planet. I've watched your codes. I watch everything our people been doing. I even when you look at, oh man, we're gonna break down so much shit coming up. I just gotta wait till I get this warning off my channel. That's why I've been playing so much music and stuff, because I don't want to get no strike or nothing. But we gotta break down so much shit. It's not even funny. You want to see yourself as some low vibe slave, that's some white supremacy coming to get you, then that's on you. I see myself as the Nakti order, the Nakti Queen Mothership, Royal Black American Family, Tribe of Judah. And we are here to build our second temple. And we are here to rebuild. And we are here for the resurgence. And we are hashtag authenticate media. And we are here for the golden age. Okay? Shit. What the fuck y'all think this is? Now let me get my black ass up off of here. Love y'all. And let's see what we got here. Yeah, hey DW. Somebody gonna pay that UBI around this bitch. I know you serious, but that's funny. Yeah, I'll be serious. I'm so serious about that. Oh, I didn't show. I thought I was showing Zora Neale Hurston and Malcolm X on here. I gotta take this down. I thought I had showing them right there. Malcolm X Speaks, Rainbringer, that right there. Resurgence Movement. These are powerful people. You want to sleep on them? That's on you. But you ain't gonna disrespect our ancestors. Mm-mm. And you're not gonna disrespect authenticate Black Americans. And you're not gonna disrespect the divine feminine. Because if y'all was gonna do something, y'all would have done it by now. Y'all niggas done fuck this community up. Time's up. 2025 is the reckoning. Run for motherfucking cover. Love you guys. If you ain't do nothing wrong, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Love you. Bye.